What's up, everybody? Oh, there he is. He's made it.
I made it.
What's up, dude?
I made it. They actually had everything ready for me. I didn't even, my check-in was literally, they met me at the door and handed me my key, so it worked out perfectly.
Amazing.
Hopefully I don't have a bad echo in here in the room, but, you know.
It's not so bad.
All right, good.
It's not so bad. All right, dude, we got a jam-packed, lots of things to talk about.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Lots of business. Before we get to our guest, very special guest today to talk about this week's episode. But, all right, so let's get into it. We had some amazing interviews coming up.
Yeah.
And one in particular, I don't know if you guys got your latest edition of Paranormal News, if it got delivered. Did you get the latest edition of Paranormal News, John?
I did not get it, but I'm planning on it.
Oh, boy, the hottest thing in Paranormal News. So,
Here
I mean,
it
look,
is.
I don't know if you're listening. 15 cents for the Paranormal News. But it's look, everybody that's interested in this space has probably heard one way or another about what's going on with the Conjuring house. And Jason Hawes is taking a lead in, if you don't know who Jason Hawes is, he's one of the guys, the original Ghost Hunters, the TV show, probably spawned the whole thing of why everybody does paranormal on social media. One of the first guys to ever do it. He is doing a GoFundMe to help buy the house at the request of one of the former residents and the family that owned it, Andrea Perron. And we were fortunate enough, John and I, to interview Andrea this week. We are going to drop that interview on Tuesday. It's going to be absolutely awesome. I think you guys are going to love it. She is an incredible guest. I'm going to give you a little taste of it here in a second. But this GoFundMe is real, and she believes in it. She wants the house. First of all, dude, I said this to her, right? I can't believe that she gives a shit about this house after being haunted in it for 10 years.
Especially the fact that she doesn't investigate, she doesn't document, she doesn't do anything like that. You know, she's more of
she's seen it all.
And
she's
and
been
all
there,
that.
dude.
Yeah, she's been there.
She's seen it all.
So it is, and guys, we had to ask, why do you want to save this place? Why? Like, what's the reason? And she explained it to us.
She's got a great reason. She loves it. Listen, the interview we do with Andrea is not about the differences between the movie and how she lived it. You can find that everywhere. There's a lot of wonderful interviews out there and podcasts that have done that interview. And she wrote 3 fucking books about it. So buy the books. Also, links to those books in our link tree in Splintered Spirits. Now,
Same with the GoFundMe as well.
Same with the GoFundMe. And here's the thing, guys, of this. Yes, we're dropping it on Tuesday, but here's a little secret. If you want to see it now, you can. You can, if you're watching us on YouTube or Spotify, you can sign up and be a member, and you can get advanced episodes, and you can watch them ahead of the drop. Will we, of course, always be giving them away on Tuesdays? Yes. But if you want to watch ahead, you can. And since we just started this, you're not just going to get the Andrea Perron episode. I've also made available the upcoming Mike Dorsey episode. If you don't know who Mike is the executive producer of Ghost Hunters House Calls. He works with Zach Baggins a lot. He also has a brand new Ted Bundy documentary on Fox Nation. He's just, really talking about how they film these TV shows. And I've also given you another episode in advance that you can have.
That's 3 episodes.
3 episodes. This in Paranormal News. 3 episodes. And that episode is with Steve Parsons. Steve Parsons is a UK ghost hunter. Been doing it for 45 years. Unbelievably credible. He wrote this book, Ghostology. I don't know if it's in focus or if it's backwards, but he wrote this book. It is, I mean, honestly, if you're watching us here and you're an investigator or you fancy yourself one and you haven't read that book, just quit. Just quit. Or wear a shirt that says you're a fraud.
Yeah.
Because this guy is great. And that was a great interview as well.
Yeah.
So listen, all right, the Spotify membership it's a couple bucks, and it's a couple bucks less than YouTube. Why? Well, because you don't get as much on Spotify. You just get the advanced episode. On YouTube, it's a little bit more. Why? Why is it more? Because you get sub-only chats. You get special stickers and badges, which the kids love. So it's all different, right? So we can spot you faster. We can do it. You can donate. But they're there. They're ready for you to listen. Let me just give you now a little taste. I want to share with you a piece of the interview with Andrea, just so you can see the kind of woman she is. Just a clip that I made from that interview, which I think is going to blow your minds a little bit. I mean, it really sums her up in a nutshell. I mean, she's so wild and so strong in what she's going through. Because, by the way, guys, she's got cancer and she's still killing. I mean, she's just, her attitude in life is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Oh, let me open this. Do this like this. Yeah, we get that open, and then we do a share screen. That's right. I think we figured this out last time. And we do that, and we pop this window, and we say share audio.
It's only an extra 5 cents.
Only an extra 5. For an extra 5 cents, you can get the Paranormal News. All right, here we go. Let's see. Share. Let's see. All right, can everybody see that? You can see that, right? All right, let me press play on this.
No, I think that I'm supposed to have this cancer so that I can heal from this cancer, so that I can write a book and tell other people how to heal from cancer. I think that that's exactly what's happening, and that it's part of my mission, it's part of my journey, and I embrace it. I embrace it not as a perversion. Because of this cancer, we're going to get the farmhouse back, and we're going to save that farmhouse. And I am so deeply grateful, and I am so humbled, and I can't even tell you the outreach for me, which would be my greatest legacy. It would be my greatest legacy to be any part of a pivotal part of changing the outcome and the history of this house.
Yeah, man. So I'm going to drop that clip online tomorrow, but I just want to give you guys a taste of it here now.
I tell you, everybody that just heard that, you can't pay for those effects, by the way. That's completely natural. That's completely natural, by the way. If everybody heard that the way I heard it, it was like you were watching it from another interdimensional portal.
Oh, what? Were you getting an audio loop?
Big time. Yeah. But it was cool sounding. I
don't know how that is.
Yeah,
well, I'm sorry about that. But look, you'll get an
teaser.
idea.
It's a teaser, so they just got
a teaser. There won't be audio. But look, the point is, we have this is a legend in this paranormal space, Andrea Perron. She has been through it. One of right now, the most famous haunting thing you can probably deal with is The Conjuring. She lived through it. She was kind enough to share her story with us. And really, it's about how a person copes with that, processes what happened, and then survives it. And that's kind of the angle we took, because that's what interests me. Like, how do you live in a place and be like abused by ghosts for 10 years and then still be happy about it and still be sharp-witted and still love your family and still, not, I mean, I told her straight, like you said, John, I told her straight up, I would have burned that place to the ground. I don't want anything to do with it. Or I'd want to give that house to a couple of a-holes I know.
Yeah.
Instead.
Well, that's the thing. We when she agreed to do the interview, both me and Gary were like, yeah, we're not doing what everybody else has done. We've heard she's answered the same questions over and over and over on all these other interviews, which are all great, by the way, and we watched them all.
Yeah, they're awesome. There's plenty of people who covered it really well.
Yeah, and so if you're up to date with everything, this is going to be like, oh wow, like this is really cool. Just getting her feedback on things. And it was one of those interviews where we all just were, I mean, I don't know. It was like, we've known each other for years type deal, the way we were talking to each other.
She's wonderful. I gotta tell you, this woman, and she's been texting me all day. She like wants to help us and like hook us up with, she's plugged in everybody. Yeah. I don't know, man. It's just it was a really great vibe. She has a really great energy. And while I don't have a dog in this race for this house, I certainly want her to have what she wants. So please go to the link tree in my bio, in the Splintered Spirits 100%. Bio, anywhere, and you'll see a picture of her. It is a direct link to this GoFundMe. If everybody in this audience, I mean, John, if you have 1 million followers, everybody gave 50 cents, they could buy 2 of these houses. I mean, it's not a lot. So we're going to push for her while we can push for her. and try to make it happen, right?
Mhm.
All
Very
right,
true.
chat. So listen, let's get into the business of the week too here, because I hope did everyone watch the reading? Because I dropped that reading
So,
that Kathy
Gary, real
Nadal
quick,
gave me.
let's
Yeah,
let's refresh everybody on that reading.
Yeah.
It happened a while ago. Even I need a refresher.
sure.
So, what was the gist of,
Well-
of your reading with Kathy, who's amazing,
Well,
by the way? If you haven't checked her out yet, please do.
Oh yeah, Kathy Nadal is a fan of the show. First of all, Kathy Nadal, just as a side point, now I can never get another reading from anybody, right? Because now that I've published this, I'm not going to trust anybody else that they didn't see this. And she was so thorough about the things that could matter to me that it's, you know, what else could somebody say that could do it? So she's my psychic, right? Kathy Nadal. I mean, I want to meet other psychics, and I want to hear what they have to say, and I'm a fan of them, but I couldn't possibly get a reading from one and not be worried that they just listened to this. So the thing about this reading was, you know, I lost my brother several years ago, and it seemed like that she was getting a lot of vibes from him coming through. First, the reading starts out with like some old woman who could have been associated with my wife. And it was like she was dominating the scene, but then it started to push through like this big personality, which it sort of started to feel like it could have been my brother, John. So she said a lot of stuff in there that I was unsure of at the time. So I had to bring in, you know, we're going to bring in someone else who knew my brother very well in a moment as a special guest, because I had her listen and see if she could read it. I'll tell you when she's in. She's not in yet. She'll be joining us soon. But that's the gist of it, man. Like, it's wild, some of that stuff. And I can tell you, even my mother got into it, right? So she said, you know, she brought up the number 17 on a jersey, and my mother says that number 17 is my mother's father's birthday. And they were, you know, my grandfather and John were somewhat, you know, they had a relationship and close. And then there was a dog or something, and my brother loved his ex-girlfriend's dog. So there could have been something there with that, right? So it's like, I don't know, dude. It's nuts. So, but she got real specific, and if you watch, she got real specific. She knew some things about like he was watching my kids, and he said things that were definitely not online at the time, you know, about my kids, which is really, you know, whoo-hoo.
I think the most wild thing, what I do remember from all of that, and this is how powerful it is, because you guys know my brain. I believe she's the one that said that you were away.
Oh, you just froze up for a second.
Am I here?
Yeah, you're there. Go.
Okay.
Well, you just said repeat that.
I believe she was the one that said that you were away when he passed. That you were traveling.
That was the.
When I heard her say that, I was like, "There is no way."
There's no way. I mean, I don't know how. I don't know.
There's no way. No way. Nobody would have known that.
I can't. I do for the life of me, and I started digging, and I started
nothing.
looking at.
There's.
You know.
Yeah. There's no way.
So
it's so wild. Anyway.
I
had to point that out. That was like
that was the turning point. But that was the real turning point.
What led us to this point, right? Why we're so like on this.
Big fan.
And that's what made me go, okay, you know what? This, on top of other things, this woman has an ability that she's sharing with us, and now we're gonna dive into exactly what she was saying.
Yeah. We're going to have a lot of fun with it.
Yeah.
So let's look at the chat real quick before our guest joins us here. Let's see. Sorry, guys. We've been talking a lot of business about the paranormal news.
The paranormal news?
The news, yes, it's in. It's all the news that's fit to print. The Conjuring House is up for sale.
Who's going to get it?
I don't know, but there's a couple of people in the running. And we're trying to do our part. Do your part for the war effort. Give your part for the war effort. Click that GoFundMe and donate.
And if you can't donate, make sure you share it.
If you can't, yes, share away. If you can't donate, share. All that's fit to print. Be a good American. Save the Conjuring House.
Yeah, that's funny.
But good for her, man. I want to help her out. So yeah, honestly, go click that GoFundMe. That's what you missed, guys. That's what you missed. All right, so our guest is here, and our guest today is none other than my sister, Your mother, you know her.
Oh, I know her.
Kathy Santa. Let's say hello.
There she is.
There she is.
Hello, my loves.
Hello.
Hello.
My two loves.
Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Hi, Mom.
Yes.
Hi, sweetheart. How are
Hello,
you?
Mother.
Hello, my little sweetheart.
Look what you have bore.
I know. You're so awesome.
Isn't it funny? Like, did you ever think that in a million years that we would be doing a podcast talking about ghosts?
Can I tell you, I blame myself because I think it's like all of that, those little juice boxes with Slimer on them that he drank.
Ecto Cooler. I talk about Ecto Cooler all the time. Ecto Cooler. It's the best.
And he had like every creature from like Ghostbusters and the little party wagon thing and oh my gosh. I blame myself. Yeah.
Oh my God.
He's awesome. I have an awesome son. The awesomest.
Oh my God, it's funny. That is really funny.
But I do blame myself.
We got the chat here saying, what a young looking mom.
Oh,
They can't even believe it.
Yeah, you should see my mom.
It's crazy.
My
That's
mom
a
is
great-
of youth.
That's a grandma right there. Look at the grandma, by the way.
Stop it. Don't start, Gary. Don't even start.
All right. Hey, so we brought you on because that's the first time you ever heard that full reading. You heard it, right?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't realize when Kathy was giving you the reading, first of all, she's awesome.
I was texting you.
You were
That's why,
texting
so you
me,
couldn't
but
hear
I
it.
didn't realize that she was live on there. I thought it was like after you were looking at something after. I didn't realize it, and I was like, "Oh my God, Gary, that's our brother." You know, right when she said he was out of the country, and there is no way on God's
I can't figure it out.
that
Like, yeah,
anybody could have ever known that. There's just no way. But
there's no way. That one was weird.
there's no way.
That was the one.
There's a lot of other things too. Some things I just did not, didn't.
There's some things in there I don't know either.
Yeah.
But she brought up some names and some letters. Can you what stuck out to you or things that were questioned or that I was questioning during it that you might be able to shed some light on?
I made notes.
Okay, good. Now I want to hear it.
Because I'm old.
Yeah.
as you-
I can't remember it.
As you can tell,
We all have to
I
make
don't remember
notes.
anything.
Okay, wait. I have
It's
notes.
all right. We got an old crowd. Wow, you're getting a lot of love here, Kat.
Aw.
A lot of young mom.
All the meows. Love you. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I wrote down I can't speak to, the woman that came through for your wife.
Yeah.
No clue.
No one can.
Totally
That's fine.
clueless. I didn't get it. The only thing was like the hair thing. My grandmother was a hairdresser forever, and she never left the house without lipstick. So, first I thought that, but then she was more leaning towards, her side of the family. I said, that's not for us. So
Right.
someday somebody will figure that out.
Right.
Another thing, not regarding our brother, but that stuck out to me was when she was talking about like your timeline. And, I can't speak to your own personal shifts and how you felt about things, but I thought about, your father passed away, like in 2016, right? And I thought,
I don't remember.
I
I really
think
don't. I'm
I
terrible
do.
about it.
I'm just saying, I think, sometimes you don't know things affect people, whatever. I know mine did too. And we have the most awesome stepdad in the whole world. So
Right, but let me tell you a story about people are gonna think I'm horrible. You ready for this? This is a pretty
stop
horrible
it.
story.
Don't say anything horrible.
I am. I'm gonna say something horrible. So
It's
there
his
was
right.
a point.
It's
there
his
was a-
right
there was a
to
point.
say it.
Listen, Katie, the wife and I had tickets to see Lollapalooza in Chicago one year,
Who
right? Me and Katie, we were going to Chicago to see Lollapalooza. I got friends out there, and we were gonna go see it. And I get a call that my father was in a coma. This is years before he died. So I'm like, well, I got tickets to the show, right? Like,
Don't
I'm
die
not-
during Lollapalooza.
so I didn't tell Katie because Katie, my wife, would have made me go to the hospital. But like, what is this? Like a fucking movie? Where am I going to sit there and read a story to him and he's going to wake up miraculously because of my voice? So I'm going to go to the show. And on Saturday or night or Sunday,
So bad.
I said to Katie, that's what I told her. And I said,
I'm going to tell my kids.
listen,
All you.
because now we're in Chicago, we're close to the East Coast. And I said, listen, I might have to go from here to New York.
Oh my God, you're so bad.
And she was so mad at me. And I was like, well, we had a great weekend. It would have ruined the whole weekend. What is he going to wake? I'm not, like, is this Velvet Tones are going to wake everybody up? Like, he's going to wake you up from a coma? But look, he came out of the coma and he was just fine for a couple more years. But it was like, I wasn't,
Yeah.
it just wasn't going to happen. It just didn't make any sense.
What do we say to the God of Death? Not
right.
today.
Not today. It was like, what am I going to do? What am I going to do there?
Yeah.
And it would have been it would have been performative.
Stop it. You would have been a loving presence.
Well, yes, I'm a loving presence in every room I walk into, but it's like I would have been, but it would not have cured the sick. I don't believe I have the ability to cure the ill.
You know until you try, Gary. How do you know until you try?
All right, but anyway, all right. So you're saying you think that could have been a thing?
I don't know. I'm just saying it was a quick blip in my head. I was like, just going through things, because sometimes when you get a reading or something like that, it doesn't make sense until after, and you're like, oh my gosh. So like John, okay. And my brother, it's like the initials JS. She kept saying JS. I said, well, that's my husband too. The significance with the bridge that I kept thinking maybe nobody knew where he was right before the accident. And when she said George Washington Bridge and the part about where he died, it's like, that could have been him trying to tell us where he was beforehand.
Was there beforehand? Was there a bridge there, or was it underpass?
Not right there. But coming from, it was like, where it was around, but who knows? I don't know. But the bridge thing, he worked on bridges. He was a teamster.
That's what I said.
He used to say, "Oh, I'm building bridges," and he drove the arrow trucks, and he loved it. He was like, he loved it. He was.
Hey, did you figure? Don't say who it was here, but did you figure out who I bleeped out? You know what I was talking about? Who I bleeped out in the thing? Don't say who it is.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay, well, tell me after. We can't tell everybody because it'd be mean, but it's a.
So the part with, she described him because that's how he would come through, that restless energy and always going, and the protector. He was fierce protector, fiercely loyal. Family is everything.
Yeah.
He'd maybe show up like 3 hours late on a holiday. He'd walk in like the Hallelujah chorus was playing behind him.
Yeah.
And it was just like, he's this big booming presence. And
that's true.
It was like in the Defender. When I was, when we were kids and teenagers and stuff, he wouldn't let me go out with any of his friends. He was like, no, you can't be near my sister. He was like, that was him.
Right.
October. Oh my God. It was like your birthday.
Well, that's my birthday, right? That's the one that's like, but that could be found. Like that was the only one where it's like
found if you did like a series.
That could be found.
That's even right. That could be found. So we'll give.
But
that.
I tend to believe now that I know Kathy and have seen the rest of it. I don't believe she looked. I truly don't believe she looked.
I don't believe it. And you know what?
Yeah, I think she found. Yeah.
If she did, which I don't believe she did, there's like precious nothing about you anywhere.
No, I keep it real. And by the way, people don't realize between the time I set that up and had that call with her was a couple days.
Mm-hmm.
It was only a couple days. For her to have done a massive amount of research on it would have been,
and got a life,
Yeah, right. She's got a life.
Like, oh yeah, let me look up this one.
Yeah, right. She's like, this guy's not paying me. This podcast ain't shit. I don't know who these people are. I'm not I don't need to try hard. I'll do him a favor. Which she did. So yeah.
She did. She's awesome. I really like her. I like her. Everything about her I really love.
Yeah, she's cool.
Anyway, the whole part with out of the country, there's no way that she could have ever known that. The boy on the swing. Oh my gosh.
So that hit a nerve.
That is you. Because not only did Grandpa, our grandmother's husband, you were so little, but he would swing you. He used to swing us hours on the swing. But Mommy used to make me and our brother take you to the swings so she'd get rid of all of us out of her hair while she was busy cleaning the house, and we would make huge messes. And we would be in the swings with you, pushing you on the swings for, oh my gosh, for like hours. So for me and him, that was like, he's swing boy. 17 is also not only our grandfather, our grandmother's husband, who he loved. He was like a father to him, but also our stepdad, who he adored. And
That is
the
true.
plumbing issue
That's
at
right.
that time, and this is the funny part that freaked me out a little bit.
Okay.
Plumbing issue, right? You know, the whole number.
She was big on that plumbing issue. She
Well,
kept
she
that.
was.
Kept,
And I was like, what is she talking about? But right around that time, I keep thinking it was when you aired it, but no, she was getting a reading from then. Mommy, they had this huge plumbing thing. It was like this biggest thing, and it was all about doing it the right way, and it was a huge, big deal. They had to go through. Like,
where was this?
In the bathroom, in their bedroom. They had to redo the whole bathroom. So I think he was watching, and he knew. That's what I got out of it, because it was like after with the.
Oh, you mean recent? You mean recent?
Oh, yeah,
I didn't even think of it.
They recently redid the bathroom bedroom.
And she was and she specifically
That was
said
very recent.
some of these things are
sure.
right. Some of these things Spirit is can be looking at now, not just I'm not reading your past or whatever. This is whatever they're telling me. So to me, I was like,
oh, man.
That's the 17 and the plumbing. I was like, she's talking about, our dad there. He's I know what she's talking about. Obviously, the Mary or Marie was like, okay, there's mommy.
There's a ton of those. Yeah, that's hard.
Easy.
Sure, it's hard to narrow down.
The dog.
Well, mom thinks the dog was Gail's dog.
No.
Oh.
It may be. She may have that one too, but Gail's dog was white.
Yeah.
Yes, and I will tell you what freaked me out when I talk to John all the time, and when I had put my one dog down, and then the second one, I told them to go find him. And I told before when I was, in the vet, and we were putting them down. Of course, I'm sobbing and brokenhearted, and I told them, go find my brother. He'll take care of you. Go find my brother. And when she said he's got this little dark dog that was like sort of black but sort of brown,
Was that Amy?
Yes.
Talking about Amy?
Yes, it was Amy.
Amy.
And Stella was the brown one.
Yeah. So, Amy was the darker one. Yeah.
I was like sobbing. I was like, he's saying that he heard it and he got her.
When was that?
I don't know.
A couple years ago?
I can get up and go find I have their little ash.
No, that's all right. But what was it, a couple years ago?
Yeah.
At least 4 years ago. It was pre-COVID, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
2018?
It was during COVID because there was lockdown.
Oh, okay. 2019, 2020. Yeah.
Okay. So then this is the other thing about your wife, Gary.
Great.
I know. When she was talking about, this is what I was thinking. When because of COVID and she was having all the issues and stuff, I was thinking when she was saying about, everything that she said about who's going back and forth to the doctor, whoever this woman is that's watching over her was acknowledging that she was going back and forth to the doctor, that couldn't figure out what was wrong. She was having all these issues. So whatever little guardian angel she's got watching out for her saw and knew what she was going through.
Maybe, but we didn't, to be honest, but we didn't hit the doctors a lot during that when she was sick with COVID.
No, but it doesn't have
We were
to
like on lockdown for a month.
Right, but it doesn't have to be then either. It could be after when she was trying to figure out what's going on. But anyway,
that's possible. That's possible. That is an option.
The whole thing with, I don't know if the T name, I can
Well, what was it, Tom? What did they say,
Tim.
Tom or Tim? Tim. Do you know?
Was his best friend.
His best friend, right? That's what you said to me when you texted me.
I'm not going to go into that story because it's a really sad story. And it's connected to so many things that I can't say, that I won't say right now. But
some people think you guys look alike in the chat, by the way. We're getting a lot of they look. You guys you see it.
I'll tell you a funny story. But
you got to knock your tooth out, though, Captain.
You got to knock the tooth out, then you look just like me.
Knock your tooth out, then you'll be identical twins.
She's going to tell you the story about when I did the Christmas Carol, and I put a wig on, and I looked just like my mother.
Well, there you go.
I'll sum it up before she goes on a long-winded rant about it. It was that simple. I played the Ghost of Christmas Present.
He was the scariest Ghost of Christmas Present, which is so fitting for him. But he looked. People thought it was me. Yeah.
That's funny.
No,
all right, sorry to interrupt. I want to acknowledge the chat every now and again on these lives. Make sure they know that we're there for them.
Hello, meows. Hello, meows. Okay.
All right, so go ahead. So right, so where'd you leave off? You're talking about the
all right.
doctors. That could be the thing. Mhm.
Well, that was just that. The whole part with what's it? To me, I got it probably maybe before you. When you were texting me about the weather vane in the barn and the water, I'm like, he's watching over your kids.
Well, yes, I knew that. That yes,
Like,
for
oh
sure.
my goodness, I sensed that because that would be so him, you know.
Yeah. Well, the water was freakier than the barn because because at the time, remember, this is my first time sitting with her, so she brings up the barn, and I had posted pictures. I did now. First of all, my personal account is private,
Right.
so online, so you can't see it, so no one can see it. But I had posted pictures of my kid on a horse, in school.
Right.
So that was like, well, maybe that's a possibility. Maybe there's access to that, but the water I had not,
Right.
and that's a big part. Like that was brand new at the time, and it's a lot of water and a lot of time in the water. So it's
and just to stress this, let me stress this point with the whole watching over and all this. Growing up, I spoke to probably Uncle John more than like everybody, just because of the fact that I was always bumping into him. I think a lot of the times he was following me around or checking where I was. He really, like, I mean, I'm talking about hanging out at a friend's house. He would show up, at the pizzeria. He would show up, he was just always there. And there were so many times where I was like, all right, he's got to be watching me. He's got to be seeing what I'm doing. Cause I was into some wild stuff, hanging out 100%. So that's him. That's what he would do. He was definitely just that protector, that watcher, that, strong overall presence. And I can attest to that. It wasn't like, family says, oh yeah, they're this. No. This is the way this man was. Like, would drop everything he is doing just to make sure that A, B, and C is done. And A, B, and C was his family. So he was like that. Yeah. So anyway, I had to just, throw that in there. Stress that point since we're talking about this now.
It's definitely true.
Keep going. Okay. This is good stuff.
These are my notes. So the part
good notes.
About the battling religion, I agree with what you said. I mean, me and John took you to the church with a candle. You were like 5 years old and we had you baptized. But
we got stuck.
I also think
secret baptisms.
The secret baptisms getting here now.
This just in paranormal news. Boy is kidnapped by mother for a secret baptism in the Catholic Church.
I know. So funny. But
so insane.
He battled with a lot of stuff, and there was one point where I know within himself, and I know this because he wrote a letter, and Mommy has it, with him battling in his own self about God and his faith, and he felt like he finally was up on some mountain and he found God. And to me, that was very significant for that. I know what you believe and you believe or you don't believe, but this is my own feeling. So there you go with that. When she was talking about the tattoos and like Danzig and the Misfits and the skull and the whole thing, I was like, oh my gosh, the images. And she's talking about an angel, I think. I was like, yes, because he was sleeved. He had like heaven and hell. And the whole back thing. I think you both have the back thing, but his was.
I have like an angel up here.
Okay, and the tattoo place was quite a famous one, and this guy. He had so many friends that he hung out with that were like celebrity people and friends, and the skull. I don't know if I can even say it on here. Can I? No, not about the.
What?
Yeah.
The Hell's Angels?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Why can't you say it?
Why can't you say it? You can talk about all that. It's fine.
Okay, and they were.
He's dead, dude. You can talk about his tattoos.
Yeah. Right, and they were very. He had dear friends, and was always with them, and they were awesome. The most.
His funeral was in a way, if you remember how hilarious it was, where you saw leather cuts on one side, and then you saw like the Goodfellas bowling shirts on the other.
I remember. Yeah, but I remember we went to help him move one time, and poor Richard, he picked up John, and two of his little Hell's Angels friends and help him move. And he gets these big guys get in the car, and they're like teddy bears, and they're so sweet and so awesome. And like they helped him do all this stuff. But the skull on the gas tank, is like that's their thing, So anyway, that's what I thought of those awesome guys.
Right.
So
he also had skulls adorning everything. If you don't remember, his toolboxes, his guitars. I mean,
well, yeah,
they were everywhere.
The skull thing at that time, though.
It was
let's
big.
face it. Look, dude, I got skulls. We got fucking skulls everywhere. Like everything is skulls, dude. I got a goddamn skull on my iPad, on my earpod case.
Oh my gosh, I love skulls. Can I tell you why I love them, skulls and skeletons? Because total different perspective from an art perspective. I think they're like an armature, like God's armature, and he creates all of these people, and to me they're beautiful. I look at them, they don't scare me. They're like, wow, that's amazing. Underneath of everybody is different because of the armature.
Yeah, that's the same. I'm pretty sure I heard Jeffrey Dahmer and Ed Gein say that, and as they made bowls out of their skulls.
I'm like Psycho, probably, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you're right up there with them. You're right up there with the psychos.
This just in.
This just in. People who love skulls are psychopaths.
If Charlie,
don't look at Mama Santa's fridge.
I know. Come over for dinner.
Look at all my collectibles.
A new cookbook by Mama Santa.
Made from real puppy skulls. We're breaking out the good china this Thanksgiving.
The spode's coming out.
Oh my God.
All right, let's see.
Yeah, but we all love skull. Like anybody who likes rock and roll or something has a thing for skulls, right?
Italian in you, the whole memento mori. It's like it's not a scary thing. It's sort of a respectful thing. I don't know.
But he had a lot of the classic. But he had a lot of the classic, almost cliche symbol tattoos, right? The angel and the panther claw, and I don't think the barbed wire thing was his generation. I think he just missed it. But if it was, he would have had it.
He would have.
You know what I mean? If it 10 years later, that he would have had a barbed wire tattoo, like one of those guys.
He would have.
There wasn't a lot of originality artwork in the tattoos he chose.
Mm-mm.
You know what I mean? Like, let's be real.
No, and the artists who did them too were pretty cool for that genre of what they did. They were like the best of the best too.
Yeah, sure. I used to go to Joe's in Mount Vernon.
It was fun. Yeah, but they were fun. So anyway, that's most of my notes.
That's good stuff, man. That's wild. I didn't know a couple of those things, and that's really good connection, right? You forget about. And it's so stupid that I didn't put the JS initials together. It's like in the moment you don't realize like how many JS initials we have in the.
I know it's like hello.
You just don't see it.
I know.
It's pretty wild though, right? Yeah. That's something. Look, guys, like Catherine Nadal. Again, you can go into the link tree in the Splintered Spirits bio. You should get a reading from her. I mean, it's good. It's a different kind of thing, and it's the way she approaches it. And I don't know, maybe it'll hit you in a way that. But and you know what she's great about? She's always says, "Give it a minute." Think about it.
What I like about her is that she doesn't fish. She's not like throwing things out and fishing, because there's a lot of slimy charlatan people that they're just, come on, it's not real. It's
clairvagueness, as we've learned. It's called clairvagueness.
That's a good one, clairvagueness. But
Walmart
and
mediums,
Yeah, and she's not. She's, you could tell she's coming from a place of respect. Number one, which I really like, which is also the reason I'm proud of you with what you do with, even in the cemeteries, cleaning the gravestones. It's a huge respectful way that you go about it, and you should be proud of yourself with that too. But yeah, I liked her. I like the way she goes about it. I like how she puts it out there, and she doesn't fish. It's like, this is what they're telling me. This is what I'm seeing. This is the way I'm seeing it. And, take it, write it down, and chew on it later.
Yeah, that's what she said. That's what's wild too, right?
Yeah.
Like she said that. Like, you're probably not going to know it now. Mm-hmm. Think about it. Let's see if anything comes to you. Talk to people. See what's up. But yeah, so that episode, guys, we just redropped it with video. It's almost like 3 times as long as the original that I dropped, but it's up there on wherever podcasts are. You can watch it. It's a good one. Really get to know her and see what she does. And again, get yourself reading. Kathy, thank you for jumping in.
It was
Thanks,
fun.
Yeah.
You guys.
All right, I'm gonna let you go.
Okay, I love you both.
I love you too.
Love you too.
Love you. Mia.
Well, let me say goodbye to you and go about your day. I will talk to you later.
Yeah.
Later, Mom.
Bye.
Love you.
Love you too.
Can you disconnect me?
I can. It's the awkward part of all video conference calls when everyone's looking for the hang up button.
Yeah. Take off.
It happens to everybody.
Yeah.
So that's pretty wild. I mean, it's good.
Yeah.
She pointed out a couple extra things. It's you didn't know about it, but it's just a good episode for people to check out. And it's I'm slowly redropping there's 3 Kathy episodes. So hopefully we've got so many episodes now, like it's crazy. But hopefully by the end of the year, I think all 3
We'll be out.
will be redropped with video for everyone to see, and they're fun ones because she really calls out some stuff. Except for you, it was about the spirits that are around you that bombard and block her from getting in.
Well, that's the thing.
We need new access.
It was so wild. Like, and she was adamant that this was my past when I was a teenager, like all this stuff. And for whatever reason, that's how it was coming across to her, right? But as she's saying it, I'm like, wow, I'm not going to say it yet, but wow, she's talking about this place. She's talking about this place. She's talking about this place. She's bringing up this. I'm like,
She really called it. But it's like to see my sister do that and point out, I didn't know about the swings. I was too little for that.
Yeah, I know. I wasn't even around yet.
And I didn't connect the plumbing thing, which was a big, nag fest and story, to hear about. But that could have been that too, right? I mean, it could have been. I can't think of another plumbing thing, and that's recent if he's watching. That's wild. She's so good. She's so creepy.
Yeah.
It's just so weird, dude.
Yeah.
It's so weird.
It would make sense.
This just in, ghost brother of the ghost brother of someone's watching over him and his children.
Yeah. I mean,
keeping
listen,
tabs on you at all times.
Yeah, all times. Listen, it makes sense with his personality and the way he is, right? Like it just does. Like it's not like a part of me knew that if Kathy was legit, this would have happened. This was going to get brought up. He's a major death for the both of us. Right. He's someone that, I still, dude, I don't know if this happens to you, but there are times like on Christmas, I sometimes catch myself going, oh, where the hell's Uncle John? Because of how late he always was to things. And then it's like, oh, that's right. He's dead. Like you just, it's like, so like, it makes sense. If she wasn't legit, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Let's just put it that way. Right. I mean,
very true.
It's so true, and it was wild.
It's a good one. It's a good one, and you guys can all hear that full reading now.
And
where are you, dude? Where are you?
So right now I'm at the cottage. I'm actually in one of the cottage rooms currently, and I'm about.
This is in Sleepy Hollow.
This is in Sleepy Hollow. Yep. And I'm gonna head out to the
spooky season.
It is spooky.
What's the
season.
city like? What is the city like? That town like right now? It's got to be going a little crazy.
All headless horsemen.
Sure.
There's just headless horseman stuff everywhere. It's
do you think the kids growing up in Sleepy Hollow, if they decide to be the headless horseman for Halloween, they get picked on? It's like, well, so unoriginal, Jim.
Yeah,
it's
right. I don't know. That's a good question.
I mean, or do they have to do it, or like, is it just part of?
But I also think that this day and age, half of those kids don't even realize. Like the legend status of that. To them, it's probably like,
it's the only American monster, dude. It's the only American monster.
It's the original American monster, dude. 100%.
The original American monster.
Yeah, and it's pretty wild. But going back to Kathy, if you take out everything that happened, everything, like we're talking about, she never gave us readings. She never said this. She never said that, and we just took her and we put her in the fireplace room. And that's the 3rd episode that you're going to release, right?
Yeah.
That episode is just like, I mean, she pegged Edward, you know,
Yeah.
like
She
got
can
him.
feel ghosts, man.
Yeah, like got him. Like
She
knew
feels
like, hey,
ghosts.
you know, so that was wild in itself. Right when she started giving details, and don't get me wrong, you could research these details. You could if you really wanted to.
Oh yeah, but dude, to know the stuff.
Yes.
Hold on. To know the stuff about your videos, you have 2,000 videos, and it was, and by the way, again, between my reading with her and then booking you at that moment was like 2 days.
2 days.
3
There's
days.
no way she would have been able to cram all that research. And
I met her first before I even said who my partner was to say we're doing this thing. So she didn't know.
And
this wasn't launched yet.
Yeah. Even if she did, let's say that, like, you know, she was able to fit whatever. You can't, you know, when you sign on and you go on TikTok and you watch my videos, you know, what isn't screaming at you in the face isn't Edward. It's not the undisclosed location. It's the headstone cleaning and the cemetery walks. And at that time,
yeah,
you know,
she didn't know. She didn't know any of it, dude.
She didn't know any
of it. We didn't have the podcast when we recorded those.
Yeah,
we were putting episodes in the can before.
That's right. That's right. We were all pre-production. Yeah, we were all in the pre-parts of it all.
Yeah, we didn't launch yet. We didn't launch till February, so these were prior to that. And then we had them in the can, and then we dropped them.
Then we dropped them. That's right. Yeah.
So
it's pretty wild. She's a great example of a real medium.
Yeah. She's a good one. We've had some good mediums on the show. She's Kathy's our medium.
Yeah.
That's what I say now. Like she's our, like I loved having. We've had a few mediums on the show. Yeah. Like we've had a couple authors and stuff. Sam Balchusis, who wrote the book over there on Sleepy Hollow, another book you can find.
Sam stayed here. Sam wrote about this place in his book.
Right, a lot of all the other ghosts. It's not just the Headless Horseman there, guys. So that was interesting, and Joni was interesting as a medium, and then Amy Belaski, of course, who's probably one of the most popular on social media. But Kathy is our medium because now she's just like I said, man. I can never go to another medium and have them say something. It's like, well, look, dude, you've been watching the podcast, you heard the reading, now you just play. Like I don't know how to trust it, you know.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do. So I'm cursed in that respect, guys. I'm a one medium guy. You know?
One medium guy. That's it.
One medium guy. And it's funny, you know, it's like when you talked about like with Andrea Perrin from the Conjuring House, who is so connected to spirits and aliens and interdimensional things. Like she doesn't consider herself, she never went down that road.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Here's
she doesn't
somebody
consider herself a medium at all.
At all. But here's a woman who could have gone down the road of, you know, I am the medium. I know how to talk to spirits. I can do this for you. I can do that for you. And she never did.
Yep.
Yeah, but she's like, yeah, I don't need to do that shit. I've already seen it and lived it. I'm not doing it.
Yeah,
It's weird.
So we haven't even put out this episode, and she wants to come back on and talk interdimensional stuff. So that's probably going to happen way down the line. I know she's going to get better. I fully believe she's going to get better. She's very positive with her diagnosis and how she's handling it. And I mean, she looked, dude. If during the interview, there's no way. If I saw that woman, I watched the interview, and we said nothing about her being sick, I wouldn't never even know.
Never would have known. She's on fire.
Yeah.
You know, it's wild too. And again, guys, this episode drops Tuesday with Andrea Perrin, and if you want to see it early, it is available to you for members only. So it's out there. The thing that's wild about it is she is unapologetic about her beliefs and doesn't care, and she says some wild stuff. Now, look, we always come from a place of belief. I certainly, you know, I have no reason to disbelieve. And she delivers it in such a fun way and such a heartfelt way in her belief system that if that makes her crazy and insane, then I don't want to be sane. Yeah. You know what I mean? I don't want to. It's just like, that's fine. She's very happy. She's doing it right. She has a great outlook on all things. And yeah, I'd like to get into it because there's I don't know how many other tracks. There's only one thing she's not interested in, and that's cryptids.
And that's cryptids.
She doesn't care about monsters.
Nope.
Right?
That's it.
She doesn't.
Or New York.
Yeah. Or New York.
Or New York. It's great.
Brian the Mod would have appreciated that. Finally, someone to get,
Yeah,
who's
yeah,
not a
yeah.
fan of New York.
Yeah, it's true.
But it's, well, I don't know if Brian doesn't like New York, but I'm saying she doesn't like New York, much like I goof on Pennsylvania.
Yes.
But
yes. She was just a pleasant person,
yeah,
too. Like,
just a pleasant person and great. But she talked about interdimensional as a thing, and here's the thing. Yeah, I mean, we got to have some follow-ups on this too, because
and she has to do her research too, because she even said it. She brought up my documentation about how my documentation with interdimensionals is well known. So she has to be a student of it. You know what I mean? Like, she has to be somebody that actually like pays attention.
I think she calls around too. I'm sure she does and calls around and took a look at things and watched some stuff and see what people say. You know, what I'm curious about, you know, talking about that house, right? She said it might be a portal, right? Like, why are there so many spirits at the Conjuring house all this time? And it's not all bad. It's something good and just misunderstood.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I love how she doesn't call it the Conjuring house. She calls it the farmhouse. I love that. That is just
so we can call it the farmhouse. I'm calling it the Conjuring house for people who are wondering what the hell we're talking about.
Yeah.
So when she's talking about this farmhouse as a portal of some kind, well then, I still feel we should burn it down for science, and let's see if it's a new structure would have the same ghosts.
Yeah.
Like,
that's what I wanted to ask her, but we just didn't have time. I wanted to ask her, hey,
we'll have to get her back.
Yeah, definitely. I want to say, hey, let's say everything goes south with the farmhouse, and you know Hoss isn't able to get it, and someone else buys it and goes, yeah, you know what? We're raising it. Yeah, we're raising it to the ground. That's it. We're building something new here. You know, I wanted to ask her, would you still think it would be haunted? I think her answer would be yes, just because we did touch on the woods a little bit. Because, guys, the Conjuring house, the farmhouse, is on 200 acres. It's on 200 acres, and there's a lot of woods. So I asked her about
that creepy story with the kids and the thing and the drown.
She got into that whole thing with the 10 kids that drowned and like all that. So, because I asked about the woods, I'm like, wait a minute. Everyone's always so focused on the Conjuring house. What about the rest of this property? You know, and she didn't get into details.
She said she saw God. She found God in the woods.
Yes. She said she found God in the woods. She said that all of her sisters, especially the one that passed away, had experiences in the woods. I mean, that's wild. I want to hit those woods so bad. So bad. I could care less about the farmhouse. I want to sink my teeth into the woods. You know? I think there's secrets in those woods.
Well, look, man, you know, I asked her this straight point blank, you know, is it when you hear her talk about this house, which took her years to process, which is what interests me. It feels a little Stockholm syndrome-y or battered wife syndrome. You know, it's why do you love this so much? It seems like a horrible place to grow up.
Yeah.
It really seems like a terrible place to grow up.
Oh, yeah.
Why? Why do you look back on it? But maybe that kind of trauma really does mean something. And maybe she really did figure out as you get older what these spirits are so frustrated about that were haunting her and why. But who am I to judge?
Well, she also said there was a lot of great.
She knows better than this.
She also said there was a lot of good experiences too with the spirits. She said it wasn't all bad.
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't all bad. And you know, she touched on the Warrens a little bit as well. And you know,
but again, that's what I'm talking about with battered wife syndrome, dude. Not all bad. It's like, I punched my teeth out, but the flowers are real nice. So it's you know, it's those kind of things.
Yeah.
You know, you gotta. It feels like trauma a lot.
Well, I also think
again, I don't know the woman. I met her one time. She seems like she's got a good head on her shoulders, and she seems like she did a lot of processing through her life. So, who am I to say she's this thing? She's clear. She's happy with it.
Yeah.
She's doing it. I'm happy to support what she wants to support.
I will say this:
fine by me.
Seeing her, you don't. If you've never seen her before, you don't think that that's who you're going to see. She is very vibrant and very it's like, wait a minute, you're from that house. Like you're what?
Well, it's what's funny. Well, let's look at our other guests, right? Like Joni Mayhan, who we spoke to, the author, you know, also feels that she's a ghost magnet with horrible experience, and you can see it in Joni's eyes. Like you can see Joni is really trying to cope with how to manage spirit being attracted to her and fight it off, and it's taken a toll on her in a way that is very different. And how Joni copes is very different with how Andrea copes, right?
Yeah.
I mean, so two wildly different perspectives on these stories. But again,
what was the last thing she said she was working on? Something. Do you remember what she said she was working on? She said she was working on something.
she's got.
Is it a self-help for people or?
No, well, Andrea's working. She's releasing she's got a podcast episode coming out. Let me tell you about that's.
I'm trying to remember what it was.
I'll tell you. I know. I wrote it down. And her podcast is called. Give me a moment here, folks. She sent me so many texts, which I love. It's like so great. Give me a moment here because I was trying to figure out the link to it.
Yeah, so
she's on KGRA podcast. It's called The World Awakening, and she was bringing in all the caretakers of the house to do an episode about that. So again, that's on KGRA. Her podcast is called A World Awakening, which she's going to be talking about it. But she believes that her next destiny is to survive this cancer, this brain cancer she has, and help other people fight cancer.
Yes. Yeah.
That is that is like what she firmly believes is her destiny. She's going to beat this thing, and then she is going to help others who have it.
Yeah.
As you saw in the video I just showed you, that you heard in reverb. But I promise you it's not in reverb when you watch the episode. That was just something that has to do with playback here. I don't know what that deal is, but just deal with it, guys. You can deal with the tech when we're live.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
I mean, you got it. You get the gist.
Yeah.
This just in, Paranormal News. Conjuring House is up for sale. Go to the GoFundMe link in the Splintered Spirits bio and donate 50 cents. 2 bits. Anything will do. Anything can help. But it's true, man. If help her out. Like, you don't have to give a lot, but it means a lot to this woman, and why not?
Well,
yes, Karina, there is a link in my bio. I've said it 100 times. In the link tree in our bio, we have a link to Andrea Perrin and to the GoFundMe that she wants to get through. You can now watch that episode early if you are a member to Splintered Spirits on both Spotify and YouTube. And I'll say it one more time for you folks. If you start to complain on, hey, why is Spotify cheaper than YouTube? Because you get more on YouTube. We might start doing sub-only chats. You get more stickers. There's more opportunities for live, for accessibility, so that gives you more. And if this starts to progress, we may start doing member-only episodes to give you guys stuff. So, but right now, the membership gives you an advance on these things. And I dropped 3 episodes to start you off.
So you get to see him before everybody else does.
You're going to see him before everybody else. Look, you're not going to see that Steve Parsons episode till November unless you sign up now, and you can watch it right now. And that's good. And if you want to learn something about ghost hunting before Halloween comes, well, you just might want to pay a little bit. Give a little money. See it. Yeah. But otherwise, you can wait. But it's there. We're not going to hold anything back from you.
Nope.
What time are you going to get started over there tonight?
Probably about 8:30, 9 o'clock.
All right.
I want to.
Are you going out
to jump in the shower because I like to shower after I do headstones, especially. A lot of grime flies all over the place. And then, yeah. I'm gonna be.
What about Netzel? Are you doing that today or no?
No, not tonight. Not tonight. He's traveling. Okay. Wherever he's traveling, he's got to travel like 3-4 hours. So, it's instead of stressing it out, him trying to get there on time, it's better just to skip it.
John, we got somebody, it's funny, just real quick to ask. He's saying, hey, thank you very much for cleaning the tombstones. This guy's on Insta. But I had a question. Isn't using an abrasive brush damaging to the stone? Thank you.
Yeah, so it depends on your definition of abrasive. I do not recommend using metal or steel.
Like an abrasive brush is a brush that uses a lot of strong language and words.
Yes, or yeah, exactly, or a brush that yells at you while you're doing it. I always say
that's an abrasive.
Yeah, you can use nylon or poly nylon brushes, right? But I always say scrub lightly. You have to scrub lightly. because you don't want to wear the stone down more than it already is. Most of these stones are already weathered. So I scrub very, very lightly. I scrub so lightly that sometimes the brush slips and I end up slicing my hand because, I'm not putting force down. So it's just fast movements. But yeah, no, you don't want to scrub it hard at all.
So you got that, Vince? Vince Fine Arts on Insta. Get yourself a nylon brush. Scrub easy. Be gentle. Treat it like a lady.
That's it.
Treat it like a lady.
Yeah.
What else? What else you want to tell the good people? This is a good episode. Good hour.
Yeah.
Lot to go through. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Got a lot
I
of
think
fun
that's
stuff
about
in
it.
October.
We got we got a lot coming out. And it's going to be crazy. It's going to be wild. So definitely,
guys, if you're watching on Santa Paranormal, be sure to jump over to Splintered Spirits and give us a like and a subscribe. We would appreciate you very much. It's been a fun hour today on Thursday, and on Tuesday, the Andrea Perrin episode. Unless you want to jump in sooner, you have it. It's free will, guys. Free will. You could do it.
You can do it if you want.
Do it.
It's going to be a great episode. It's going to be a great episode.
All right. Vince, we don't recommend using any spear boxes. That's not what we do with the tombstones, unless you're trying to say spirit box, which is John uses a variety of them, a variety of apps.
Just today, I used Transcend Theory and Ghost Tube Original.
Yeah. All right, folks. That is it for today's episode of Splintered Spirits. We thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you.
Our friends.
Yep.
We
appreciate you guys taking the time and watching. And we'll see you next Thursday. Wink.
You hear that groove? You got the groove going? Is the groove in reverb?
No, the groove is not.
Oh, the groove is working. Groove is playing.
That bass.
Oh, you got it. You know it. You love it. Splintered Spirits. You got it. You know it. Ghost. All right, folks. Have a good one. Thank you so much for watching.
Gary, I'll talk to you later.
I'll see you, bud. Be safe tonight. Adios. Well, that's it for another episode of Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Until next time, stay curious.
Someone when he passed was out of the country, or someone when he passed was traveling around the world or at a distance, because he talks about someone not being around or someone was on a significant travel when he passed.
Welcome to Splintered Spirits, a podcast hosted by me, Gary, and my nephew, John Santa, from Santa Paranormal, where I follow Johnny as he tries to prove his theory that ghosts are the fractured memories of the living. In this bigger, longer, and less cut version of episode 6, I met with a psychic medium, Kathy Nadal. Kathy is a certified medium with the Forever Family Foundation, a registered nurse, and a retired Army colonel. You can find her on Instagram at CatWitchNYC, and her books, Seeing More Than Clouds in Your Coffee, and She Danced by the Light of the Moon, can be found in the link tree in our bio and on Amazon. Kathy had her first psychic encounter at the age of 9 and has been giving readings and investigating paranormal activity for over 20 years. What you just heard was a snippet of a reading she gave me. In this extended episode, we're releasing 99.8% of that reading. I had to pull a couple of names to protect the living. With that said, I have a very limited personal social media presence, and what I do have is private. I can't for the life of me, bad choice of words maybe, figure out how she could have known these things that she knew. I don't fully understand what Kathy's got, but whatever it is, it has helped paint a better picture of what spirits are. Let's dive into the conversation. All right. So, Kathy, thank you so much for sitting down with me here. I think I told you a little bit about my nephew. And for the past 3 years, he has been building a fan base where he is literally, I guess I'm going to say literally, he's talking to spirits. He sets up through his phone an app that taps into the tech of it is the magnetometer on the phone can convert magnetic waves or fields into sound. These sounds are coming across as spirits that he is literally interacting with. I got your name from a mutual friend, Lloyd Auerbach, from Mr. Professor Paranormal himself, who was like, how do I, because I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. I'm trying to help him, my nephew, because he has a theory on what spirits are. And that theory is that that since energy can't be created or destroyed, and we all have like electrical synapses in our minds, when you pass, that energy is dispersed and your memory is attached to it. And that is what he thinks spirits are. Basically, these splintered spirits, these fragments, these memory fragments from the living. And that's what he's tapping into. Now, with that said, I have no idea what really that means. I don't know if he is, there's all sorts of things I'm learning about, like poltergeist agents, which are people who, they're not spirits, they're not apparitions or hauntings at all. They're people's own sort of, they're creating it somehow, telekinetically, these things that happen. Hauntings are apparently like imprints, like a recording of something. And then apparitions, which are what, I guess what we all as laymen would just call ghosts. And I don't know if he's doing it. So I want to first, Lloyd speaks very highly of you, and you're, as a medium who actually does have this gift and connection to spirits. But tell me, and, for anybody listening, how do you define a medium?
So thank you for having me on the show. A medium is someone like me that's able to communicate with those that are in the afterlife. So the afterlife are those that are passed on, family, friends of friends. As a medium, when I sit down for a reading with someone, I work in my way of working, which is the only way I know since I was a little girl. I'm clairvoyant, which means I can see spirit. I'm clairaudient, which means I can hear spirit. And that's how I work. So I either see spirit, hear spirit, and see and hear spirit, and I deliver the information. As I deliver the information, I say, does this make sense? And that's where we get the evidence of spirit. So it's interesting because I'm certified through the Forever Family Foundation, and that's where I met Lloyd Auerbach. And the Forever Family Foundation is a certified group which actually tests the mediums. And the reason why they test them is because they're interested in getting the evidence of spirit, which means we're not bringing through anything that's general. We're bringing through very specific information that is known to that person and was known in their life.
What kind of tests did they put you through?
So it's interesting. I actually sat for the testing in 2013, but just prior to that, my father, who was a very strict Roman Catholic, said, I want you to be tested because I don't want, you to say you can do this if you really can't do it. He said, I don't want anyone to ever call you a charlatan. And my dad actually worked for the Reader's Digest magazine for many years. And they had done a magazine, the whole spread on Houdini. And Houdini's life was going around and trying to, test these people to see if they were charlatans, and a majority of them were. And he was very frustrated with people calling themselves mediums because he didn't believe in it. And he said, there should be some way of getting the real information. So a good friend of mine, Suzanne Northrup, who's a very well-known medium, she told me, go over to Arthur Findlay in England, in Stansted, England. And I did. And when I went over there, I said, oh my gosh, I think I'm in the bottom class. There's only 9 people on the list. They put our names on the wall. And my roommate said, let's go down and look at the list. And she said, I'm on the same list. I said, oh my God, we must be in Beyond Basic. She said, no, we're in the top class. And I came back to my dad. I said, Dad, England said I can do it. And he said, I'm not satisfied. What do the Americans think of you? So, so I went
Of
back
course.
to Susie and Northrop, and I said, my dad's not impressed with Arthur Finley. And she said, well, then you need to take the test through Forever Family Foundation. But she was very, very honest. She said, listen, they're very tough. She said, so many people have tried out. Very few people get in. She said, you just have to work the way you work. It's your own gift and you know how you do it. So at the time, which was in 2013, we didn't have Zoom. We had Skype. And I had to do a phone reading for someone. And the person just said hello and goodbye. They didn't say yes, no, nothing. I just talked to them and then hung up. And then I logged on the laptop and it was Skype. So this person was sitting there and they say hello and deliver information. They don't say yes, no. They don't nod their head. They don't give you any gestures or anything. And then that happened for 4 or 5 people. And at the end, this different person got on and said, okay, well, if you pass the test, you'll get a letter in 2 weeks. So I called my dad and I said, well, I did it. That's it. We'll see if I get a letter in the mail. If I don't get a letter, then I didn't pass and we'll forget about it. And 2 weeks later, I got the letter. And I couldn't get to my phone fast enough to call my dad. And I said, Dad, American says I can do it. The America says I can do it, So my dad said, okay, then I'm okay with you doing that. So I wrote my first book and I released my first book and I started working with the public, which for me was a big risk because I was in the Army Reserve and I was an Army officer. I was an Army nurse. I was in the Army Nurse Corps. And I was very worried because I always had a high rank. And I said, Dad, if I start doing this, I'm going to have to tell my commanding officer. And he said, well, you better tell them the truth now. It's better to let them know now, So I would go and do a radio show or I would go and they wrote an article about me in the paper. And I would have to go say to my commanding officer, listen, I may or may not have been on a radio show, or I may or may not need to do a radio show. And all of these commanding officers, and the higher I went in rank, I ended up retiring as a full bird colonel. My commanding officer was a general. And every one of them would kind of like give me a half a smile. And then they would shrug their shoulders and say, okay, as long as I wasn't giving out any dark secrets of the military or any special operations we were doing, they were fine with it, So I was very happy that I didn't have any problems, with them stopping me.
Let me ask you this. When was the first time you had an experience?
So I was 9 years old. My dad and I used to go fishing. And we lived in Yonkers, New York. And my dad would take me down to Sheepshead Bay in Brooklyn, where his buddy was. And we would get in a rowboat and we would go fishing. And one day my dad said, we're not going to go to Brooklyn. We're going to go to Jersey. But I'm going to teach you how to go crabbing. And he was a very specific guy. He said, we're going to have a crab net. We're going to put the bait in. The net's going to go to the bottom. The walls open up. The crab goes in, takes the bait, and we'll pull it up. It was on a rope. And I said, okay, I got it. And there was a bunch of little boys on the dock that day. So my dad walked over and he was kind of coaching them. And the minute he walked away, I heard so clearly, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. And I said, oh, I better pick it up. So I started pulling on this rope. And he turned around, he started marching back to me really quickly. And he was like 6'2", and I looked and I said, oh my gosh. So I launched it out of the water. And it was the biggest blue crab that day on the dock. And all these little boys came running over. And they were like, oh, wow, look at that, and my dad looked at me like, I defied him, but, I got the big blue crab and my dad ate the crab. But I said, I'm going to listen to that, and shortly after that, my dreams started to come true. I started to see very vivid dreams, all in color, and they started to be very predictive of the future. So I thought, geez, I'm best friends with my dad. I'll just start telling him about the lady across the street. And then I think the lady across the street's going to die because she was standing out of her wheelchair, and the cat that is already in heaven, the cat came running up. So, this is what's going to happen. And my father said, no, 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 we don't do this. We're Roman Catholics, shut that down quickly. And a matter of hours of me telling him about the lady across the street in the wheelchair, the daughter came over and said that she had died the night before. And that's when he really said, you better knock it off.
So it sounds like your dad, though, was you're really your biggest supporter of all this. And really, you know what I mean? It really felt like, I don't know what my parents would say if I told them I was seeing, dead people. I think they'd be like, come on, we got to get him some help.
Yeah. Well, my dad was not a believer. But I realized the older I got, and after those people tested me, that he actually was becoming older himself. And I think what happens to people is when they're faced with medical problems, like my dad had gone through cancer treatment, my dad had a bad heart. I think you start looking at your own mortality. And I think my dad really wanted to know, where are we all going to go one day and what's it going to be like? So I think it was better and easier for him to become more open to me after I was tested, because it wasn't me saying I can do it. It was other people saying I could do it, and it was more accepting for him. But, the Roman Catholic Church still doesn't acknowledge what I do. So
No, they're the worst. Believe me, I grew up in that. It's horrible. What would you how many, for lack of a better word, how many cases have you worked on in your career as a medium?
I would probably have to say, I haven't counted them all, but it's probably a few thousand, maybe.
Oh, wow.
I've been working about 20 years now.
And would you say out of those few thousand, are they all legit? Or do you ever get called in, you're like, this is not?
Well, I have to say that all of my work is usually different. So in the past, I would have to say there was about 8 years that I worked up in Salem, Massachusetts. So I belong to a church in Salem, Massachusetts. My religion now is being Wiccan. I'm a witch. I'm a witch in a church with Laurie Bruno, who's one of the oldest Italian Stregas, which is an Italian witch. And for about 8 years, I worked with a warlock by the name of Christian Day. And during Halloween, we would get a license to do readings for 31 days. And that was really tricky because Halloween in Salem, Massachusetts is the Halloween capital of the world. So when people are coming for readings, they're coming for a psychic reading, they're coming for mediumship, whatever they want, we're doing the reading right there in kind of a very kind of a Halloween environment. And you have to realize some of these people are out 12 hours of the day walking around Salem, having a cocktail and having food and, dressed up in costumes where their eye is coming out and, all sorts of gory outfits and stuff that are going on. So we had a couple of tough situations in Salem because, people are drinking and whatever,
Right.
So those scenarios, every time we go in a public environment, even on my website, I advertise that this is for entertainment purposes only, because believe it or not, in the state of New York, it's still a real law that doing psychic readings or fortune telling is against the law.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, so it's still a New York state law. It's a very old law that's still on the books. So we have that on my website as entertainment purposes only because it's one of those old laws that's still on the books.
Right.
But people, that's one of the bigger things. When I'm in an environment that I can control, like a personal reading or a house party, I can't read for people that are, partying to the max.
Sure.
Because, Halloween was a different scenario.
What would you say Okay, and then I want to get into Johnny in a minute, but I want to ask you one more question just about your sort of.
I guess the other thing you were asking was paranormal investigations, where I've gone into locations. Is that where you were asking before?
No, they're just in general, like your cases and stuff. But I think, what I want to know in terms of for you, I just to get your background and your experiences and stuff, before I show you Johnny and see how that all relates, is what case, was there any particular cases that really sort of, can you talk about a specific case that really moved you and really was like, this is a different level?
For mediumship or paranormal?
Either. Like what was what were some, milestone cases for you or investigations you've done?
Yeah, I have to mention the spirit of Thomas Paine. That was really an amazing experience. I worked with Dan Sturgis from the Travel Channel. He's on a Paranormal Caught on Camera, and also Chance Kelly, who's the actor from American Sniper. And I was at the location called Thomas Paine, which is in New Rochelle, New York. And the minute I got out of the vehicle, they just turned their cameras on. And anything I said or anything I did was being captured by camera. And the historians to the facility were there. And it was a husband and a wife. And the wife was a believer and the husband was a skeptic, which we always love. We always love to have skeptics because, that's, not everyone's a believer. We try to see if they can, be there for the experience. And it was during that investigation that we actually had an audible sound outside, and it was caught on the sound system. Sound like a steel drum. It sounded like somebody that was hitting like a steel drum. Mm-hmm. And that's actually been captured. You can watch this whole thing on YouTube. The interesting thing about this is that when we got to the second floor, the floor in the facility had like a very different kind of a slant to it. And I kept saying like, oh, I feel a little woozy. I feel like I'm going to fall. And we stepped into one of the rooms. And in one of the rooms, I actually turned and said, oh, I have a woman here. Can I speak with the cameraman? And I always deliver a message if I have permission. And the cameraman was Chance Kelly, and he kind of like shrugged his shoulders like, he's like, okay, I guess, whatever. He's there for the experience. He wasn't really sure if he was a total believer. He's a historian. His focus is on studying like Manhattan Island and the history of the Hudson Valley and things like that. And I just started to deliver information about his mother. And I said, oh, I see her and she's wearing this 1950s sweater. And he's looking at me and he's okay. He's like looking at me. And at the end of it, he was like really kind of in shock. He said, I have to take this all in. I'm going to, sit with this for a while. And then he did the whole video and you can see it on there. But he drops in his editing pictures of his family and pictures of his mother with that 1950s sweater. And to me, it was so incredible because that wasn't the reason why I was there. The reason why I was there was to do this Thomas Paine investigation and talk about, the history and going back, into time. Sure. His mother's spirit was so strong that she was coming through to make sure her son knew that she was fine and to let the family members know that she was fine. And, she talked about happy times in her life and being a young girl and all that. And, after that production was done, that's what I talk about a lot because I was really surprised the strength and the power of the afterlife. She wanted to say hi to her son and nobody was going to stop her, And
that's amazing. You went in there to do this historical thing on a, and it winds up you're doing a reading on the cameraman.
Yes.
Because his mother came through. That's pretty wild. That is pretty wild.
And it was really very touching to me because of how she came through and how it meant so much to him. Like he was kind of in shock, you know. Every time I tell someone to watch that video, they always text me and say, "Oh my God," like, you know, like it's so incredible, you know.
No, I watched it. I did. You sent it to me. I watched it. It was great. And it is wild to see. And I think that's why I wanted to talk to you, because now I'm going to show you a video. So Johnny's got a big TikTok following, and he's got over 900,000 people, and he's been doing this thing for a while. But I think we need to start figuring out how and why and what he's doing. And I think one of those steps to either get us closer to figuring out if his theory about spirits is correct or what exactly is happening is to have someone who is a certified medium and is actually good at it and legit. Is he just first and foremost, are you feeling the same spirits he's talking to, right? Let me show you a quick video of him if you haven't really taken a look at it, of what he does. I'm going to share a screen with you here.
The other thing I have to say is when I do these paranormal investigations, I have no knowledge of their equipment. So when I go in and the paranormal team says, I have a spirit box or I don't have any knowledge of their equipment. I just go in to do what I do.
That's even better. I don't want you to know what their equipment is. So or his equipment. So this is what this video had like 7.5 million views. Give me 1 second. I'm going to put it up. All right. Do you see that?
I do. Okay,
so I'm going to hit play. Hopefully you can hear it. So what he'll do in his free time, one of his live, and this is always live streamed. He posts these after he does a live stream if he captures something. He'll go and volunteer at local cemeteries, usually the oldest part of the cemetery, and clean the gravestones, and then he'll have conversations. So here's something that popped up when he was doing it. Here we go. Can you hear that?
She was sick.
Yeah.
Yes.
No,
How did you get here?
Oh, I got dropped off. Saw this little one's grave and decided to clean it.
Murdered.
Murder? No, I won't get murdered.
I want to.
Now, why would you want to do that? I understand you're angry, but come on now.
She was sick.
Yeah, I know. I know, you're upset. You're angry about it. I know.
Need some more water.
I know.
Anyway, that's that video, where it's like, that's sort of the gist of a lot of the things he does.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes they'll make fun of him for being fat. They'll go, John, you're fat. They'll say these things, and he's like, come on, why you got to make fun of me? Well, I'm trying to clean your grave. I'm doing a good thing. And I mean, it's ridiculous what's happening, but he's getting a following and he's working it. And he himself is he's a proclaimed atheist. He's very skeptical of it. He doesn't know what it is,
Mm-hmm.
but it just keeps happening to him. Now, when you see something like that, what does your gut tell you?
Well, the first thing, not even seeing it, but hearing it, it sounds like I could hear it. Some of it sounds clearer than some other stuff. It's very random though. What I'm hearing is like random stuff. Like it said murder, and then it says she was sick. So to me, what I hear is two different things. And I don't know, I have to separate my conscious mind to my subconscious mind, but those two things don't match, right? So was she murdered or was she sick? It may be interesting that my theory, from what I've seen of your nephew, is he may have spirits that are following him. So it's not just what's on the app, but spirits that are around your nephew maybe communicating with the app?
He's got that. That's again, I mean, maybe. I mean, it's certainly a possibility with all the things he does. There are certain spirits that he has regulars. There's like one spirit in his basement of his building. So he lives in a building in Portchester used to be an old hospital in the 1920s for the Spanish flu. There's like an incinerator room downstairs. It's really creepy. And there's a spirit down there that is angry. And it's just sort of always making fun of him. He's always got something nasty to say. We have a lot of fun. And it's kind of funny because like my nephew's not afraid of anything. And he goads it. Like he goads the spirit. He calls it cupcake all the time. He pokes at it. They like go at each other. And I've been in there and it's like, and I've done this kind of a Zoom with him and an interview with him. And the spirit's like, you know, John is poor. And it's like making fun of him when Johnny's talking about what he's doing for money. And it'll just say like, I have this on tape. And it's, you know, I could tell you with 100% certainty, this is not some pre-programmed thing. He's not pushing any buttons. It's not rigged. Now, if you lock in the definitions of psychical activity, right, to apparitions, hauntings, poltergeists, into those three boxes, I'm wondering, you know, is hauntings sort of fit into what his theory is, right? These imprints, like these things that have been somehow energy has been trapped in this space, in some sort of quantum space where he is. But is he like AI somehow? Is he giving a voice to a haunting? Can he make a haunting interact with him? It's almost like he's bringing the haunting to life in a weird way for whatever. Is he some sort of tech medium or some gift? I don't know the answer to that. I'm making this shit up because I don't know this world at all, you know?
Well, I find it interesting because you said that the guy that hangs out in the basement, this guy that hangs out with your nephew in the basement, is it possible that he has another person that is unnamed that's maybe his spirit guide? Because if we have someone that might be an imprint, you know, like the haunting definition, where this person wants to keep making his presence known, maybe your son's spirit guide is the translator. So maybe the spirit guide is the one that's being able to bring through the information to the app.
Well, that's a great theory. Let me ask you, okay, if you were to sit
like spirit guides, like some people say, what's a spirit guide? And I always say to people, well, do you feel like you have a guardian angel? And they say, oh yeah, I definitely know I had a guardian angel. Guardian angel and spirit guide are sometimes considered like synonymous, like it's the same thing. So if your nephew has a spirit guide, maybe the spirit guide is the one that's being able to translate those messages for this haunting spirit.
Kathy, what would be the first thing you would do if like you were to if you were to sit with Johnny in this basement to see if one, there actually were spirits there that like the ones that are speaking and you could sense them, or what would be the move? What is it that how would you have to prep for something like this?
I think the best thing is if I were to meet him, I would say no devices. Let me just sit with you and see what I get. No devices. And then bring through information about his life, maybe a psychic information about his life, maybe mediumship, you know, validating people in his life that he knew that are past. That might be helpful, but no devices. This way he could validate. Even being a skeptic, someone could say, yes, I did have that person pass away. Just factual stuff. And then meeting with him and turning on the devices, if they're phones or apps or whatever, and then asking, you know, have him talk to it and say, what do you want to say to Kathy? Because those spirits don't know me. And if, you know, I never, you know, my intention is always good. When I do paranormal investigations, I don't poke the bear or anything. Some of these shows on TV poke the bear, you know, I don't do any of that. I go in very respectfully and all that. But it would be interesting to see their take on me. You know, do they see me as a friendly force? Or do they see me as somebody that shouldn't be around Johnny? You know, like maybe I'm a threat to Johnny.
I would like to see, though, as well, maybe you said this, but almost just you in the space before the devices to see if
Yes.
if you're getting a vibe,
Yes.
right?
Yeah. Yeah. And also without the devices outside of that environment, because I've done paranormal investigations where if you take someone, like let's just call your nephew the lightning rod, right? He's the lightning rod. We put him in the space where that activity is always happening. If we take your nephew out of that space and put him in the front yard or in the park down the street, he's still a lightning rod, but is that activity following him to the park or in the front yard? Or is that activity just staying in the basement?
Kathy, what do you think spirits are?
Well, I think I tend to believe that when I go to a paranormal investigation, I'm able to talk about things that happened 100 years ago. I'm able to communicate with spirits, and it's been caught on EVP of someone from 100 years ago. I did an EVP session they still have from the Merchant House in New York City, and it's very specific information because I said, what do you do on a Sunday? And you can hear the woman say, I cook, I clean, with a very high-pitched voice. And they have that EVP. The thing about that that's so evidential is that the Merchant House family had staff working with them from Monday through Saturday. The only day that there was no working staff was Sunday. So the woman that was the homeowner to the Merchant House had to do her cooking and cleaning on a Sunday because all the staff were gone. So they talk about that at the Merchant House all the time. And I was the medium that was able to bring through that EVP. So if I'm able to communicate and we can get a very clear EVP from someone who lived 100 years ago, I believe more that their imprint, like we talk about, has stayed in that environment. I'm not of the background where I send people to the light. I don't. You know, if they want to stay there, let them stay there. You know, this is where they found their home. That's where they consider it home. I don't send people to the light. Some people do that. I don't. I'm just there to acknowledge them, you know, to send messages for them.
But do you think that apparitions or spirits are standalone sort of things where they are floating around, or are they imprints, like they are stuck to this location? And Lloyd would describe a haunting as an imprint, like it's a recording. Like if I took a video of you and I just put it on a loop in this place, that's what's going on. It's like that energy is stuck there, and that's what it could be.
To that location.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
But that's why I'm bringing up the basement with your nephew, because if that is a haunting and that person stays in the basement, that spirit stays in the basement, that would be more of the haunting because that's the imprint.
Right. But Lloyd would say that you could not have a conversation with an imprint because it's like it's a loop, right? You can't talk to the recording of a movie. It is what it is. Like what is happening is it's happening.
Yeah. But the EVPs are being recorded. So that's spirit activity. That's communicating with spirits. That's why we're able to get the EVP.
So it's like, what is the connection then? Do you think, like, do you think spirits are standalone ghosts floating around, you know, like they are? I'm using the word floating around. I just don't know what else to say, but I'm just, you know, they're floating around ghosts. Or is it more likely that it's this energy that's, you know, been that lands in places that is formerly important to them somehow? Or is it a combination of both? What have you discovered and what do you feel it is?
My experience, and I mean, I'm not at the level of Lloyd Auerbach. He's a subject matter expert. My experience as a medium and doing paranormal investigations is I have seen both. Okay. So I've seen the ghost that's there and then it's not. Like I actually saw that in a home where I literally saw someone who looked like, you know, wrapped in like orange robes and stuff. And I'm like, oh my God. And like nobody else saw it. You know, it was like right there, solid. It didn't, you know, it was like right there and then it wasn't, you know, and that to me is more like ghost. The other stuff where I did a paranormal investigation at the Chance, which was a rock and roll club in Poughkeepsie, I literally went down to that basement. I told them all about a fire that had gone on. I told them about a wall behind a wall. All of this stuff was validated. That to me is more of the imprint stuff. It's me coming in many years later and talking about something that I can see as if it was still happening. Nobody else can see it, obviously, but I can go right to the wall where something happened. That to me is the imprint stuff. So I think it's a combination.
Well, I think then the thing that I would love then is to see one in these spaces where Johnny is having conversations with spirits. Are you connecting with any as well on your level, you know, versus how he's doing it? And if those two things match up, well, that just takes us to another level in what we're talking about. If they don't match up, well, then that will then take us to a different path of what is happening that we could try to figure out.
I agree.
But either way, I think I would love to have you, if you're open to it, go to one of these locations and sit with him, and so we can narrow down, you know, and use a process of elimination to figure out what the hell is going on with him and this, to see what, and try to figure out and maybe put a label of some kind on what spirits are and how he's communicating with them.
Yeah, I agree. I can't speak to the apps because I have no knowledge of any of that stuff, but I would be very interested in doing it plain with no and then with, because I think the comparison of that would be very telling.
So do I. And Kathy, thank you so much. I mean, this is really enlightening for me. I'm going to be thinking about the reading you gave me, and probably in the fetal position, and when things start to come and when I discover what they really mean, hopefully, as they hit. But it was really fun, and it's crazy. I mean, it's really, this whole world to me is like, if you had asked me 3 months ago before I started getting into it, then I'd be like, you guys are all nuts, and this is crazy. And then the more I'm with him and how it's going, it's like, oh my, what is going on? And who's to say what's going on? And why is it happening? And I don't know. I'm finding a lot of interesting connections here that normally I would not have seen before. So, all right. You and I are definitely going to stay in touch.
Okay, great.
This has been great. That's it. That's all I got.
All right, great.
I mean, thank you so much, Kathy. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what goes on. I'm like excited about it because I think it's interesting. I think the whole concept is interesting. I think that's probably why he has a lot of followers, because a lot of people are hungry for knowledge. You know, it's another realm we don't know enough about. So to be able to watch it in real time happening to someone, you know, that maybe a skeptic himself, you know, it's just, you know, people feel that way. You know, a lot of times we may feel we believe in something and then we're not sure if we really do or not. And I think that's what's going on with your nephew right now. I think he wants to believe, but he's not sure what's going on.
He believes it's something. He just doesn't know. You know, he's like, look, these are spirits. They're talking to me. This is what they got to be. It's great. Anyway, you're absolutely right. Kathy, thank you. Thank you. Now let's get into the reading. I'm sort of preparing myself mentally for by the way, this would be my absolute first reading I've ever gotten, ever. I've never done this before.
Okay.
I'm very nervous about it.
No, don't be nervous. I just want to make sure that my phone is volume off. That's fine. Okay, good. All right. So as you know, my name is Kathy. We're going to do a combination reading just to demonstrate psychic and mediumship. I know this is your first reading, like you said. I'm just going to explain to you the difference between psychic and mediumship. Psychic is past, present, and future, which means it's your life, past, present, and future. And then when I do mediumship, it's going to be connecting with those that are in the afterlife. I always say it could be friends, family. It could be friends of friends. It's like you walking into a wedding and you're there for the bride, but there's other people there for the groom. So anyone that's connected to you in some way could step forward and say hello or to send you with a message for someone else. So that's just how it works. Okay. So I always tell people, you can take notes now or you can take notes after the recording, but I'm going to talk to you as if you're taking notes. So we're just going to start out the reading with you creating a timeline. I just want you to draw a line from the left side of the paper straight across to the right. And in the middle of that line, just have you write the year we're in right now, which is 2024. To the left of that, I just want you to write 2021. And to the left of that, I want you to write 2017. When you come back to 2024, to the right of that, I want you to write 2027. Before I do the connection with the computer, I do a meditation. That meditation is just for me to connect with you. And as much as I want to focus on where we are right now, in my meditation, I kept seeing 2021 and I kept seeing 2017. And it was kind of like I was wrestling between the two, but I really want to go back to 2017 with you. So I know people say like they can't remember what they had for breakfast today. I really kept seeing that as being very important to where you are right now. So going back to 2017 is literally going back like maybe 6 or 7 years ago, or maybe a little bit longer. And I really felt strongly about going back to that period of time. It's being highlighted on your timeline, but it's being highlighted on your timeline being connected to where you are right now. And it's being shown to me as like a change. It's you going through a change, but it's also a very personal change. So if we were to go back to 2017, you might have to do a review after the reading, but it really feels like you were kind of going through a personal change. Maybe other people weren't aware of it, but it feels like you're going through that again right now. So between 2017 and now, feels like I want to draw a bridge between the two. So it's a personal change that you're going through. People may or may not know about it, but it really feels connected to how you see yourself and what direction you want to be going in. And part of the importance of this is that energetically, I feel like you're wrestling with it in some way because it's not completely changing you as a person, but it's changing how you see yourself or how you want to see your future. So if you go back to 2017, you may remember seeing you in your life doing something where you were really deep involved in looking at who you are as a person or what you really wanted personally. When I go back to 2021, which is literally just going back 3 years ago, I feel like there's like a discovery about people around you. Because what I see is I see like an unveiling. It's almost as if you saw certain people or certain people showed themselves to you in a very different way. And it's either to enlighten you and to draw you towards them or to enlighten you and to withdraw you from them. And I feel like you may remember this, or you can look at this at the end of the reading, but I do feel like 2 significant relationships in your life did change, and it was around that period of time. So it's either the behavior of others or the direction and the behavior of others, but it goes back to like the 2021 feeling for me. So I just want to take a minute here, stop, and reflect with you. And when all my readings, I always say, does this make sense? Just say yes or no. So if I go back to 2017 and I talk about that energetic change or that personal feeling of change, can you understand that on your timeline?
I would really have to put some thought into it. I mean, I can think of changes earlier in my life, personal, not necessarily 2017, but a few years before.
Okay. So,
Or, but go ahead.
but were there personal changes that you would have changed so that you were living that life in 2017, or you felt the change where you were living that change in 2017?
I mean, I can only think of I went through a real big professional change in 2014, 2015. And I certainly had a bit of I wouldn't say I changed my life too much, but I did have I was questioning we'd probably call it a midlife crisis, but it was probably still around 2014, 2015. A little closer to that than 2017.
Okay. So I just want to stay around that period of time. After the reading, go back and look at those individual years, because it may be a project that you got pulled in on in 2017. That was the catalyst of you making that change. But it does feel very personal, like a wrestling thing. And I feel like you're going through that right now, where you're wrestling with yourself over what you want to bring on and what you don't want to bring on in your life. But it does feel very personal, like you may not be sharing this with a lot of people. So do you understand that?
I think I understand what you mean. I don't feel like I'm struggling with any sort of identity issues.
Not identity, but it's more like what you feel like you want to bring on or bring into your life. So it's more like a personal thing. Like, do I want to let go of this? Do I want to bring on more of this? It's more of that. But it's not just work. It's like people and your personal stuff in your life.
I have to. Well, look, I feel like I go through that constantly.
Okay.
I feel like I do go through a constant evaluation of, as my kids are getting older, what it is that I want to be doing, where I am, as a 50-year-old, sort of stay-at-home dad with the, producing on the side. I used to be a career executive, and for the past decade, I've been doing this on my own. It's I've switched roles with my wife, really. She's got the office job. It's just sort of like it's always a question of, am I making the right choice? It tends to revolve around professional, and am I hanging around with the right people to get me there?
2021, do you see the unveiling or the change in at least two people?
So I'm trying to think about 2021, and that would be... So let's see, COVID was 2020, that summer. Trying to think about where I was in 2021 and what really changed. I have to really think about it. Nothing stands out to me.
Okay.
As
all right. So I'm gonna leave this part.
Okay. No.
Because that's how I do my timeline. And a lot of times people go back and they review it and then it hits them. So I'm just gonna leave that part of your timeline with you.
2020 was quite significant for us. So I mean, it's like as it was for many.
Yeah, but the key to it is changing relationship with two different people.
Okay. All right. I have to just think about it.
Okay. So that's the piece of it that I'm looking at.
Okay.
And it's kind of interesting because even in my meditation, I kept feeling very connected to the afterlife. So as I start connecting with people, we'll have to place where they are. I have two women in spirit. One of them comes through in a very big motherly way. she connects with you, but I also feel like she connects with your wife's family. She's very much like this, like she wants to touch her hair or fix her face. And she comes through in a very motherly way. Okay. So this would either be identified as someone who's like a mom to one of you or is a mom to one of you, but she's very much about fixing her hair or doing this kind of fixing the hair. She also talks about someone who has a D name or a first name with a D in the family. So do you understand the woman that is fixing her hair or just wants to make sure her hair or her face is fixed? She's also coming through with a medical problem. She talks about bouncing around between doctors or feeling like she's bouncing around to doctors. She's showing me symbols for medical problem, like having more than one problem. So either she goes to one doctor and then they make her go to another doctor, or she goes back and forth comparing things. But she does talk about having a medical problem. She also talks about getting her blood work checked, or her blood work needs to be checked, or people are talking about her blood work. So could you identify who she is for me?
I'm trying to think. So, I mean, I'm just trying to think of those women in our lives who maybe this person is passed, is what you're saying.
Yes. So either your wife's family or your family. I have a woman who's very much like when they do this, it's like they want to make sure that their hair is right or that they look presentable. And they would be known for that. Like, I don't want to run out the door. I want to make sure I look at myself in the mirror. She talks about the significant part of this is that she's not well, but it's a medical symbol where she's kind of bouncing around to doctors, or they're trying to bounce around and find out what's going on with her.
And then tell me again, she's talking about someone with a D name?
Yeah, well, she mentions that someone connected to you has a D name, like a first name with a D. And it's interesting because she talks about her stomach not being right, or she struggled with stomach stuff. But she does bring up, like, they wanted to talk about her blood work, or somebody wanted to make sure they checked her blood work. She really feels connected with your wife's family for some reason.
Well, that's it. Well, I mean, I have a cousin, Diane, whose mother passed.
Okay.
My aunt.
Okay.
I don't know. She had a lot of medical problems.
Okay.
Constant doctors.
Okay.
So there's a connection there. The sort of the nuance or the peccadillos of her hair, I wouldn't know that very well.
Right, it's fine. It's
but I
just
can find that out. I'll certainly check.
Yeah. Okay.
And then when it comes to my wife's family, I can't think of any D related names.
That's okay. So we'll leave that with your cousin. There's another woman that's signaling me for your wife's side of the family. And she's connected to your wife's side of the family, but she's a woman too. She calls herself a mom. She wants to mention your wife being a mom. She also talks about 3 children. So do you have 3 children, or does your wife have the 3 children?
Well, we would have the same children. We only have 2.
Okay. All right. So is your wife one of 3 children?
Her brother has 3 children.
Okay. All right, good. So let me just see where this is going. This woman is mentioning your wife. She's mentioning your wife being a mom, and then she wants to bring up the 3 children. So if the 3 children are connected to your mother, your wife's brother, is your wife and her brother not always talking consistently?
No, they're close. They're close.
Okay. So who's in the family stopped talking to someone that would be connected on your mom's side? I mean, your wife's side.
Who's not talking to who on that side? I mean,
she talks about someone that's not communicating anymore or stopped communicating in that family. And it's kind of interesting because she keeps showing me like she's writing. She wants to bring up your wife in a very big way. I don't know if your wife is supposed to be, your wife thought she was going to be a teacher or something in her early life or something, but she keeps saying she could have been a teacher. she's showing me like very pretty handwriting, that she's very detailed oriented, that she documents things very well. She's very like honing in on your wife right now. And she's very good at demonstrating or illustrating or teaching. She keeps wanting to do this with her, and she's very, very proud of her. She keeps bringing that up. Your wife had like a very different life in her earlier years, because she says that your wife made like a shift in her personality. So I don't know if she was very quiet in the beginning and now she's more social or outgoing, but she's very proud of your wife and like the change that she made personally. Someone's name is either a Michael or a Michelle, but she keeps talking about that kind of a name, like an M-I-C kind of a name like that, like a Michael or a Michelle. Do you understand what she means about your wife changing, like being quieter and now becoming more social or involved?
Well, my wife has always been, since as long as I've known her, very independent and driven and career. She's an agent, so she is quite meticulous, and she is also a social advocate for, gender equality.
Okay. Would you have known her when she was a little girl, like in school? All right.
No, I did not.
You might want to check in with her and see if she was quiet or like more reserved, because now she's talking about her being very social and very involved. She says that was like more of like a major shift or a change in her personality. So maybe as a little girl.
I feel like it's the opposite. Like she was probably more social than she is now.
Oh, as a little girl? I don't know. But she's talking about the shift, and she's very happy about what she has done with herself. There's something about teaching, demonstrating, or educating that she keeps focused on. So there's a big piece there that she keeps wanting to kind of bring up. Who's the Michael or the Michelle?
I have to think. I don't know any.
Okay.
There's a Michael who is my sister-in-law's ex-husband. The only Michelle I know is a friend of mine from high school.
Okay, so if Michael is the brother-in-law, that would be on your wife's family, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is where this lady is coming from.
He's been out of the picture for a bit.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Is there someone named like Josh or Jason? I keep seeing like a JS combination too.
In my life or in her life?
No, it feels connected with your wife. It's either a Josh or like a Jason. I see like the JS combined.
I like how my reading, of course, she takes over. She's taken over my reading all of a sudden. She's not even here. She's dominating every aspect of what I got going on.
Oh my gosh. It's so funny. I know when we can't control what comes through, just like I said, once you open that door, if someone is connected to you, they can come over. You'll have to check this out with your wife.
Yeah.
After the reading, just write all this stuff down.
I'm writing it all down right now. I'm taking notes. So I'll have to ask her.
Yeah, it's very interesting too, because I have a man on the other side who feels very connected to you. He wants to talk about having a significance to traveling over a bridge. He's an older man. He talks about working very hard, and there's a significance about going from one area to another, but there's a significance of a bridge. So either someone lived here and then worked there and they had to go back and forth over a bridge, but he feels very tied to bringing up the bridge.
Like a literal bridge.
Yeah, it's almost like I'm looking at like the George Washington Bridge. Like that's a bridge that goes from New York to New Jersey. He's showing me like a bridge like that. So either he's bringing that up, like he lived in this state, then he moved to that state, or he had to work in one state and live in the other. But he's bringing up traveling over a bridge that has a significance to it. He feels connected to you. He feels older than you. He feels family, okay? He feels like he's a hard worker, and he feels very like he's kind of, his morals are like doing things the right way, being the right way, saying the things the right way. He feels very tied to his morals.
What else do you get from this person?
It's kind of interesting because I get this feeling of, I just want to shake my arms out. I feel like there's either a stiffness or there's an athleticism, but I feel like I want to shift my arms out or shake my arms out with him, and I'm not sure why. He's got a little bit of restless energy to him. I feel like if he's going, he's going. If he's stopped, then he's like struggles with being stopped. This is someone that in his good days, he had a lot of energy. I do feel like he's he wants to defend people. He's very much being on what's right and what's wrong, like very particular about being right and what's wrong. Just very, the restless energy. He feels like, I want to say he's a mentor, but he also feels a little fatherly. He gives off this kind of protector, fatherly feeling with it. He also talks about, I don't know what this is. Someone when he passed was out of the country, or someone when he passed was traveling around the world or at a distance, because he talks about someone not being around or someone was on a significant travel when he passed. And that to me is like a very specific information. So he's talking about having knowledge of that, or that was around his passing. He also brings up the month of October as being very important. When they bring up a month, it's either someone's birthday, anniversary, or a passing. He's showing me the month of October. He also knows you, or he says he knows you. He talks about how sometimes you have difficulty with your back or your neck and your back because he puts his hand down what looks like an x-ray. He's showing me like a spinal cord on an x-ray, and he's putting his hand down this x-ray. So I don't know if you have those difficulties, but he's talking about neck and back discomfort on you, or maybe that's a previous thing, I don't know, but he's showing that to me. He also wants to bring up, I see like a little video camera, like a very quick clip. He's showing me a little boy on a swing. So I don't know if that's a video that you have of a little boy on a swing, or the little boy on the swing is you. I don't know, but I keep seeing a little clip of a little boy on a swing. And he also is very particular about things being done, because I'm hearing like a part of a conversation about someone having like plumbing work done, or it's like, if you're going to fix it right. I don't want to have to come and call you back. There's something about water damage or being worried about having a flood or something, but I'm hearing bits and pieces of a conversation about a frustration of wanting them to do it right the first time. And he's very big on people doing their job right. That's what he's showing me. He's joking around because he's I don't want to say picky or maybe a little frugal, but he's saying like he doesn't need a lot. I'm very simple. I don't need a lot. And he's being very particular. Like if he likes something, he likes it, but he's not just going to go or shop in a shop. He's being like very particular like that. Do you understand him?
There's a lot of things in there that feel that you hit on I have an older brother who passed.
Okay.
He's 10 years older than me. I don't know the swing thing. He could have been pushing me on a swing. Again, he was 10 years older than me. I could have been little.
Okay.
But I was out of the country when he passed. My birthday's in October.
Okay.
Those were definite specifics. But yeah, I found out about it. I was away on vacation out of the country.
Okay.
He was very protective of both me and my sister. I have an older sister. My sister's the oldest.
Okay.
She's 12 years older than me. So, and he passed away about 10 years ago or so. That's super interesting, but he was very protective and like defender. He was a mechanic, very meticulous. I don't know what the bridge reference is, other than he constantly he used to like work on them because he was in the union and drive a lot. So he might have. He was he's a truck driver and a union guy,
Okay.
and he always used to joke about like I have a real. He always thought I was an idiot, and he's like, "Oh, that guy's an idiot." He was slinging pizza, and I was building bridges. Was always his joke about
That's
him.
the bridges. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Wow.
Which it
Okay.
could be. I mean, it could be for sure. It's just an interesting sort of hit. Yeah. He was very meticulous in building things. He was a big model maker. He used to build model airplanes all the time as well, like a hobby.
Okay.
I don't know about the other stuff in terms
He
of
was
making.
worried about like, if you're going to fix it right. I don't want you coming back. I don't want a flood. Like if somebody's messing around with the plumbing, he doesn't want it not done right because he doesn't want a flood. So there has to be a significant, like a plumbing story where someone had like water damage, because he very specifically showed me like flood or like water damage.
I don't know. I have to ask my sister. She might know.
All right, good. Yeah, it's very interesting because he also, and I don't know what this is because as you're talking, I still keep see stuff. So I don't know if it was you or him that played football, but he's showing me a kid wearing like a white football jersey with like a number on it. He's showing me like 17 on a football jersey. I don't know why. I don't
It's
know
not
what
me.
Okay, I don't know what that means, but he shows me that. Do you understand that he showed me your back or your neck being troubled because he showed
Well,
me?
I have had injuries, but not back or neck that he would know about.
Okay,
You know?
so that's an important point. As a medium, they continue to see your life after they pass. So they can bring up a significant event that happened a month ago to you because they continue to see your life. As a medium, that's the piece in the reading that I like best because it proves that their last living day is not their last seeing day. So the back and the neck, did you have that back and neck thing happen somewhere?
No, I'm sorry. I don't have I don't have a back or neck thing. I mean, I've had a shoulder issue.
Okay.
I had when he was around. My jaw was broken.
Oh, wow. Okay. So did they, when he shows me an x-ray, is there a significance to getting like x-ray work with whatever?
I had a ton of x-rays when I had my jaw wired up.
All right. So when you listen back, he talks about an x-ray. For some reason why he was showing me back or neck, but maybe that's just to show that that's an x-ray. I don't know. I just try to explain it as I see it.
Sure.
The football jersey and the number 17, I've seen weird things in readings where I say, oh, that's football jersey. Sometimes they do something like that for me to make me look at an age, like 17, or to make me look at a number, like the date. So if you don't understand the football reference, is there a significance to 17? So that being like a birthday, a passing date, or an age, like someone could have been.
It doesn't, not off the bat. Not off the bat.
Well,
I mean,
I'll leave it alone. I don't get too crazy with a lot of this stuff. I just give it to you. But it did feel significant. I once for a reading, and it's really odd. I was like demanding this number, and the person's like, I have no idea what you're talking about. And then like 2 weeks later, they emailed me, and I kept repeating the number, and it bothered them. They went back. That was the house number the person lived in. Literally, it was like 465 or whatever it was.
Sure.
So
I'll have to look. I'll have to look.
There's something there. And there's just one other thing. It feels very random. Who in your family would have been known for drinking an exotic cocktail? Like if somebody said, I'll have a blue Hawaii or whatever, because he's joking around saying who's ordering like the kooky drink or the blue Hawaii or whatever. Who would have had like a fruity tooty kind of cocktail? Because he's joking around like, really? You ordered that? Like he's doing like a funny, like blue Hawaii kind of a drink joke.
I'm going to ask my sister.
Okay. All right.
Because I'm trying to think if there's any specific situations.
He shows me almost like, I used to bartend back like 30 something years ago. There's something called blue curacao or something.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, he's showing me like that. So it's like a really like exotic thing. Is there like a Marie or a Marion that you guys are connected to?
Yeah. Well, my mother's name is Anne Marie.
Oh, all right. Okay. All right. And who's born in June? Because he keeps showing me June, says, talk about June, talk about June. So who's the June baby?
Who is June? I don't know. Actually, I don't know when his daughter's birthday is.
All right. So check that out. He also says that he has a dog on the other side. So when you guys were growing up, did you grow up with a dog?
No, we never did. My mother never had pets.
So who's the dog that would be connected to him that's on the other side?
I don't know. I don't have a clue.
So after he passed, did someone in his family have a dog?
My sister always has dogs.
Okay,
Always,
all right.
I have dogs. We both have dogs.
Who has the black or very dark brown dog?
I have a black dog.
And it's on the other side?
No, well, I have one that's on the other side. It's a little one. Yeah.
He has the dark or very brown blackish dog. It's a dark colored dog.
Big dog or small dog?
It looks medium to bigger.
Could be one of my sisters.
All right, so check that. And who's Scott or Steve? I keep hearing Scott and I hear Steve.
Scott or Steve. There's a couple of Scott. There's a Scotty. That would be his, his nephew. Steve. I don't know.
He's kind of showing me, I don't know if you would know what he's showing me. For me to say Steve, he's showing me the guy from Sopranos. Do you know the actor, Steve Sciarippo, whatever his name is?
Yeah.
He's showing me that guy, Steve Sciarippo guy, the guy that did The Sopranos. So do you know that
look, my brother lived a very different life where he was kind of a two-bit thug and gangster.
Oh, like a soprano?
He kind of, yeah.
It's really weird because he was showing me that actor.
He certainly used to light up garbage trucks in the 80s for families. He was one of those guys.
Wow, that's so interesting because he kept showing me that Steve, and then he shows me the guy from The Sopranos. So that's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. That's
wow, that is really I always find this fascinating myself because that was really interesting the way he did that. Who in the family would be I call it a water bug. Who in the family can't get out of the water? Can't goes in the water and doesn't want to leave. You have to pull them out by their hair. Who's the water person, swimming maniac, whatever?
My son is
the love of the water. I can't get him out of the water. He's showing me trying to pull someone out of the water by their hair.
Well, my son is a big water bug. But they don't really know each other. They never really got to know each other.
See, that's the piece. That's the piece. We think of what they would have seen when they were here, but they keep seeing even though they're there. I know it's a hard concept for the living to understand that, but as a medium, we see them continue to see our lives.
Right.
That's hard for the living to understand. Do you know what I mean? We see the funeral, we see the casket, we see the whole thing as the end. But as a medium, we see them seeing everything that we're still doing.
What are you when you're getting this visions? What are you seeing? Are you seeing a form? Are you seeing
sometimes I see a face. Sometimes I see an action. sometimes I hear a conversation. So with the first lady, she was very much showing me doing this in a mirror, fixing her hair. Like that has to be significant because she wanted me to see that. With your brother, he's more dictating stuff to me. He's telling me stuff like, say this, say that, say this, say that, do this, do that. He's more like, his personality is a little controlling because I keep asking questions like, tell me what happened to you. Tell me this, tell me that. He's not listening to me. He's talking about what he wants to talk about. And that comes through as his personality. He's like, I'm going to be in charge. The other lady I said, what happened to you? And she says, I'm very sick. I have this problem and that problem. And so she was following along with me, but he's not.
He was a big personality, that is for sure.
He's throwing things in like the 17 and the football jersey and the swing, and it's hard to keep up with him. His personality is a little bit all over the place, I have to be honest.
That's possible. That is very much, he was a big personality and he was, yeah.
Would you know someone named Tim?
Do I know someone named Tim?
Or would he know someone named Tim? Because he keeps showing me a T and an M. That's either a Tim or a Tom. He's keeping it like really small for me. T and an M. But he feels connected to it.
Could it be a person or a place?
I don't know. It feels like a name. I feel very compelled to talk about Tim or a Tom. Would you know New Jersey?
Well, my sister lives in Tom's River.
Thank you. I don't know where that is, but he keeps showing me where I
retired. By the shore. It's by the shore.
Right. Well, he keeps showing me Fort Dix, and that's where I retired from. So is Tom's River near Fort Dix?
I don't know that. Let me ask my sister.
Fort Dix is like, I don't know how to explain it. It's like just before Atlantic City. It's pretty far down. He's showing me Fort Dix. So if he's showing me Fort Dix, who would have served in the military or went through Fort Dix, or because during Vietnam, a lot of people went through Fort Dix to go to Vietnam. So he's showing me like Fort Dix. So who would be affiliated with Fort Dix?
I don't know. I mean, look, he used to go. I don't know. I don't know that. That I don't know about military for him.
Unless he's bringing up someone that went to Vietnam through there. You may not know that.
I don't know who would have gone through Vietnam. There was a Tim in my brother's life.
Okay.
Very significant. My sister's telling me.
Oh, good. All right. And who's known for having a tattoo on their back or their shoulder? I keep wanting to do this.
He did. I do. We have tattoos.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Who has more of like an eagle kind of soaring kind of thing?
Oh, I think that's him. I'm asking my sister.
Are you chit-chatting with her?
I'm asking her. She's like in it now.
Good.
I feel like he did have something. It
feels very like soaring eagle feeling. I just feel very soaring eagle on the shoulder. I don't know why.
I have an angel on my shoulder.
Is it wings?
Yeah.
Okay, it could be you. Check with your sister, but
I'm going to check with her.
Okay. There's also, he's bringing up your father's side of the family is very different than your mother's side of the family. One of the two sides, he's bringing up someone was like battling a religion or something.
We have different fathers.
Okay. All right.
My father was Jewish.
Okay.
I was raised Catholic and we were all raised Catholic.
Okay. He talks about someone battling religion in the family. So who didn't want someone to do one religion? Who was the battler?
Oh, that's my mother snuck me off to get baptized, and my brother was my godfather. She didn't tell my father
all right,
that she was doing that.
Okay.
And
Yeah, because he's talking about a battle of the religion. Okay. Wow, that's really significant. Wow, that's interesting. Your brother, I don't know, he gives me he takes a pack of cigarettes and throws it across the room. So what is
smoker.
that?
I don't know, but he's a smoker.
Okay, all right. Did someone try to get him to stop?
I'm sure everybody tried to get him to stop.
Okay. I don't know what that is because he's giving me a very like an angry throw, like that kind of a. Yeah, it's very interesting. There's got to be a significant flood because he brings it up again. Your sister's house might have been flooded at one time or something, or ask her if she had a flood.
She told me that he was cleaning parts with brake cleaner at a sink somewhere, and the fumes from the brake cleaner got ignited from the hot water heater under the sink. It was a big fire and damage from water that way, and it scared the shit out of him.
Okay, so maybe somebody didn't fix that correctly, and that's why that happened. Do you remember you'll have it on the tape. He said, if you're going to do a job, make sure you do it right. Remember him saying like he wanted, if you do a job, you got to do it right. He's very worried about a flood.
I'll ask. I'll find out. That doesn't mean much to me.
All right. Well, she may know most of this, but if your sister's there, ask her if she has the weak ankle. He says one of you guys has an ankle that rolls or had a weak ankle. And he said,
I broke my ankle when I was 16.
Oh, wow. He says it could still be weak. So he says, keep an eye on that.
How dare he?
Yeah, but he's trying to help you. He's very protective, I have to say. He's kind of funny because he just showed me like a very different thing. And I don't know if it's going to make sense to you. I'm friends with a lot of people in the music business. He just showed me a Danzig album. So would he be interested in any kind of like crazy music like that? Danzig? Do you know? He
was all 80s. Like he grew up like he was Mr. Motley Crue and Foreigner, and like that was his.
Okay. So let me just give you a little background on Danzig. Do you know it?
Of course.
Oh, good. All right. So he's giving me, I'm friends with Johnny Kelly, the drummer.
Okay.
He's giving me a very Pete Steele feeling. So Pete Steele was that dramatic singer. He had like a very dark personality kind of a thing. He's bringing that up, like giving me a Danzig conversation. So would he have followed someone like Pete? Pete was like very dark. He had like kind of like, he did like almost like crazy soft porn or something at one time. I mean, it was like a little bizarre stuff.
I don't know. It's hard. He was very, his musical taste and like how into music he was. It's hard to say. I just know he was like, and I'm a musician myself. I was a drummer, drummer, and I made a few records. I opened for some bands, and he was just like, he's,
all right, so see what that Danzig thing is, because it feels very specific to Danzig. And I don't know why. It looks like I'm looking at like a Black Album. It looks like I'm looking at like a Skullhead. I mean, other than that, was it the Misfits? I mean, the Misfits have a very significant skull.
That seemed a little too punk rock for him. He was more, he was, again, more into that power pop, power rock, 80s hair metal.
I don't know what it is, but I feel like I'm looking at like a Black Album with like a Skullhead on it.
All right, I'll look it up. I'll have to figure that out after.
And just one other thing, he said it before, but I'm coming back to it. Is there a Greg?
A Greg?
Yeah. Or like Gregory, Greg. It's like not a common name. That's why I came back to it.
Just, I don't know. He's not trying to say Gary? Do you forget my name?
No, this feels more like Greg.
How do you hear the words? How do you know it's Greg?
Sometimes they show me. Sometimes I hear it. And I hear Greg, like that, like Greg. So unless it's Craig, so Craig and Greg sound closer than Greg and Gary. Do you see how So it's either a Craig or a Greg. It's hard to explain. I wish it could go in my head.
That's amazing.
Go in my head.
Look, some of these are really, I got chills when you talked about being out of the country when he passed. That was pretty intense. And some of these, yeah, Tim is pretty significant in his life.
Okay. Do you have any specific questions for me? Sometimes people ask a question and I could see if they answer it, but I never guarantee that, especially with someone like your brother's personality is very much in charge.
God, what can I ask him? You know, it's like, what would I ever ask him?
So
it's tough to.
Well, let me give you something that I see, and I don't know what it means. Do you understand like a weather vane?
You mean like the things that blow at the? Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes it's on a house. It says like north,
Yeah.
south, east, west. Who had that?
Who had a weather vane? I don't know. We always lived in an apartment. We never had a house. I don't know who that would be. Somebody he knows, maybe.
It feels more tied to like someone who had a farm or someone that lives in the country. So who do you know that had like a barn with that thing on it? It may not be tied to him. It may be tied to you. Do you know the people with the farm?
I don't know anybody with a farm. I am not farm people.
Okay.
What
about your sister? Would she know someone that have horses or have a farm?
I mean, my daughter goes to school with the horses. She's in a more of a very ranch style school now.
Okay. Have you been to that school?
Oh yeah, many times.
Okay. Do they have a barn where the horses are?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Stables
Is there a weather vane there?
That I never noticed.
Okay. Ask your daughter and see if you guys can see that.
Okay.
If that's there, then for me, that would be a big acknowledgement that that school is going to be very important in her future.
Okay. Right. Okay, I'll ask her.
Because
any specific type of weather vane?
I'm just saying, you know how they say like north, south, east, west, and that thing goes around? That's also, if that thing is there on the property in any kind of formation, that would be very important because he gives me the feeling that that's important. But also the weather vane itself talks about direction. Like, where are you headed? Are you going north? Are you going south? So if that school brings her to a better place in her future, that would be going in the right direction.
Okay.
Do you see what I mean?
I'll have to ask her. Yeah.
Yeah.
They never had much of a relationship either because she was very little and they didn't see much of each other. But, when he passed, before he passed. So it was like, my kids don't really remember him that much.
Yeah. But you know your daughter and your daughter is important to you. So he would be giving you kind of directional information.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. That's a lot. My sister's nagging me over text right now. It's like, she's like, she wants to know.
You should have plugged her in, maybe.
Figured out it's her problem. Well, that's it for another episode of Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Until next time, stay curious.
And it's a community, as you guys know. There's a lot of crazies though, man.
Look, there's a lot of crazy people in this community. So it's a
John,
lot.
what are you going to say to that?
He knows. He's crazy. He's one of them.
I'm crazy myself, and yeah,
he's one of them.
I do agree.
Welcome to Splintered Spirits. I'm your host, Gary, and along with my nephew, John Santa from Santa Paranormal, we dive into all things paranormal to ask the big question, what are spirits? Our guest today brings a rare combination of journalistic rigor and open-minded curiosity to that question. Christy Reeder is a longtime News 12 anchor who has covered everything from politics to parenting to consumer trends. But this fall, she stepped into the world of the supernatural as the host of Haunted Tri-State, a new series that takes viewers inside some of the most notorious haunts across New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. You can find the link to News 12 in the link tree in my bio. From historic homesteads to haunted bakeries, Christy not only explored the stories tied to these places, she also connected with the people who live, work, and carry those legends forward. And along the way, she's had her own encounters, enough that she admits to keeping holy water close by. We're excited to talk with Christy today about what she discovered on her journey, the people she met, and how a journalist balances reporting facts with facing the unexplained. Let's dive into the conversation. Christy, how are you? Thanks for being on Splintered Spirits with us.
Hello, I'm doing well. How are you? Thank you.
Where are you today? Where does this podcast find you?
I am out on Long Island in Bethpage at our newsroom here at News 12. So having a
News 12. Oh, they broadcast. They broadcast out of Long Island. Got it.
Mm-hmm. Yes. We have various. We're all in the tri-state. We have newsrooms in Bronx, Brooklyn, New Jersey, Hudson Valley, and I'm at the Long Island location today.
So, Christy, on Splintered Spirits, I got into this whole thing because of John here, who's a paranormal influencer and creator and documentary, speaks to spirits. And I'm like, what is going on? What the hell is going on? Much like what you're about to do. And we're going to dive into the series of yours. Yeah. But I like to ask all our guests, because I've been on a journey myself of talking to all different people getting a certain perspective of it. So, but I like to ask this question to begin, just to get a baseline for where everyone's coming from. Christy, what do you think spirits are? What do you think?
You get right into it. You get right into it. Yeah. Well, I guess I've always thought it's a sort of presence. I think, initially I thought a spirit is like, boo, you see something, I'm picking up a bottle. But the older I get, and then probably definitely after doing this project, I feel like it can be different things for a lot of people. And especially the people I've met through this project, it can feel really, heavy at times, a spirit, a feeling, maybe a touch, so it means something to different people.
But what does it mean to you?
I guess a spirit, I would say a presence that you just can't explain. That's how
okay.
I guess that's
so you think it's okay. So you look at it, it's like it is something, there's something there that exudes possibly off of a person once they're gone.
Yeah. Nothing physical,
okay.
But yeah, a presence.
Okay. I just like to see where people's heads are because we're talking about ghosts. I just kind of want to know where your head is with ghosts, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy. It's a crazy thing. So, listen, as a journalist, you've covered everything, from politics to parenting. I know these are big segments of yours, consumer news. Yeah. So what made you go down this road with Haunted Tri-State? Did a producer make you do it, or did you come up with it? What happened here? How did you get into this?
Right. I've done everything. I love saving money, and now I'm like, getting into ghost hunting. It was just kind of an idea. We always like to come up with different ideas for different times of the year. Somebody pitched it, and then it kind of what can we get in in this realm, and then our originals team, which is a fabulous team here on in News 12, they started investigating. So one of our producers, Ginny, she actually started looking up different paranormal investigators in the tri-state area, seeing, okay, if we were to do this, who would be open to it? What places could we get into? Because we're going into places, we need access, and so usually it starts with an idea, and then we see how much we can actually do it. And then they're like, okay, who's going to be a part of it? And then they approached me this summer. I think it was in July. And I had a talk with the team. And I was working pretty much in the Bronx and Brooklyn at that time at our News 12 office. And I remember having a chat with them. And I'm driving across the GW Bridge. And, we're talking about ghosts. And, we started to talk kind of about our own experiences just because this project was just getting underway. And I'm like, look, I'm game for whatever, And then I kind of got nervous, like, what did I just agree to? So yeah,
Right.
it was kind of an evolving thing. Ideas, a lot of people have a lot of ideas, but then it's like, okay, well, what can we actually do with this? What story can we tell? Can we make it one episode? Can we do multiple? And it went from there.
So, that leads me to my next question for you. As someone who's trained to seek out facts and verify stories, how did you approach these ghost stories and legends that can't be fact checked in a traditional way? How do you do from a journalistic perspective? How did that look like for you?
Yeah, you're like, okay, I had a lot of questions, like, what are we doing? I'm going into the
Yeah.
I'm gonna be and John, you probably know all about this. You're like, yeah, I'm going in, but I'm like, I honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I was scared, definitely, for our first one. All of them, I was a little bit intimidated, scared going into it. I had a rosary in my pocket. I would even carry it there. I'm like, I don't know, whatever you believe, I'm a little tough, but back to your question. You go into it. It was more so, and how they kind of wanted me to approach it is, I'm just, an average person, also happen to be, a journalist. And I'm going into this, like, explain to me first the history of this place. I want to know all about this place. Then I want to know about the paranormal groups. We worked with different paranormal groups for each episode. So, explain to me how you got into this. So I ask all those questions. Then we go through, like, the equipment that they have. Show, what does this reader do and why does it go off? So
I guess it was all the same shit, right? I mean, they've got the SB57, they got the phone apps, they've got their EVP thing. I mean, it's all the same stuff, right? For sure.
Yeah, there were the meters that would go off. There was one group that had, and they do the digital seance experience, and they use white noise to kind of so that was kind of something different that we got to experience. So it was all different types of equipment, even the rods, like the old school.
Oh, the witch sticks, John.
The dowsing rods. Yeah.
The witch sticks.
The witch sticks.
I was like, what's happening? And then, it was each group, I think, had a little, like, twist on their equipment, I would say. So that was interesting. And then one of the episodes, there's a medium who, and I would say this is a tool, who sketches what's coming to him. So, like, sketches it, like pen and paper.
Oh, that's fun.
Right?
Yeah, that's fun.
That's
and
what
good for TV.
And that's what I liked about the news approach to it. It's like, we want to see, we don't want the same group in the same house and this. Let's go to all these people and try with different groups to see, what's different and, what can be told. So that was all that part of it. And then we actually go to the places, and the places were great. They would, and that's kind of like what the producer, what I had talked about. She had went out and connected with these groups to see, okay, where have you worked before? What would be a good place to do this show? And then they had the relationships of these places. Most of them, just one, they hadn't been there yet. And then, we would come in. And so it was like, kind of like, here are the keys, have fun tonight. And we would just go off and do our thing, which was wild. I'm like, what? We get the whole, Elks Lodge or this historical society. So, so that was the, the news side was kind of like, okay, let's go through the different teams let's explain all the equipment in case a viewer would be like, I don't know what that reader does. So we would explain that. And then the last part of the show is we take all of what we find, what we think we experienced, and we show it to a group of skeptics. And like in a studio, we show them what we find. So, really getting all sides of it. And, it wasn't like they were respectfully challenging what, we experienced. They weren't, because everyone's working together. And, but it was neat to hear their take too. And I would kind of be like, but I heard, we'd go back and forth.
It's interesting. Debunking is something we avoid debunking. We don't talk about it too much here at all, really. I mean, look, there's 1,000 different, because I know what the answer is to that. It's uninteresting. It's an unfun story, right? To just say no. It's like, I know it. It's like, it could be this, it could be that, it could be the, electrical waves, or it could be this static frequency, or it could be like, there's a glitch in the cloud. There's a whole slew of things that it might be, but the human experience is far more fun. right? And was there a moment for you when you got into this where it really can you point to any specific moment when you first started where it's like, wait a minute, I was as a neutral journalist, and now I'm experiencing something potentially paranormal. What was that? That's the emotion that I'm interested in. You know, where was that?
The first place we went to, I just walked in. It was the Mizzier Homestead. That's in Wappingers Falls, in New York. And it was just, it's like 1700s, you know, the history there. And it just gave a feeling, you know, when you walk in. And I did not want to be anywhere in that house alone. Like they would say, can you go over there? I'm like, who's coming with? Is somebody coming with me? You know, at one point they blindfolded me and put me in another room. And I was like, I cannot believe I'm agreeing to this.
Yeah, that's
and
weird.
I listened to so I couldn't hear what
she did the Estes method.
She did the Estes
method.
Thank you.
We know.
Yes. But I was like, a photographer is going to be in here, right? You know, I guess, you know, how I feel, like either way, whatever you believe, I don't want to bring anything home. I've got 2 little girls at home, and so I'm going to be respectful. So I would always be like, tell me what I need to do to make sure they stay here. I don't want it to be that I'm chancing anything. And, you know, so we were always, like I said, I had the rosary in my pocket, whatever they would say. There were a couple encounters, and I think, you know, the first episode that we have where we were at the Mizzier Homestead, there was like all of a sudden everyone's feeling something in this corner. And so they're like, well, come over here if you want to. And when I went over there, it was like like static electricity, like on my finger. You know, it was weird. Oh, see? What was that?
Yeah. That was perfect time. We didn't plan that.
We didn't plan that. I'm in a haunted building as we speak, and my cat is super sensitive. So she is just constantly seeing things and hearing things. So you're going to hear that quite a bit.
Well, maybe she sensed that I really did sense something.
Well, I like when you know, I respond to what you said about you had a feeling, right? Because I do believe in intuition. I think we all have a fight or flight sense for something, right? It doesn't matter. You've been in a bar and someone walks in, you get a bad vibe, or there's people in a room, whatever that is. And I think it might be heightened for some and not for others. And John, you know, you talk about that feeling you get, which is like being inside, you know, a Jello mold when you feel it, like you're vibrant in a weird way.
I don't like sense energy. You know, to me, it's more atmospheric. Like just as Gary described, you're at a bar and then all of a sudden you get a weird feeling. And it's like, oh, wait a minute. You know, who's this guy that just walked in? Who's this chick that just walked in? You know, or like, you know, or anything. You could be at the supermarket, you know, picking out your groceries and all of a sudden you get a weird feeling like, what's going on here? Yeah. You know, it's more of an atmospheric feeling to me. You know, not like random energies and whatnot. So I can only imagine, you know, being a journalist from that perspective, going into a place that's haunted. And like, you know, as a journalist, you know, you do have intuition. You know, when you think about it, I bet you know, I mean, I don't want to speak for you, but it's pretty much it, right? You know, when you're doing your thing, you know, you're going with some gut feelings on certain things, right? Yeah. So, I mean, I could only imagine what you were like going into a place like this and doing the Estes method. I mean, that's just wild. That was like your first soiree into anything paranormal, right?
Yeah, they dove right in.
Yeah,
they got it right into
right in.
I guess that kind of helped me. It kind of helped me too, because I guess like, aside from the journalist, I'm a scaredy cat. Like this stuff does freak me out. So, but I like to be a good worker. So when someone's like, "This is your assignment," I'm like, "Okay, if it'll make the shot look good, if we can take the viewer to another place, I will do it."
By the way, there's nothing weird about being scared about walking into a haunted place at night. And then, you know, being blindfolded. If you said to me, I wasn't scared, that's weird, right?
Right,
that would be the weird thing.
Yeah.
So when you when you saw these places, Christy, you know, from, you know, whether it's the Miser Homestead or the Boontown Elks Lodge, when you looked at it from the outside versus once you went in, which location surprised you the most? You know, like if some of them you look at, you're like, yeah, that place is probably haunted, I'm
Yeah.
sure. But then, but what were some of the?
The one
Where'd
that
you get what?
surprised me the most, where I was like, you know, I got the notes for it. It was a bakery out on Long Island in Huntington,
That's the
Fiorello.
Fiorello
Fiorello.
Fiorello Dolce
Yes.
Bakery.
I'm like, a bakery? And then I'm like, oh, maybe it's like an old house. No, it's like a strip mall. I'm like, what could be wrong, you know, going on here? And ooh, that one got intense. I mean, the owner, he's even, you know, put out a book on it. And, you know, just hearing him talk and talking to him multiple times. And then he would tell another story, like after we got an interview, and I'm like, oh my gosh, you know, let's get that on camera. You know, that was pretty, you know, it's a bakery. And this bakery is like, you packed, like people are going in and out as we're waiting to start filming. You know, people are coming, like it's an average, you know, like everyday
So
bakery.
they're not like, they don't claim to be like witches making like love donuts or something. This is like
No.
this is like a real bakery. It just so happens
Yeah.
to be haunted.
Yeah.
And so what did they tell? Like, why do they think it's haunted?
Unexplained things happening, knives falling down off of, a rack, buckets coming down from, you know, like a storage place. The creepiest part, I almost want to save this, but it'll be a little tease, was when he was telling us a story about how they walked into the bakery one day, and it was, you know, it was early morning. They got to make all the, you know, pastries for the day, and the music was blaring, and they're like, who left it on? Well, you know, okay, yeah, somebody maybe left it on, whatever. Well, he has all these cameras set up because so much has happened. So they review the footage, and you see it's just like the bakery is closed, no one's there, lights are off, and then all of a sudden the iPad that's on the counter just like lights up. Okay, maybe technology. And then it's like you see like the code going in. Then all of a sudden music just starts playing and you can hear it. And it's switching the songs, like Dancing Queen, going through.
Are we going to get
And
to see this on the episode?
I don't know.
Because I'm, you know. All
So,
right,
and that was
we'll
something
definitely
he
check it
had
out.
told me. So, and that one in particular too, several different mediums have gone into that bakery and they experienced like different things. They had been there before. You know, we had come there that night. So he's had several different people come through, the owner of that bakery. And they would all come up with the same name of someone that maybe died or something in the back alley of this bakery. So it's like different people coming in. And then when we came in, that was the one time we came with a crew that had not been at the location. And then they started hearing the same name that the owner had heard in the other thing, other seances, I guess you could say. So that was
What do we
pretty
think?
wild.
Is this like a mob run bakery once? Is that what we think is going on?
No,
Is this where they used to start?
I
mean,
I think it's been a couple different things. He's had it for a while. It's yeah.
right.
That was the most unexpected. I was like, a bakery, and it's small, you know. I mean, it's just, you know, like your standard, like the front
Sure.
area, maybe like a couple tables, and then the back is, you know, the bakery. And of course the team's like, get in that alley, Christy.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Christy, did you find a difference when you were investigating, when you started to do the research into these places, between talk for the people, like talking to whether it was the historian versus the owner or any of the everyday locals, and how they each viewed a location? Did everybody look at it? Did you sort of say like, okay, in order to decipher your own opinion or make your own opinion, what was that like, that human experience of these places as you were investigating it? And who's carried the most weight for you?
That's tough. It was a great like variety of people that we had. It was funny how open a lot of these places were to like, come on in. You know what I mean? Like a historical society in New Jersey or in Connecticut. They were like the Tuttle House. We went there. And yeah, it was like one of those things like, oh, have fun. And they kind of looked at it like, this is good for, like, hey, talk about this place having ghosts. And then while you're in town, go to our downtown and eat at the restaurants. Like, they looked at it more as a tourism thing. So, different community members stopped by before we filmed. The woman that came with us for that, the paranormal expert, that was Rose. And she is Connecticut Spirit Investigators. She's a part of that, but she worked at, and still does, exorcisms, and worked, with the Catholic Church in doing so. And that place, when you were talking to her, like when I was doing the interview,
That place, is this the Tunnel House?
this is the Tuttle House. Yeah.
Okay.
It wasn't like she was, like, oh, and then they were, spinning around, or, she was very serious about her work. Like, not, like, oh, well, exorcisms, what are those like? She was very serious about it and not just saying anything, because I think it's so real, to her.
Right.
And before we went in that one, she blessed us all with holy water, and we said a prayer, and I think some holy oil too. I'm like, yeah, I'll put it all. Give me everything. What are we getting into?
Jesus, crystal, salt, and sage.
That's it. Jesus,
So-
crystal, salt, and sage.
So I was like, what are we? But so yeah, she and what she was doing was, we weren't doing an exorcism there. This is kind of like the fun thing she does on the side, because her work is so heavy, she said.
Sure.
That every once in a while they're like, where are some fun spirits to go to? Right. So that was, I'm like, first I'm like, oh my goodness, is this like, no, this is a fun house. Like,
Got it. Yeah, it's always fun. Well, yeah, so that apparently she comes at it from a very religious, almost, evil, demonic sort of presence, like that's an interesting way to look at all these places. But it's funny, no one ever said, don't go in there, Christy, you're never going to make it out again. Like, that's right. That's a downside of it.
There would be a few places where one of the people on the team would say, this is too heavy. Like, I can't go in that back corner. And so I'm like, well, I'm not going there. There were a few places. The one place I went up to that they were like, like a lot of people didn't like going up to was like a lofted area in this gymnasium inside the Elks Lodge,
Did someone tell you something that gave you chills?
Yeah, when we went up there, well, we were doing one of those, the process in the night, and I'm trying to be an observer, but it's a long night, a lot of filming, and you're kind of, as a journalist, asking questions and asking questions to ghosts. I guess that's the first time I've ever done that.
Right.
And they, you would say, we were asking questions like, okay, you want us to go back, or what's in the back of the place, and then it was like, turn around. Like, everything was basically correlating with the words we were seeing to, like, turn around. Like, you want us to go up to this area? And then all of a sudden it's like, essentially, yeah, we do. And then we walked up to this area where there had been different strange occurrences happen. And I could have sworn I heard like a humming, like a choir. I thought, well, surely there is, because when I drove out to Boonton, I was like, there's a highway. That's got to be that. And then they're like, no, the highway is like further into town. And sure enough, when I was driving home, I'm like, oh, it is, So I was like, ah!
Oh, that's wild. Did you ever feel anybody you were talking to was like holding back, like keeping secrets or something they didn't want to tell you?
Not holding back, but I feel like Rose has such, she's dealt with people, that, she's the woman who does exorcisms. I feel like she's, she's done a lot of, she explained people come to her, when they're at their worst. And so I think she's very private in some of their experiences. So, but, as a journalist too, I feel like that kind of makes it more, believable when you're like, oh, wow, you're not just saying, oh, this and that happened, she really took to her work and what she does and the respect she has for, the clients.
What about your crew? Did they experience anything? I've seen things where crew members are like, they don't come back. They've quit. They're not into it. Did they experience anything?
Yes, our photographer, yeah, almost all our crew did. Our photographer, Chris, one of our photographers, he definitely like every location. And it was weird. It was like, the boxes, it would say like, the Phasma boxes, it would be like Chris, weird, like why him, and he's like, I'm getting freaked out. And then a few times like Ginny would have like, she would just get really like, she was one of the producers who kind of scouted all this out. She would get like a feeling of just like not feeling good, like almost, just ill. And then
we've heard that before.
Yeah. And as soon as we would leave the area, she's fine, and so that was odd, and, I work with these people every day. So it's like, it's weird.
So do you feel after visiting all these spots, these 4 spots, do you feel paranormal is more about the place or the people who are carrying these stories and legends forward?
That's a good question. The people or the places? I don't know. I mean, I feel like a lot of it is what you're open to. That can kind of change your experience, if you're quiet and listening and, respectful and, what I liked about, the show, and I think there's something for everyone is, like there's a lot of history. So, in a lot of towns you hear, oh, that place is haunted. So it's like, okay, well, why do people think it is? And then let's go in. So I think it's kind of, I guess looking into a hot topic in town of what everyone, is talking about, and then kind of letting people make their own, that's the whole show is we want people to try to figure out what they think at the end of it. And we try to give all sides. We're not trying to push, okay, ghosts here or there, or that's what you think. So.
And is that, so what?
So
did
this change your perspective from when, you started this to, after you filmed everything and you experienced everything? Did your perspective change with the paranormal?
Yeah, I definitely think so. I think that I didn't know there was all these different ways that the groups go about communicating. There's a lot of time that goes into it. It's not just like you go into a house and it's like, what was that? It's like a lot of waiting and sitting around and piecing together things. Like some of these groups, they've been to a place multiple times and then they would be like, oh, wait, we got this from the last session. So I definitely think it's something that you're open to. I think the whole process too made me a little less scared in the sense that sometimes people find comfort in this, if you're trying to communicate with a loved one or, and I never really kind of looked at it that way. I mean, I guess, I thought it popped in my mind, but, talking to some of the people and the work they've done outside these places, especially that sketch artist, like sometimes a vision would come to him and he'd turn it around and it'd be like, that's my grandma, or, so that's kind of, I think people find comfort. I think the biggest thing was realizing how this can mean so many different things to so many different people. You know what I mean? Like I could take from it. Yeah. Like you could have a different feeling and experience than I do. And maybe that's because, you believe more and maybe I don't as much, or maybe you're more open and I'm not, so I think that's, and it's a community, as you guys know. There's a lot of
crazies though, man. Look, there's a lot of crazy people in this community. So it's a
John, what are you going to say to that?
He knows. He's crazy. He's one of them.
I'm crazy myself, and yeah,
he's one of them.
I do agree. It could get, but what you're saying about like the perspective and how like different things mean, different things. Like I'll give you an example. Last night, I was here in the tower due to the wind and weather, and a spirit came through. I can't remember what they said their name was. They said, my name is this, and they're coming through. And then the spirit said, I'm going to protect you, to me. So I turned around and I'm like, I don't need your protection. Who are you? I've never heard of you before. And then I asked my audience. I had 500 people watching me, and I said, "Hey guys, do you think this spirit is here to protect me? Or do you think it's a spirit that, is a random spirit either trying to attach to me or something, right? So do you believe wholeheartedly that the spirit is here to protect me?" And everybody had mixed, answers because as you said, everybody feels differently about this,
Mhm.
that, and the other. And then like clockwork, 5 seconds later, it said, "This spirit is not to be trusted. This spirit isn't who they claim to be." And I just, and it's like that,
And
there it
John
goes.
uses the apps, Christy. You've seen some of these apps now,
Yeah.
so he uses he has a few go-to that he used. This is where when he says they
Mhm.
came through, this
Right.
is
Yeah.
what he's literally hearing it. And John is primarily really he's all a live influencer. So everything he's doing is live. So the audience hears it as he's doing it, and you've seen how they
Yeah.
work. So it's coming through when it comes
Yeah.
through.
I know the equipment now.
Now now you're in it.
Wow.
Now you're in the tribe, as they say, with this ghost stuff.
Right, right.
What would you ever do it again? Would you ever go back
Oh, yeah.
out there? Where would you want to
You
go?
know-
Now that now that you've seen it, where do you want to go?
Ooh. So many people have when they hear about the project, "Oh my goodness, what did you see? Can we look at your files?" and all of that, people that we work with and people in the community. It's interesting because it's all of a sudden something that people will talk about. They it's, so, they want to give your opinion. They'll tell you stories. There'll be a driver being like, "Yeah, I saw a chair just move across the room." I'm like, "Oh my goodness." So it's wild. People feel really open about talking about it, which is kind of interesting because it is kind of a deep topic. But a lot of people, they're so fascinated by it. So I would definitely do it again. As far as places, I feel like I have a list going already because we would go to, we had the set places and then people are like, "You know what you should go to?" And, it's a
Right.
road that, all the kids would go to when we were younger.
You're talking about Buckout. You're talking
Buckout
about
Road
Buckout.
in
Right when
White
you
Plains.
said that, Westchester, that's Buckout.
Yeah.
The road that everyone would go to. That's one of I document Buckout.
Okay.
John's live from Buckout all the time. You got the Merchant House in New York City, and there's a great great investigator, Dan Sturgis, who's been studying that place for like 18 years, who would tell you the ins and outs of that haunted facility. I mean, there's so many great places, right? What is it? The Algonquin Hotel. It's another great.
Yo, the Algonquin Hotel in the
so-
city is great.
So are these suggestions you guys have for us? Maybe I should ask you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
these
hey,
are some
listen,
places.
yeah.
I mean,
Where
these
can
are
we
like
go?
anytime. Yeah.
I've
Yeah,
got
for
a
sure.
list of places here in Westchester that are definitely haunted.
Yeah, there's a lot. John spends a lot of time in cemeteries as well. If you've ever seen his live, he goes and cleans headstones and talks to spirits while he does it. That's kind of the big, that's his thing. The very old graves that are, those sections of the cemetery that out here, they're
where
very
you
old,
scrape
right?
the moss off and
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
very respectful too. That's the
No,
biggest
yeah,
thing too. I wanted to be respectful throughout all this. I'm not,
Yes.
it's because like I said, whatever, I don't want to think it's all fake and then all of a sudden something comes home and my 2-year-old's.
Well, yeah. So
Christy,
what do you tell? Oh, go ahead. John.
It's interesting because you said you had the rosary in your pocket and this, that, and the other, and you're trying to protect yourself. So one big thing that I'm about, because I'm an atheist, right? I have nothing to pray to. Okay. I'm about dominance, but being respectful at the same time. You have to be very respectful, but you also have to be dominant, and that's how I go about protecting myself in these situations. But respect is a big, big, big part of it.
Yeah.
John uses a lot. He talks about intent a lot. You cannot, break this barrier or whatever my intent is. Some
Do
people
not
use
come
the
home with
rosaries.
me.
That's it. That's it.
What do your kids? What do you tell your kids you're doing this month when you were filming this stuff? Like when they say, "How was work?" Do you tell them, or is it?
Yeah, no,
Are you going to show them the segments?
I don't know. You know what? That's a good question. I have not decided yet. They've seen some of the commercials and they're like, "Oh, mom, my 7-year-old, she drew a picture and it was of me like hunting ghosts.
Oh, that's
Oh,
great.
that's
Are
adorable.
both, both your kids are little. You have
Yeah, a
you have
7
little
and
kids.
a soon to be 3-year-old. And
Oh my God. Yeah.
they I had to be careful because a few times they would hear me talking about it, over the phone or to my husband, and then like, Mom, I'm afraid. Can you move this off the table? Because in the middle of the night, if I see that. So I was like, no. So I've been better. So you know what? I think I just I don't know. But I guess I want the viewers. Maybe I will have them watch.
Right. Exactly. Christy, first of all, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us. What do you want? Just to close it, what do you hope viewers take away from the Haunted Tri-State? When they watch these, it's everywhere. Tell us when it is, where they can find it, and we'll certainly post the link to your YouTube channel in our link tree in our bio and on this when we drop it. But where can they find it? When is it going to air? And what do you want viewers to walk away from? Hopefully.
Yeah, so you can watch it every Wednesday at 9:30 through the month of October on News 12. So throughout the tri-state, if you have News 12, turn it on. You can watch it there. Then you can also watch it streaming on News 12 New York. And then, like you said, YouTube as well. So 9:30, new episode every Wednesday. There'll be re-airs too. So if you don't, if you miss it, don't worry. I think viewers just need to be open to it. This is just something to kind of explore. We hear all these things in our community, so why not have why don't we look into it? Let's go into these places. And there's a lot of history. You learn a lot about the craft, which John, you know about, and how the tools work. So it just kind of comes from a place of kind of just informing you. And then, the other side. We got the skeptics coming in, and then we just kind of let you decide what you think out of after watching it.
And then you got the people who are saying you're messing with the forces of nature, and sort of like you're doing the devil's work. We get a lot of those, which is great. It's always great fun. Christy, look, thank you so much. I hope this was fun. I hope you had a good time with us here today.
Yes, thank you.
I can't thank you enough. I'm glad we were able to get this going with you, and I'm looking forward to watching the entire series. I think it'll be great. Yeah. We'll check it out. Check it out.
Maybe next year you'll be with us.
Oh, that'd be great.
On one of these.
I'm not going. You can now. You can go. You can take him. You go with him. I'll stay back here and I'll watch from my office, which is fine. Well, that's it for another episode of Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Until next time, stay curious. Oh, there you have it, my friends. We are live.
Oh, we're live. We are.
This is like, we're live. We're just getting started. Let's see who jumps into the mix.
Who's jumping? Who's jumping in?
Who's jumping in?
Dive in feet first, yo. You'll get used to the water real quick. We promise.
People jump in. Oh yeah, we're live and we're live. Welcome TikTok. Welcome YT. Welcome Insta. Welcome Facebook.
All of yous. All yous from all over.
All of yous. You are all here. Welcome to Splintered Spirits. Let's give them a minute. We'll chat. How's your day going so far? How's the weather over there?
Rainy.
Oh, really?
Just raining. Yeah, it's just raining. The past 3 days have just been in and out rain. Yeah. I try to make the best of it, Try to make the best of it. So, having a little fun here. We had a little fun last night, the night before.
Tell me, anything cool
about it
in the world of golf?
Just the usual for the tower, to be honest with you. It's always, the same stuff, them getting involved with the conversations, them talking about the shadows, which we've caught in the tower before, all that stuff. It's pretty consistent, that Sam, the entity Sam.
Oh yeah, sure.
That was acting up a little bit. Well, that and I do, every now and then I like to do the stupid things.
Hello, Alexis. Hello, Miss Tennessee. Go ahead, John. I'm just gonna say hello. Yeah, keep going.
Yeah, the stupid things, So the things I shouldn't do. And I used the Sam mask as a pamphlet on the spirit board.
Oh, that's a great idea.
And listen, visually, content wise, sure, great idea.
Yeah.
Physically,
Monica, what's up?
physically and mentally, probably the worst thing I could have done in the past couple months. You know, like I felt like I was getting drained, pressure on my chest, like I couldn't believe. I was hearing auditory responses to things that weren't coming out of the spirit box, whispers, the works. Like it was a connection was made that I regret.
Oh my
So it
God.
was, yeah. It wasn't, it was, but what a great idea, yeah, that's sick. Yeah, go for it. What's the worst that could happen?
Yeah,
You
what's
know,
the worst that could happen?
I had to pull myself off. I had to. I was like, nope, been down this road before.
Oh my God, that's
Yeah,
great.
yeah.
It's still
So,
great though to use. I agree. That's a cool thing to do.
yeah, and it's perfect too because the mouth is open and you can see through it like the eye on the pamphlet.
Mm-hmm.
It was perfect, except it wasn't.
How many people on this chat have listened to our past life regression episode? I'm just curious. I did that for you guys, and I happened to learn a lot from it as well.
Yeah, well, all right. So what have you learned so far about it? Like what?
Well,
Like
the
what's the most fascinating thing about it?
I'll tell you exactly what the most fascinating thing was. That the whole idea, the whole calling it past life regression is a misnomer. That it's not about a past, like I always looked at it like, oh, this is me back in the day. I'm like reincarnation or something.
Yeah,
But it's not. The belief is everything, everywhere, all at once. There are
All at
multiple
once, yeah.
timelines happening constantly. It's not from 1,000 years ago or 100 years ago. It's happening right now.
Right now.
That's
Yeah.
the thing.
Yeah. Which is interesting. Which
That's
kind of
what I
falls
thought
into
was wild.
it kind of falls into my whole multiverse theory.
Well, yes, that's part of and what spirits are, and the whole
Oh.
thing is it's a different.
Yeah.
It's this it's a more of a leans into this idea of quantum paranormal and quantum physics and quantum mechanics and things like that, and it's they enter through it through hypnosis, which is another sort of avenue for it. Now, our guest today, we have a guest. She's in the waiting room. Her name is Heidi Kemper. Heidi is a psychic medium who really practices within this space with the Akashic records. She does that as a reading for people, reads their records. I want to get her interpretation of what she believes that is and what that looks like and how she does it. It's just a little bit about Heidi for all of you. If you don't know her, she's on the circuit a lot, man. She hits a lot of these Paracon conferences. She was introduced to us. She goes on panels with Sam Baltrusis, who was another guest on the pod, author, psychic medium, about ethics and mediumship. She has been on the Ghost Finders TV show, TV series as a guest psychic. She was a registered nurse, and she's fun. She knows a lot of her stuff. So her name is Heidi Kemper, and she's here with us today. She's going to talk to us about this because I want to expand on it. I'm hoping some of you guys have some questions, too, for her. But I have a ton of questions for her because I heard about past life regression through a therapist. So Myra Rath is not a psychic medium. She just really helps people get in touch with their other timelines, right? Get in touch with their other versions of themselves. I'm very curious what that means when you're a psychic medium, how you communicate on that front, right?
Yeah.
Seems like a whole other bag. So let's
a whole other, yeah, definitely. A whole
Right?
other suitcase. Yeah.
So all right, let's get Heidi in here and have her join in, and we'll talk. We'll talk to her. Let's see what's up. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, Heidi.
How are ya?
Welcome.
Very
Hold on a
good.
second.
How are you?
For some reason.
Good.
There we go.
Wonderful.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for coming on the podcast tonight. We really appreciate it.
Yes, very much so.
Yeah, happy to be here.
Thank you.
Let me just make a quick adjustment so I can see you better. Okay. Heidi, thank you so much.
Yeah.
How's your day? You've been doing a lot of travel lately. Is that for fun or for work?
Well, I just got back from Italy on a spiritual retreat. So I guess that was kind of fun, but also for work. Being a psychic medium, I have to keep up on making sure that I maintain my highest self and keep myself connected and, always studying and always learning. And so, it was a little bit of both, I guess you could say.
What does it mean to be on a psychic retreat in Italy? What do you do?
Well, the leader of the retreat is also, she's actually a shamanic medium. So she's my teacher and my mentor, but also has become a great friend. Her name's Lori Lipton, and she's based in Michigan. And she led the retreat. I've been on another retreat of hers in the past. We went to Sedona, Arizona. I don't know if you guys have ever been to Sedona.
I know Sedona well. Yeah, that seems like that is definitely a big retreat town.
That was back in 2018, and it was spectacular. And then this was my second spiritual retreat with Lori, and this time in Italy. And it clicked so many boxes for me. My first trip to Europe, kind of a celebration for this new part of my life. I'm newly divorced and stepping into doing my own business as a psychic medium full time. I've shown up in the world, in the traditional world, as a registered nurse for the first 25 years. And this next part of my life is going to be all psychic medium, all spiritual. So I've walked away from corporate world. And so, yeah, it signified so many things, this trip. So lots of new beginnings.
You gave up being a nurse?
So I'll always be a nurse. So let that be said.
Okay.
I'm a healer. I'm definitely a born healer. Always been drawn to the healing profession, got my nursing degree, and the last 25 years worked as a registered nurse full time. The last part of my career as a nurse manager. And I just kept getting called that this was the next thing that I was supposed to do. So I've been doing readings probably about 7-8 years out of my home. But I opened my own business officially 2 years ago, and I was trying to juggle both. And then it got to the point where once I got into the paranormal world, that just opened up so much for me. And I've really been traveling the last, 2 years around the country with that. So, God and spirit, I use those words interchangeably, has been pushing me to do this. So,
well, good. Listen, Italy's a great place to not only sort of have a spiritual moment, but to be single.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
Italy, let me tell you, those Italian men, but it's not just those Italian men. I think I had an Italian man, a Chinese man, a couple others. One wanted to make me a traditional Chinese dinner. Another wanted to take me to a couple wineries. So seeing the world, definitely is really fun. Really fun with it. To do. Yeah.
We have, Heidi, we have some similarities in our backgrounds. John and I, we were both raised Catholic, and now we're sort of very atheist. I think we went to Catholic school for many years, and then we're both sort of like, all right, let's just really take a look at these things a bit focused. I also lost my brother in a car accident, which I understand from you is where you sort of first got or recognized that you might be a psychic. Is that correct?
Yes. So, so you did your research. So I like that. I was 20. My brother was 19, and he passed away in a car accident. Him and 3 of his fraternity brothers were coming home from South Padre Island back in March of 1996, and the driver fell asleep at the wheel and lost control of the car, and 3 of the 4 guys passed, including my brother. And so that was a turning point for me. I had just started, learning tarot. I just learned tarot and was learning horoscopes and starting kind of my spiritual journey then before he passed. And after he passed, things started to open up. And even then, it's so funny because since 2013 is when I really started owning who I am, owning the fact that I'm a psychic medium and not, kind of keeping it a secret. And even still, it took me even really longer to really put myself out there. But looking back on my life retrospectively, I've always been a medium. The first year after my brother passed away, he came and visited me in dreams. Like once a month or so, he'd come and do dream visits and would tell me and give me messages to tell my parents, my brother, his friends, his fraternity brothers. And so retrospectively looking back, I've always had this gift. I just didn't know what it was. There wasn't a name for it. So yeah, that's really when I really started to start learning about the afterlife. I began studying everything I could, any book I could get my hands on
What was your go-to?
about
What was your
the
go-to?
afterlife.
What was your
What's
go-to
that?
book? What was your go-to book? What turned you what was the one thing that you say, okay, this is what I'm going to follow?
What is it called? I can see it. I can see the cover of it. Well, one of the books I absolutely loved of all time was Sylvia Browne's book, Past Lives, Future Healing, which I think you talked about past lives and past life regression. Maybe we touch
Yeah.
topic
I'm
on
very,
that.
we're going to get into all that because I'm really curious. It's
yeah,
for sure.
that's another book that I just absolutely adored. But the other one, it was basically like Hello from Heaven or like Love Never Dies. I think it might have been called Love Never Dies. Okay, so I don't want to misquote, but I think that was the name of the book. And basically the premise of it was all these stories of families after their loved ones passed, different signs that they received from their loved ones, lights turning on and off by themselves, random TV channels, a song playing on the radio, stories like that of the afterlife. And things happened after my brother passed, that you just couldn't explain. There was no explanation for it. So that's when I really started to study the afterlife and what it meant to have past lives and what it meant to access somebody's Akashic records. As a psychic, I access everybody's Akashic records, their book of life, and understanding.
All right, so I want to ask you this on that for sure, and it's because first of all, when my brother died, I got a midlife crisis, and when your brother died, you got like superpowers. It sounds like, which is amazing.
I'm sorry about your brother. How long ago did he pass?
Like 10. How long ago was that? Like 10 years ago, right? I mean, I went through a midlife crisis when it happened.
Funny.
She gets this, she gets to like talk. She gets superpowers. What is it? What else would you call it?
Listen.
I mean, I guess you could call it that. Yeah.
I mean, I didn't, so I get shit. But so what I'm fascinated by because it sounds like the books you're reading and with your nursing background that you really want to use your gifts to help people. Is that are you primarily doing that in your practice? Is it a lot of grief counseling or healing or?
Yeah.
Or your clients, people who just want to like solve a problem of their own, not going through some loss?
I get a little bit of both.
Okay.
Believe it or not, not everybody wants to make a connection with somebody who's passed. There's a lot of people that haven't even really had anybody close to them pass. It's not always that. Sometimes it is just insight about their life, like career or love. Love and career are probably my two number one questions,
Sure.
other than they want to make a connection with somebody. But to answer your question, yes, that is my goal. My life purpose is to use my gifts. I believe if you have a gift that you should use it and you should share it with the world. And I use it in a way that my intention is to help other people and to bring healing. So I am truly a healer. When I give my readings, it's beautiful because I can see healing happening in the moment. So I can have a client come in and I can read their energy as they sit down with me, and I can see the transformation and the healing happen right in front of me. And it's such an honor to be able to hold a sacred space for somebody going through that, but also to, it's humbling to be the channel of the information coming through and to witness the degree of love and the degree of humanity, to be there in those really intimate moments with people. It's such an honor to serve in that way. So, traditionally the first part of my life was healing as a nurse and being a healer in that way. But this next part is, utilizing my God-given gifts. I think I have my dog here. I have both my dogs. They love me. I'm animals and dogs, and
Of course.
animals, especially dogs, like adore me. So I can't be sitting on the couch and think she's not going to want to be on my lap. So she might do like a little
That's okay.
guest
Do what you got to
appearance.
do.
So I hope that
John's cat might jump on his back in a minute.
Yeah. My cat, my app up here. What does that look and feel like to you when when you're witnessing this process of healing for somebody you're helping?
So like somebody watching might see tears, but when I see tears, it doesn't faze me. I remember when I first started doing my work, tears would happen, and I'd be like, "Oh my gosh, I made them cry," and I would feel bad. But I realized very early on that those tears were a sign of healing. They were a sign of a release. They were a sign of a processing, and they were really feeling something deeply. So to me, tears are one of the most healing things that you can ever have. I've learned that. I learned that very early on. And what does it feel like? It, to me, is just this immense feeling of love. I can feel the love that their loved one in spirit has for them. I can feel the love that the client has for their loved one in spirit. I can feel the love they had for each other, and to be able to witness that is just such an honor for people to trust me with themselves to that degree. And sometimes it can be very painful. I sometimes have clients that come to me and are very full of grief. Most recently, I read for a woman who lost her husband to suicide. And it was one of the most transformative readings I think I've ever done in my life, but also very hit my soul very deeply because, suicide brings the reading to a whole nother level. It's a whole nother level of emotions and feelings that go into it. But it was probably one of the most profound readings I've ever done. And the message that this man had was that, he wanted his wife to live the happiest life that she could. And he felt like she had stopped living. She had, basically, since he had passed, has such profound soul loss that she had quit living. And she started to do the process of really working on it and finding spirituality. And when she made connection with another client of mine who also lost her husband to suicide, she said, "You must go to Heidi. I'm telling you, when you're ready, you got to go to her. It's going to be life-changing, and you'll know when the time is right." And so when she came to me, it was just like she was so ready for that. She was so ready to connect with him. And, usually at first when they come through, when they've taken their life, they're a little hesitant, especially if they felt like either if it's accidental, like overdose, or if they felt like they somehow contributed to their death, or if it was suicide. They have a hard time at first coming forward. So I recognize that energy immediately. And once we got past that, I can't even put to words just the level of healing and I was so honored to witness it. So to me, it's all the senses, all the feelings. And when I give a reading, it's not just helping the client, it's helping that spirit, but it's also helping me and helping the world heal. So
you're making a bond with them and with the spirit.
Now, I just got to point something out real quick. I have a REM pod set up back there, right? It's actually been on since last night, and batteries are still good. But when you spoke about your brother getting in the car accident, it lit up all the way. And then when you started talking about the suicide and how it felt and how, everything connected to it, it lit up.
They're here. Oh, wow. I love that.
I'm just eyeing it as it's going. So it's two powerful things you were speaking about. And, it's pretty cool.
Well, that's a really good segue to talk about, to go from you personally and what you experience, and now talking about what you're experiencing on the other side, right? So before we get into how specifically you use that and how you're helping them with their other lives or getting into that spirits. Heidi, what do you think spirits are?
Well, I believe that when we are on the planet Earth, when we decide to come here, we decide to come here because we go to a school, the Earth School, the School of Earth, and we come here to learn duality. Planet Earth being one of the only planets, one of the few planets that have duality, meaning love and fear. You know, your highest vibration is love or authenticity, somebody like living their life purpose. That's your like highest vibration. And then fear, anger, shame, those lower vibration. You know, you can come to this earth plane and you can experience all of these.
Coming from where?
Heaven, the other side. So I do truly believe that that in the afterlife, I believe there is a place. My Catholicism upbringing and the education that I got, I went to Catholic school from kindergarten through 8th grade, and I saw both of my kids all the way through. And I still believe in, most of the things that I learned in Catholicism. When it comes to some of the other things, as far as, gay marriage or abortion and things like that, I'm not as black and white. As I grew up and I started to
because it's
learn
nuts.
My way.
They're nuts. It's cool. You could say it. You could be, they're crazy. They're nuts.
Yeah.
It's so when you say heaven though, do you mean it from a religious sense, or you just mean it from are you just using the word heaven because you're not sure what that afterlife can be?
Using the word heaven as non-religious. So
okay.
I'm now at the point where, yes, I was born and raised Catholic. My basic beliefs are that we are here as human beings and that there is a before and after, and that we've always been. We're energy, right? And so when we're here on the earth plane, we're a soul and a body. So I believe our soul is energy, and energy cannot be destroyed nor created. It just is. It always has been. And so I believe that when our physical body is gone and deceased and no longer is working, that our soul leaves our body and is able to return to everything, whether that is heaven, whether that's the universe, whatever your belief is in that incarnation is what your death experience is going to be. And then the way that I see it from a medium, from the work that I do, and this is to my level of consciousness at this point, because I say things as if they're not black and white. I feel like everything has a chance to evolve, and as we learn more information, things change in their meaning. So as I understand it to this point, we return to heaven and we continue to do work in heaven to elevate our soul. But you can't learn anywhere faster than coming here. You're going to learn things. And people who choose to come here are very elevated souls, because it's not easy living here on the planet. It's not easy here living on Earth, especially right now.
No, so do you look at it like, and I know you're saying heaven is just, you're using just the semantic of it, and not that it's the religious sense, but are you looking at it from this point of view of how past life regressionists look at it, where it's a different, there's a higher self of you, and you have different fragments of you?
Yep. So I can go down that rabbit hole two different ways. So I want
you to go down the rabbit hole that you track, that you believe in. Like, what is the direction you're going?
So it's changing right now. So right now it's actually changing. It's evolving, my belief in that, because I used to believe obviously, like, as a human, as a little girl and in the school systems, I believed that life had a certain path and you lived it, and I believed you lived one life and that was it. You live, you die, and you're done, and you go to heaven and you're finished. And then as I started to study, I learned that no, in fact, we have multiple lives. And so we finish this life and then we do another. And so that's how I understood it. I understood it as linear. So one life after another after another. But now I'm at the point where I am more on what you were talking about, that you've got your higher soul and that you've got all these lives that can come off it, like a wheel. And there's so many different possibilities and so many different ways of getting there because we do have free will. So yes, before we're born, we come up with a life plan. We say, in this lifetime, I'm going to be a healer, and I'm going to help people understand the afterlife, and I'm going to help people live their best life by giving them a picture of their blueprint in their life and what their possible, choices are going to be. I believe that we have free will. And so when we come here, we've got these main characteristics to work with, but really there's so many limitless possibilities of what that looks like. So now I'm believing that we're living all of our lives simultaneously. And that's kind of like where deja vu comes in, and time travel. Because
And how
how
does
I
that-
understand it, sometimes I feel like I time travel sometimes. When I remember my past lives, or if I'm doing a reading for somebody and I tap into a past life, it's as if I'm time traveling. Because I'm like
What was
literally
the
getting a
change,
glimpse of that.
Heidi? What was
Yeah.
the change? What made you go from believing the linear to believing the higher self and the fragments? Like
Just
what
more
was
studies,
just
more
more studies?
studies is one of it, but also from experience, from what I get when I do my readings. And I also am very aware that the planet, the vibration of the planet, the energy on the planet, the main vibration. Okay. So just to dumb it down and to say it in a really basic way, because I don't have a real scientific way of saying it, but like the vibration of the earth is elevating, meaning that we can now create heaven on earth. So I truly believe that we have access to create a beautiful world. And it's just in our choices that is going to be able to create that. And I believe that the earth is kind of at this point where, are you guys familiar with the term like the new earth?
No.
Okay. So there's a concept that the new earth is here, meaning that with this increase in frequency on the earth plane, that we literally can create heaven on earth. So it used to be that the fifth dimension could only be accessed when we pass. And we live basically in the third dimension, the 3D world, right?
Okay.
And so the belief system is that heaven was always on like the fifth dimension. And a lot of people would say it's located like maybe 3 feet off the ground. Like if you had to like give it a
What's on
place.
the fourth dimension?
Right. It's the in between the third and the fifth. So right now, those who are, aware of this shift, it's our job. I'm being called by God, by the universe, by creation, to speak of this new earth and teach people that you really have a choice right now where you want to vibrate. If you want to vibrate in the fear and you want to vibrate in the lower vibration, that's super easy to get. All you have to do is turn on the news. Doesn't matter what channel you watch.
Sure.
And
Right.
you can, walk down the street and you can see the crime and you can see the dysfunction, and you can turn on the television and you can see people being killed because of their speaking their truth. And you can see people being told to shut up and putting a tape over their mouth and trying to remove them from TV. You can see it. It's happening right now, right in front of us. And we can choose to focus on that, or we can be like me. And I'm not saying be like me because I'm the way to be, but I'm just saying, like, I've been living this way for probably 3-4 years. I don't watch the news. It does nothing but bring my vibration down. I have cut narcissistic people out of my life. I have cut jobs.
Yeah, man, you just went to Italy. You're going like you're Stella getting her groove back. I mean, that's really, it's good for you.
Heidi,
First
listen,
of all,
I don't blame you on that one bit. You turn on the news and it's like 10 p.m. We're all gonna die.
Yeah, it's the worst.
Exactly. And they live and they thrive off of that. And it's very sad because journalism has a very important role in our world. And if we give our power away to either a church that's telling us we're living in I believe in just being good humans. I don't care what your religion is. I don't care what your political party affiliation is. To me, it's just being a good human, because we have more in common than we have different.
So
And
let me ask you this, Heidi. So just on a practical basis with your clients, with this belief that you have, how does that apply? How do you apply what you call soul retrieval to Akashic record readings to help somebody put the pieces back together? I might be using the wrong terminology here, but what is it? How do you practically get them to that place, or hopefully to get back to a place of being happy or their frequencies up? How do these things work together?
Yeah, I love how you said that, put the pieces back together, because that is essentially what I feel my purpose is, to help people kind of ground themselves and get themselves to a place where they feel empowered to face their life, because sometimes life can really suck and it can be really overwhelming, and we can lose people, and bad things happen to good people. Bad things happen to good people all the time. So that is my role as far as.
So what goes first? Do you go to the Akashic records first, figure out what's going on, and then it's a soul retrieval bit? Walk me through those steps.
Yeah. So soul retrieval is a healing modality that has been used for thousands of years, like BC, like forever, since we lived in tribes. So every tribe, we used to live in tribes. That's how we lived. We didn't have the Industrial Revolution kind of changed a lot of the spiritual practices, and we got out of living in tribes and in community, and we started to live in our own homes, and we started to join churches and religions where soul retrieval is no longer. So soul retrieval is something that has been around, and the shamans were the ones that people would go to for healing. And so they'd lose their cow. Their cow would die. They would lose their way of making a living. They'd go to the shaman within 3 days of this happening. They would get a soul retrieval, and they would become whole again. Their child would die. They would, have an accident and maybe break a leg. Anything that happened to the soul, the spirit, the body, they would go to the shaman within 3 days, and they'd have a soul retrieval. And that's just how it was. And people lived in community, and they would go and they'd witness the shaman healing people. And then we started living separately, and the shamans were told to go away, and the religions took over, and we quit doing it. And so for lifetimes, people are going without these soul retrievals, without these healings. And so soul retrieval is a healing modality that I learned about 7-8 years ago. I went through an intuitive practitioner certification program with my teacher, Lori Lipton, who I talked about earlier. And it was a year-long course, and basically taught me all sorts of things about spirituality, one of which was soul retrieval. And I learned how to do, I don't want to say I learned how to do, because I basically remembered how to do soul retrievals, meaning I know that I've done soul retrievals in multiple lifetimes. I've been a healer in multiple lifetimes. I've been a shaman in multiple lifetimes. And I've been trained in shamanic practices. So it's a shamanic practice where you go into an altered state of consciousness. I go into a meditative state where I reach theta consciousness. And during that time, I am able to go into either the upper world, the lower world, or the middle world. The upper world is like heaven, or places like the higher level realms. The lower world, as a Catholic, when I first heard about it, I thought it was hell, and I was scared of it, but it's actually not. It is in fact underground within the earth, and I do most of my soul retrievals in the lower world, and that is where you will find like spirit animals, you will find helpers, you will, your spirit guides go with you to the lower world, but they also go with you to the upper world. And then the middle world is here. So I can do some work even here in the middle world. I do essence retrieval, I do physical healings in the middle world. But when I go in to do soul retrieval, 99% of the time it's in the lower world. And so I will go into altered state of consciousness. I will go to the lower world. I usually go through a tree. And as a shaman, I listen to drumming music. It puts me into that meditative state. And there I will be greeted by spirit animals. When I first started, I always met with a reindeer. He was probably my first spirit guide for my first year that I did soul retrieval, and he would fly me to different lifetimes, and we did some awesome work together. But now it's different every time. Sometimes it's my spirit animal still comes. Sometimes the client that I'm doing a soul retrieval for.
What's your spirit animal?
Well, it changes. It changes. Okay. I have multiple. The last soul retrieval I did.
So the client's there. You're meditated. You're getting in a meditative state to help them. You go through, like, I'm picturing like some tree out of like the movie Avatar or something, where you fly through the light and you go through something.
Like Alice in Wonderland. It's just
okay.
like Alice in Wonderland,
right? You can land down there, and then much like that, there's a bunch of, you got a spirit animal or something that's like, all right, I'm going to help you find this person's pieces.
Yes.
Okay.
Essentially, that's what it is. Most of the communication's telepathic. So, and my spot, it's my power spot in the lower world. All shamans have different power spots. Mine looks like a desert, and it's night. It's almost always nighttime or like dusk. So right after the sun is set, the sky has still got some pinks in it and real beautiful, but it's like sunset, and it's not completely light out, but it's not completely dark. And to be a shaman is basically to be able to walk in two worlds. So my physical body's here, and I'm here having a world experience, earth experience here, but my soul is traveling to the lower world as I'm in this meditative state. So I've got a foot in both worlds, basically. And then what they'll do is they'll take me either to a time in this lifetime where they've had a soul loss, or past lifetimes. And 9 times out of 10, I want to say most of the time, I go to past lives. People have a lot of work to do because they've lived multiple lives without soul retrieval. And so they come in with a lot of stuff, and then they experience other traumas while they're here. So
are you collecting then the pieces of trauma or the happy pieces?
I'm collecting the pieces that fragmented off during a very stressful time. So for example, one of the first soul retrievals I ever did was for a client of mine who I didn't take payment at first because I wanted to make sure I was really well versed in it, and I felt really confident that I was, providing a good product. I took it with high level of responsibility. So when she came to me, she knew I was not going to take payment, that I was doing this like quote unquote as practice. And she was up for it. And so she came over and she had a little bag, and she's like, you get to open this after. She brought me a little gift, which I was like, that's not necessary, but thank you. And so I go in and I go to the lower world, and I'm greeted by her spirit animal, and we quickly traveled to the middle world, to this lifetime. So it was a trauma that she had in this lifetime. And they took me to a bedroom. It felt like it was like in Texas or somewhere down south. I was in a little girl's bedroom, and I was like, I think it was your bedroom, and you were the little girl, and you were hidden underneath your bed. And so I was under there with you, and you were shaking and crying, and you were so afraid. You were like 6, 7, maybe 8 years old. And you were so afraid that you were shaking, and all we could hear was yelling and screaming. And there were police cars outside, and there were sirens, and there was a lot of yelling and screaming, and you were so afraid. And I knew that it was not the first time that she had done this. I'm like, this was just one of the many times that you had done this, that you had hidden underneath this bed in order to survive. And so what I gathered from it was that there was some sort of abuse that she went through as a child, that the parents were, the father was an alcoholic, there was some physical abuse, verbal abuse, and that she would go and hide underneath her bed when she was afraid. And this particular day, a part of her soul fragmented off. So when something's so traumatic, sometimes people's soul, it's just so overwhelming that a part of themselves will fragment off to protect themselves, to not have to feel that pain. And that little part of herself fragmented off. And, very well could have been multiple times she had fragmented pieces, but that's where they were. They were hidden underneath the bed, over by one of the legs of the bed, and these little parts were there. And I see them like as energy. And I talked to the little girl, and I say, you can come back with me. It's safe. You're grown up now. your mom and dad end up getting divorced and it's the best thing for them. And now they're happy and there's no more abuse. And you're a big woman now and you're a nurse and you provide care for people and you have your own house and, it's safe. You can come back. And the little girl was like, sure. And so those soul pieces, I collect them energetically. And I have like a little satchel energetically that I put the soul parts in. And I brought them back. And then when you come back from the soul retrieval, you blow the soul parts back into the soul. And so usually it's the crown chakra and the heart chakra where I will blow the soul parts. Sometimes they're different places. This time it was in her heart and her throat. And so
What do you mean? Like you like literally blow? Wait.
Literally. So I literally come back from meditation. I'm still in an altered state of consciousness, but I'm like awake, right? And I have a rattle and I go up to the client and I blow the soul, like literally blow the soul parts in. So I know.
You're going to get me banned. You're going to get us banned on TikTok. Don't say, you can't do that.
Listen,
It's
I
real.
get, sometimes the spirits offer me that too, Heidi.
Heidi, you can't say that out there. I don't know if you can say that on social media.
Okay. All right.
Wait a minute. You don't go up to, wait a minute.
And you're going to turn
We're
it
cavemen.
into something else.
We're
I'm
cavemen.
talking soul parts, okay? Nothing else.
It's like, wait a minute. You don't go on panels at these Paracon conferences with all these ghost nerds and tell them like you're going to blow their soul back in them and do that move. Do you do that when you're up there on the panel?
You're making me laugh. That's hilarious. Oh my God.
I mean, it's like, you got to be careful. All those guys are going to be like, how do I get
I'm almost done with the story.
All right, let's get back
Get
into
me to the
it.
Akashic Records.
All right, let's redirect.
All right, okay.
Let's
all
get
right,
back
so
into it.
after you blow the client's soul back into them.
Exactly, right? But it's real. Okay, look the book up. It's
bet.
called Soul Retrieval by Sandra Ingerman. She is one of the highest experts in soul retrieval. She's written books about it. There's college courses taught about it. I mean, it's a real thing, okay? And so
she was arrested for solicitation, by the way, but that's
exactly. That's a whole nother story. But when I came back, I blew her soul parts back in and I talked to her about what I had seen. And as I'm explaining it to her, she's just like, wow, just stunned. So it's funny because she's in spirit now and I'm feeling her coming in as we're talking about this. She passed away about 1.5 years ago.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So anyway, long story short, I came back and, she processed it and it was a lot to process. And, but she was really grateful. And at the end, I had told her that the bumblebee had come and said that it needed to be, to help reintegrate the soul parts. So after you do a soul,
was that her spirit? Was that her spirit animal, the bumblebee?
Well, it was one of them. I don't remember what her spirit animal was, to be honest, but, actually I think it probably was my reindeer because it was when I was first doing soul retrieval. So my reindeer had came and got me and we went, that's what it was. But, the bumblebee, after you do a soul retrieval, spirit will give you a, totem to help welcome the soul parts back in. So when you've had a soul retrieval and those parts are returned back to you, they can easily go back because they need to be grounded and they need to reintegrate. And so in order to reintegrate, you are given a totem. And so the client is asked to focus on this totem for a week, and this totem will help them reintegrate the soul parts. So for her, it was a bumblebee, and the bumblebee was helping her remember to use her voice, helping her remember she was safe. And they had asked me to return soul parts to her throat chakra. And it showed that in her childhood that she really felt like she lost her voice, like she wasn't able to speak up for herself and her rights. And it had a lot to do with the fact that she had all this fragmented soul parts. And now that these soul parts are back with her, the bumblebee wanted to help her keep those soul parts. And so the bumblebee was saying, focus on me. And then also it was encouraging her to do anything that had to do with the bees. So like honey, like drink stuff with honey, or, get a bumblebee pin and wear it for a week, or get a picture of it and put it on your computer. Somehow or another, reintegrate the bumblebee. So every day you're really focusing and welcoming those soul parts back. And so I'm explaining this to her, and she's like, okay, so we're done. And she's like, all right, well, I want you to open your gift. She goes, you're not going to believe your gift. And I'm like, okay. So I open up my gift, and it's a mug, a pink mug, a big one that is it's my favorite mug to this day. And it said love on it, LOVE. And then inside of the mug were all these different teas. And then what was right next to it but a jar of honey.
Wow.
And it was
That's wild when that stuff happens. That is wild.
And it was local. It was local honey. She had gotten it at the flea market earlier that morning. And it was like synchronicities like that. Like, you can't make this stuff up. Like, it's real. And I love to share that story because it really explains what soul retrieval is, how powerful it is, and
no, I love it.
That
was a wonderful story. It really was, and it shows when you make a connection like that. That's part of the reason why we do this podcast. It is a great story because when you see, look, the whole thing about this is trying to get different perspectives on what spirits are, and when you're telling me this is how you have connected with someone's a version of themselves, really. In a spirit sort of way. Now, how does that tie in to the Akashic Records? I've heard of them. When I think of the Akashic Records, is the way I've learned it is like some giant library, like the Library of Congress, where it's like, here is everything. But how do you see it? How do you visualize it?
So I've traveled there in meditation multiple times, and really every time I do a reading, I essentially am going there. But it's not. It's like when I do a reading, it's like I go into that altered state of consciousness and I'm just there. So I don't travel there anymore. Like I just go there. It's like an instant transport. I've been there enough times that I just have like a free pass, and it's like, it's the fast pass to get to Akashic Records because I go there so much.
No kidding. You're right. You've got like
frequent
flyer miles.
At Disney, you get like the fast pass.
Sure.
You have to wait in line.
Yeah.
But the Akashic Records is very much that. I see it as like a big library. And it's, when you walk in, it's like miles and miles and miles and miles and like forever. And there's bookshelves. And then as you walk down the aisles, like there's little coves, little alcoves that go off of the main hallway. And so like my Akashic Records, when you go to mine, it's like this beautiful room, and it's my grandma's usually there, guarding them. Hi, John. She'll usually greet me, and she'll be like, okay, what do you want to look up today? But everybody's got a different place where they're at. Sometimes they're on a bookshelf and you pull them off the bookshelf and you open it up. But for me, it's like a little room, and I've got like a little podium. It kind of looks like at church, like with like this gold podium, and you open it up and it's this big, thick book, like so many pages, and you just flip through it. And
like Santa Claus's list.
Yeah. And it's all your lifetimes, and it's got every information all the way down to the detail. Like, it reminds me, and I know you guys are not really into religion, and I don't mean to make it sound religious, but it reminds me of, in the Bible, they say that God said that I've known you since you were, a flicker in your mother's eye. I've known all parts of your soul since you were born. That's the essence of the Akashic Records. It's like your book of life, and all religions speak of this book of life or the tree of life, right? Sure. So it's universal, and that's how I understand it. I understand it to be a universal place that has documentation of every life we've ever lived, and all parts of our soul lessons, our soul contracts that we have with people.
What's a soul contract? What does that mean?
So soul contract is, before you're born, you agree with your guardian angels and spirit guides and the council, because there's a council that counsels every soul before they're born. They come up with what their life's going to be. And they're, okay, for me, it was, okay, I'm going to be a girl. My name's going to be Heidi. I'm going to have blonde hair and blue eyes. I'm going to have 2 children. I'm going to have 1 daughter that never made it to Earth, but I'm going to have her. And I'm going to marry, a man named Matt. We're going to be married for 25 years. all those like high points. But then each person in your life, you have what's called a soul contract. So my
Don't
ex-husband,
forget that you're going to ditch Matt and then party your ass off in Italy. You don't forget the
right,
good stuff.
exactly. So that's like the fast forward version. But you know, that was a soul contract that we had, that we would.
And who's that contract with, though? Your higher
Him.
self?
My higher self. Well, our higher self is like the all-knowing part of ourselves, right? That doesn't forget where we're from, doesn't forget the past lifetimes, remembers everything. This version of me, when I was born, I forgot. Like until I was like 7, 8 years old, I remembered. But then when we're about 7, 8 years old, 5, 6, we start going to school, we start forgetting all of that. And so like our generation, we're born and we forget, and we have to remember everything, right? The children that are born now, and even my children, my son is 22, my daughter's 17, like they're pretty much born like remembering who they are. Like they know who they are. They're so smart. They're so advanced. They can see things at such a higher level of understanding spiritually. Like that's what gives me hope for our future as a country and as a world, as a planet, is our children. Like they're born awake. They know what this shit is about. They know that we should not be letting religion and politics and bullshit get in the way of, you know, being good humans. And we have more in common than we have different. Like, what are we doing?
Does that mean, but when you say, I agree. I mean, absolutely. There's nothing you said there that I would ever disagree
listen.
with.
When you're going and you're doing the fragment retrieval, have you ever come across any opposition?
Yes.
Is it cool if we talk about that for a minute? Just give us a rundown of what that opposition has been like and could be like.
It can be kind of scary.
Who gives you the opposition? Like a third party or the spirit itself?
It's been a third party and then the spirit itself. So sometimes people are trapped by other souls. That's pretty rare, but I have come across that. I haven't ever read for somebody in that aspect, but I picked up on the energy of that. Like drug addicts, like people that, like heroin addicts, and this is not being said in judgment at all, but I'm talking like people that are vibrating at a very low level, meaning, you know, there's a lot of shame. There's a lot of addiction. And when you have addiction to alcohol, to drugs, you know, you create energetic holes in your energetic field. And that allows entities or really anything to kind of come into your system. And so you open yourself up to that. And so I have, you know, rubbed shoulders with souls that are really vibing very low. And I would categorize it as like hell. I don't believe in hell, just from what I've seen, but I know that this earth plane can be like hell. And, you know, I'm talking like Skid Row. I'm talking the people that are living on the streets, that are doing heroin, that are not even selling their bodies, just giving their bodies so that they can get drugs. I mean,
so
living in that level of
drugs lower your protection is what you're saying.
Yes.
And then that allows for something else or whatever else to come in and keep you lower.
And same with soul retrieval. Same with soul loss. Same with soul loss. So if you go through a lot of soul loss, your energetic field has holes in it. And it opens you up to that, right? So the more trauma you go through that is not healed, either through traditional or non-traditional methods. So traditional would be like therapy, you know, going to a therapist and getting psychological help, or being on medications to help balance you if you have like a mental health issue, all the way to non-traditional healing modalities like soul retrieval or Reiki, or, you know, there's so many different things. So unhealed people like really open themselves up for more crap, and those negative entities are drawn to that. That's why you'll hear a lot of people that are addicted to drugs or alcohol, they become very depressed, and a lot of times it's definitely like hormonally, and like as far as like your neurotransmitters, if I look at it scientifically, it makes sense why you'd be depressed. But then spiritually, a lot of times that depression is because you are at such a low vibration and you're being affected by these lower vibrational beings that you are rubbing shoulders with. You know, I'm talking crack houses. I'm talking like low of the low of the low. Okay. I'm not around that as much.
I
So,
would
and
hope
I
not.
haven't actually done a soul retrieval in that aspect, but that's how I would liken like the darkness and people. And I have gone to soul retrieval, and souls have been so traumatized that it was really hard to get them to come. And usually you can get them to come asking like a helper spirit of theirs to come in. So a deceased grandparent or a spirit guide or somebody that can help kind of get them to come. So, but sometimes it's extremely rare that I can't return something back to you, but it does happen.
Heidi,
Yeah.
Heidi, does this the same process that you go through if you like go to a haunted house or a haunted location? If you go with, if you're, you know, if you're tagging along with the paranormal investigator team or something, that you have to get into this state, or is that a different hat?
So I would say that's a different hat, but it's similar but different. So, getting introduced into the paranormal was something that I couldn't have ever seen coming. I didn't see it coming. I was actually afraid of the
But you're a
paranormal
psychic.
for a long time. I know, right? Well, you know what? Some of the best surprises in my life I've been so grateful for because they've been so beautiful. And learning the paranormal and being introduced to the paranormal is definitely one of those times in my life that I'm so grateful for, because it really has brought me to a different level of my spirituality. And so I faced that fear. I started to watch paranormal TV shows around 7, 8 years ago, Dead Files, Ghost Adventures, Kindred Spirits, all of the originals, and I really loved it. And I really started to understand it and study it and not be afraid. And then I had an opportunity land in my lap where a friend of mine met a gentleman named Rob Thompson. I'm not sure if you guys have ever heard of him. He is a spirit medium from England, and he had a TV show called The Ghost Finders. And I was on season 12. I basically met Rob and his partner, Heather Bordeline. And their TV show, The Ghost Finders, was one of the longest running independent paranormal shows. And it started right around Blair Witch Project time. So like when they first started out, it was like, boom, huge. I mean, they filmed in that capacity, and it was like nothing else like it on anywhere. Like they were on Apple TV and Paraflix, and they've had a really great run. So I got invited to come and be the guest psychic medium on one of their episodes. So it was episode 2 of season 12. And I went and I had the most amazing time. My world was opened up immediately. And I started to really step into the higher version of myself. I mean, it really...
What was different? How did you feel something different this time without having to put on the drums or get into that state? And did the spirit feel different?
It's the same thing. It's just I'm not sitting down with somebody across from me. Like that's like the traditional sense. Like I'll do a Zoom or somebody will come sit with me, but I never had like read energy of places. And to me, that was just mind blowing that, oh my gosh, it just came in naturally. And that's really when I realized that I don't even need to tune in anymore. It's kind of like a constant state of being now for me. So, it was different. When I went in the first time, it was different because I was on camera and I start to read, things. I would start to read things and I'd be in a flow, and then they'd be like, okay, cut. All right, let's back it up. All right, go back, say that again. We didn't get it. And I'm like, hold on. So I had to kind of learn how to do that piece of it, but I learned that pretty quick. And it's been fascinating to have the ability to be a voice for the voiceless. I look at paranormal work that I do. I would say 90% of the time it's residual energy. And 10% of the time or so, it's like a true haunting.
Oh, I see.
And
Okay, sure. You mean like an apparition versus an imprint of energy.
right, imprint being like
Yep.
yeah, and
I
then
learned
the
this.
actual like intelligent, like real haunting.
Yeah.
I've been able to experience both of those now. And once you like really know, like, okay, that's not just what I'm seeing on TV, but you're like actually in the moment living it, it's like there's nothing like it. Like that's what I mean when I say like going to the dark side, if you will, or the scary side of it is not very different than the work I always do. It's just one is done with like a bright light and the other one's done kind of in the dark, and it's learning how to balance both parts. And it's been an honor to really step into it and have a great respect for it.
Well, Heidi, it's been an honor for us to have you on today. I mean, we're getting close to our time here together for the hour. I could go on for another hour.
I feel like I could talk like hours with you guys.
I would love to have you back on. I have so many
Yeah,
other things. I
definitely.
have so many other questions. I
Definitely.
barely got through half of them.
I would love it.
So first of all, everybody can find Heidi and I'm gonna look. I repost these lives. It'll be part wherever you get your podcasts. I'll be redropping this tomorrow morning. So if from Spotify to YouTube, everywhere podcasts are, you can find Heidi Kemper at HeidiKemper.com. Book a session. Take it out. Heidi, how would you leave us with this? What do you want people out there to know, to walk away with, if they're in a situation, and how they should look at what their situation is based on how it could connect to their past life? What's a message you can leave with them, or something that how they should recognize it or
Yeah,
not?
I think there's a feeling of familiarity. There's a feeling of remembering and just knowing that there's something significant about this place or this person. Like you meet somebody and there's this instant connection. There's an instant recognition. Sometimes just looking in the eyes, there's just a feeling in the soul. A location like Italy. I was always drawn to Italy. I always wanted to go to Italy. It was on my bucket list. It was the first country I wanted to go to in Europe. And as soon as I touched my feet on the ground there, it was like, I've been here before.
It's my favorite place. It's my favorite place. And it's, just talk about Italy real quick. It's like, you go everywhere you go in Italy, it's like the food is awesome. Like if you stop, you could just stop at some, like, because you're doing tours, like you're walking around, there's so much to see. So you just want to stop and grab someplace quick at some cafe, and it's delicious, which I would say is better than like Paris was, where it's, you have to go to, of course, Paris has wonderful restaurants, but
yeah,
you have to like you can't just stop at a quick cafe in Paris. You're going to get like a ham and cheese sandwich, and that's what you're going to get. But in Italy, you can get delicious, right? It was incredible.
The food, amazing. Yeah. Like I ate whatever I wanted when I was there, and we walked a ton, and I actually came home and I was like down 5 pounds. So I was like, sweet. Like the food there is like amazing. You don't have that inflammatory response in your body because it's all real ingredients.
Yeah.
Like, oh my gosh, since I've been home, I'm like, I don't want to eat anything. Everything tastes like cardboard.
Yeah, right. And
after eating there,
and to tell you, but it also felt like you were home. It felt familiar. And that's sort of what people should recognize. When you have that sense, then that might be something. That might be a connection.
That's your sign. When you have this emotional reaction or this deep feeling that you're like, why? Same way about New York City. Like, why? Why did I have this feeling about New York? And I go to Central Park and I'm like, oh my gosh, if I walk straight down this walkway and I turn left, there's going to be steps, and I'm going to go down it, and there's going to be an angel fountain there. That's what happened to me. Like, and my husband at the time, he was like, what the hell just happened? I'm like, I don't know, but I told you I lived a past life here, and obviously I was here before when Central Park was just built. So we're talking late 1800s, early 1900s. So what do you want? I don't know.
Good
so yeah, it's a beautiful thing to experience and to look into. So
no, listen, we definitely have to have you back. I have so many more questions, and I want to hear so many more stories. It was really fun to have you. I really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us about this.
You guys too. And friend request me. I'm on Facebook, you guys. So friend request me. I want to keep in touch. And then, yeah, if anybody's interested in, a reading or to connect with me, I'm all over social media, and they said my website.
HeidiKemper.com. I will put her information will be in the links when this is posted, link tree in my bio. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
really,
guys.
Heidi, thank you.
Really
You
Heidi,
guys
enjoyed
thank
are
it.
everybody.
amazing. I hope
Thank
we
you.
get to meet in person one day.
Oh, I would love it.
Yes. Yeah, it'd be
I would
awesome.
love
All
it.
right.
We'll
That'd
figure
be
that
awesome.
out too for sure.
Heidi, where are you from, Heidi?
Yeah,
You
where are you?
Right outside of Detroit, Michigan.
Okay.
Oh, wow. All right. All right.
Cool.
New
New York and Cali.
Yeah, love it. I love California. I love New York.
Yeah.
Both my favorite
Yeah,
places.
yeah.
So
What's not to love, man? It's awesome.
I know.
Heidi,
Well,
we'll
Heidi,
see
again,
ya.
listen, thank you so much.
All right. Thanks,
All
guys.
right. Bye.
Take care. Bye bye.
That was wild. That was really
Yeah,
interesting.
yeah.
And funny. She's a good sport. Because
Yeah, no, that was great.
it's interesting. When you sort of look at everyone's perspective, what are the commonalities, right? Vibration, frequency, all these things are the same. What's different is how she sees whatever she sees, like the tree, right?
Gary,
Or
you
how
know
she
what's
sees-
different? It's very simple, and I say it all the time. The human perception by the
That's what she
person that
needs to see.
it's that human perception. Anybody that has any sort of true gift, they describe it. There are similarities, like you said, but it's like the actual human perception of what they're experiencing. And it makes me think I would love to like line up like a bunch of people with gifts and be like, okay, this
Right.
scenario, what do you see? Right?
You know what's funny, dude? You know what it reminds of? This is a totally obscure reference, a movie reference. It was a Robert Zemeckis film with Jodie Foster where a Contact. Have you ever seen the movie Contact?
Yeah.
Right? And at the end, she's in that gyroscope and then she falls through and she's in this place. And it's her old house. And she sees her dad, right? And it's an alien. It's like, what is this? It's like, well, this is the form I'm taking because you wouldn't be able to understand the form if you saw me in my true form, right? And then she comes back to Earth, and it's like it really in their world she fell straight through in the real world, but she was trapped there, and then there was like a little side bit about there was hours of static while she was over there. But anyway, it was that idea of this is what I'm showing you because this is what you relate to is interesting, even though those commonalities of frequency, vibration, and all that stuff. A lot of people seem to be in that philosophy.
Yeah.
Or she would say that modality of their thought process, right? It's crazy.
Yeah.
What do you guys think? Is everybody there like Heidi? Check her out. HeidiKemper.com. Anyone have any other questions? I really appreciate it. There's a lot of you, and I'm sorry we can't get to you in these chats when we have guests, guys. It's just hard to see you all. But I really appreciate you being here. We had a lot of folks checking us out.
Cool. Thank you, everyone.
But that's it for today. SoCo Paranormal. Thanks for stopping in. Love it.
What's up, Jolly?
Jolly's great too. Jolly's mom is online too. It's funny. She has her own feed. She does her own lives.
Yeah.
And sometimes they're in there talking, and it's great. It's so sweet. It's like the sweetest thing on the internet.
Yeah.
It's
wholesome.
I feel like he should be bringing her on ghost hunts.
Wholesome.
If he does, I haven't seen it. But yeah, it's cool. What up, Jolly? Guys, thank you so much. I don't have anything else. John, you got anything else you want to leave the good people with?
Nope. Thanks for watching, guys. I hope you enjoyed Heidi and these past couple episodes with
Myra Rath that just dropped on
regression.
Tuesday. Yeah, it was a great episode on Tuesdays, episode 20 with Myra Rath, where I got the crash course in past life regression therapy. Myra is not a psychic medium; she's a hypnotist and a therapist who helps people discover it for themselves, which is a really interesting sort of way to go about it, right? And
that reminds me, Gary. Everybody, if you haven't done it yet, jump over on the YTs and give us a follow. We are so close to hitting a milestone of 1,000 subscribers on the YTs.
That's right. If you're watching on Santa Paranormal right now, hop over to Splintered Spirits and please like, share, subscribe. We are so close. I mean, we're less than 20 people away from hitting our first mark of 1,000 subs, which would be super great. So please do it. We appreciate you guys. And then that's it. So yeah, check that out. Next Tuesday's episode is an oldie, but goldie, episode 2, which, dude, we recorded episode 2 a year ago. Almost to the day. Today. It was a year ago yesterday.
Yeah, a year ago
which
yesterday.
is nuts.
That's wild.
So we're redropping episode 2 with full video. That's where John first tells me about Edward when John's in the cemetery. So it's fun to see it with video. And by the way, I look like total shit because I didn't think we were going to use video. I was like, I think I look like I just rolled out of bed, and it's because I did. I was like, what did I care? We're never going to be a video podcast. But then that changed pretty quick.
Well, that changed pretty quick.
I know. Now it's all, so,
Now
look
it's
at my
video.
contacts
Hey,
in. Let me shave
good.
before I come on.
Yeah.
Look a little like, get the background light, a little bokeh
Yep.
depth of field. You got to make it look a little polished.
It's raw.
It's
It's
raw. That one's raw. That one's raw.
It's raw.
Oh, Megs, thank you so much. You're so sweet. I love it. Listen, flattery gets you everywhere. She said you're still handsome, which I love. She's my new favorite for today. I appreciate you
Gary,
so much.
this has been fun, man. It's a great
Really
episode.
fun. Everybody, thank you so much for joining Splintered
Everybody,
Spirits.
thank
Go about
you.
your day. And we will talk to you guys soon.
Yeah. See you guys
Thanks,
later.
everybody. Well, that's it for another episode of Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Until next time, stay curious.
They can't see it yet, but the shoulders are moving.
Are they? Oh, you got a groove going?
I got a groove going.
Let's see.
I'm gonna try not to lose it.
I'll put you on. There's nobody here yet. It's just us.
It's
So
there.
let's
Oh, they're here. We just can't see them yet.
They'll start jumping.
What's going on, Gary?
I'm doing all right, my man.
Yeah. Me too. This place looks beautiful right now.
Yeah.
You know? I feel like I'm one with nature. Yet there's still something while I'm sitting here. Just like that whole, maybe something's watching me. Maybe I'm not alone in the woods. You know that feeling?
No, because I don't go to
Other
the
than
woods
the
that
bugs.
often.
Yeah.
I don't go hanging out in the woods like you do, my man.
Dude, last night was insane for me. I had a really crazy night last
I
night.
saw you. Where were you? There was some sort of like brick fireplace thing, and you were walking around. You saw some weird like Blair Witch kind of sculptures hanging from trees. What's all that?
So I have no idea what any of it is. The spirits were talking about bound spirits and witch ladders, and come to find out, I learned this all on that live. A witch ladder is basically a bunch of items, mainly nature items, sticks, bones, crystals, rocks, feathers, things like that, strung together. They're usually used for all sorts of spells. Walking in there was atrocious. Like it is just so dense, and there's just like pricker bushes everywhere, and it's just insane. Like it's literally like you feel like a bear walking through the woods, right? And coming in there, I couldn't see anything. And as I'm sitting there, and I bet you some people in the live may have noticed too, like I was just very straightforward. I wasn't as jokey, joking around. I kept looking around. I was using the thermal maybe more than I should have. Not jumping at every sound, but really just like aware of my surroundings. And what do you know? When I went for that walk at midnight, we're walking around, and then bam, we spot the first one, and then I see another one. And then
you were talking about like a trap, and you were mad at yourself for walking into a trap. What does that mean?
Yes, dude. Like it literally, like the way it was set up, and then one of the spirits said something about me taking the bait, and then that's when I was like, oh crap, I'm walking in a trap. Who knows if I disturb the wrong thing or touch the wrong thing. Luckily, I didn't touch it.
Well, what is a trap? Like, what could the trap possibly have been?
Oh, who knows? That's the thing. Who knows? Maybe they wanted me to release something. Maybe they were hoping that I would, get involved with something there. I don't know. That's the thing. You just don't know.
Well, why were you mad at yourself though? You said you were like rookie move. You got real mad.
I said it was a novice move. Just not realizing that, because they were talking about like a triangle, like the witch ladder triangles or something like that, or the ladder triangles. And I'm standing in the middle of it, and I'm like, wait a minute, like what idiot does that? oh, this idiot, like why would
Sure.
think about it? If you're in the woods and all
Yeah.
of a sudden you come across these weird totem things hanging in the woods and they're in the shape of a triangle, and you have no idea what's going on,
Right.
why would you go walk in the middle of it?
Right.
And it was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna walk in the middle of this, and then I'm like, wait a minute, I could be getting involved in something very stupid. So, because it's unknown, you don't know what you're dealing with.
Fair enough.
Plus, I don't know how long those have been hanging there. They look like they were they've been through it. They look like they've been hanging there
It's
for a while.
weird, dude. Like, why would they?
Yeah.
It's so weird.
But there's always been witchcraft happening back there. It's been a very common, from middle school kids going back there pretending to be the craft, to advanced witches. So
People are weird.
it's a known spot for it.
People are strange, without question.
Well, depending on why they're going in the woods and doing things, yes.
And but like,
They wanna
let's build some triangles out of bones or whatever sticks.
Yeah.
It's creepy. Even no matter what it is, it's creepy, right? I mean,
Yeah.
it's just So I was telling you briefly, and as we wait for our guest, we have a fun guest today on this live. Hopefully she's gonna get logged in okay. I'm sure she'll text me otherwise. But I'm just gonna check my phone, make sure. We've got a fun guest today, and she'll be on soon, and we'll talk to her, and I'll tee everybody up. But as we get caught on, okay, she's in our waiting room. We'll get, what? I'll save this story later. I don't want to keep her waiting too long. So
Bring her in.
she's sitting there. So it'll be a fun one. So let me just tell everybody who we've got today. So I'm going to read this out to everybody. She's super fun, and I'll tell you why I love her. So look, since 2019, Rebecca the Ghost Guide has been helping audiences to better understand the ghosts around them and within them. She has shared her experiences with millions through skits. And this is great too, because it's all like, dude, everybody's so dismal in the paranormal space, John, as you and I always talk about. What she does is she relates her stories and her experiences, and she creates these skits where she like acts out both parts, and they're fun.
Oh, they're great. They're great.
It's just a fun way to tell it, as opposed to like, how many, like it's just all, everybody's always so dark about it. So she does these through skits based on interaction with ghosts in a collective. I mean, she has over, when you add them all up, she has almost 900,000 followers on TikTok alone. Then you start getting into YouTube, Instagram, Patreon. She's out there. And what she really does that's really interesting is, she does courses, community and workshops, community programs, where she helps people at every level of spiritual perception feel more grounded and confident in their abilities, right? So she has a very unique perspective on ghost relationships. And she got a little notoriety because, she went public with the fact that she actually was in a relationship with a ghost, which we will talk to at the end.
She took a step, huh?
She took a step. I want to know more about that. And,
Wow.
we'll see what that all means. But I'm going to have her join in right now. I want everybody to welcome kindly Rebecca, the Ghost Guide. As soon as I figure out what to do, we're live. I have no engineers.
Hey.
There she is.
Wow, guys, thanks for that very kind intro. I appreciate that.
Of course. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. I super appreciate that you reached out, and I've been following along since. And I really like what you bring to the table as far as grounded spiritualism, open-mindedness. But once again, I really hone in on the people who are out there being like, yeah, we don't know everything, but we might one day.
No, everything. I barely know anything. So it's like that's
yep, exactly.
It's very simple for me, and which is why I enjoy getting all sorts of different perspectives on this, and yours included here. Rebecca, I want to start out asking this question to every guest we have, which is this, and I'd love to hear your theory on it. So, Rebecca, what are spirits, and what do you think happens when we die?
All right. Well, I will try to simplify that answer because I can go on and on and on about the things that I found out over the years. And one of the coolest things that I've been lucky enough to experience is being able to talk to people from literally all over the world, learning from their perspectives, and also tapping into various components of those perspectives so that I can create an even larger understanding of something that I didn't have as much understanding of not that long ago. So, oh goodness. when it comes to spirits, and I'm going to specifically talk about ghosts here, and one of the things that I teach about is there are different frequencies or dynamics of spirits. So a ghost is not going to be the same frequency as a deity or a higher power, or I encourage people to utilize their own language, what resonates with them, rather than, just me coming on the scene and being like, this is how it is. No, I want to learn from everybody. I want to learn from everybody's experience. So when looking at ghosts specifically, what I oftentimes see is when somebody passes, if there is a part of them that the common terminology has unfinished business, right? Or if there's a part of them that is being held back by some kind of connection that they have to something in the physical, sometimes that can create a piece of themselves. So you can have a larger form of the soul that moves on. And that's where people talk about, oh, they're in a better place. They've learned about this, that, and the other. Yes, but you can also have the part of the soul that went through some kind of traumatic experience or got very attached to like their favorite chair or something like that, or very attached to their body. Some folks do follow themselves or get reawoken. I think that's the right word. When something happens to their body, let's say their grave has been messed with, or it's just not being taken care of or something like that. And so parts of that energy can connect. That would explain more of the ghost, but it doesn't have to contradict that some people, due to, and this is where I kind of get into the more why I think mental health is so important. Some people, when they have unchecked mental health things or experiences or something like that, it's those pieces of them that can still be somewhere else. So once again, even though like I sit here and I tell my stories and nobody has to believe them, that's really not the point. I'm very much an advocate for mental health because I don't want people to feel like they have to leave themselves behind or a part of themselves behind when they can acknowledge that part and heal from that part and really do a solid move on, whatever that means for them.
Rebecca, are you religious? I mean, a lot of what you're saying, just so I get I want a full picture here of like what you're talking about, like moving on, or they're here, or they go somewhere. Are you a religious person? Is there a faith behind what you're talking? Because you use the word, there's deities and things like that. So what, do you have a faith, religious background, and that's what you're applying to some of this theory?
So I grew up in a religious background, and the more I learned about the history of different religions, the more I learned about mythology from different places, the more I learned about how that affected culture, the more open-minded I became. I consider myself a polytheist with Quaker morals, but not necessarily Christian morals. There's a different kind of code of or standard to Quakerism. Some Quakers do not identify as Christian, but that's a whole other different thing.
Let's not get started on Christian morals.
Yeah.
So that's a juxtaposition in and of itself in so many ways, but go ahead.
Yeah. So basically, to answer your question, as far as like what I believe in the beyond, I believe in a lot of things. I believe, because I've talked to past loved ones too, and some of them, they'll tell their person, they're like, hey, tell them I'm in heaven. And I'm just like, is that your heaven? And they're just like, well, I just want them to believe that I'm in heaven. I don't want them to be upset. Now, does that say that heaven doesn't exist? No, it's more of there are a lot of different places that we can go to. Sometimes it's to be with other ancestors. Sometimes it's to be with the found family that we make. Sometimes it's to come back as guides for people that we love. Sometimes it's just to stick around with people that we love. And other times it's, whether they move on to another form of the afterlife. There are loads of afterlives. For some people, they kind of make their own afterlife. And I really come about readings and my own personal understanding with that very open-minded perspective of they get to tell me what they're experiencing. I'm not going to sit there and tell them and be like, oh, well, clearly you're in the light. No, I work with a lot of ghosts that are scared sometimes. Sometimes they don't think they deserve heaven or to move on or some kind of happiness due to their own trauma. So I work with everybody on a one-on-one basis to be like, okay, well, if heaven kind of freaks you out, if you don't think you're good enough for that, where's a happy memory? Like, can you go to that? Can you connect with family? I do a lot of different work to help ghosts. All the same, I'm not one of those mediums that's like, every ghost should go to the light because something's wrong with them. No, I mean, obviously I've befriended ghosts, and I'm just like, hey, what do you want to do? Do you want to sit around and watch? Great, cool. So long as you're not in a bad space or upset about that, and you're not upsetting other people, doesn't upset me.
When did you realize?
Speaking of
Go ahead, John.
ghosts and befriending ghosts, I think one of the first times I came across the video skits you do between you and the spirit, which are amazing, by the way.
Thank you.
Timothy, is that the correct name? Was it Timothy?
Timothy.
Timothy, yes, Timothy. Oh, those are so good, so awesome. You know, I was watching those advocacy. Those are awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, you got to check out Rebecca's profile, everybody, and it's as simple as the name on the screen. It's at Rebecca the Ghost Guide, so you can find her there. Rebecca, when did you realize you had these gifts? When did you first embrace this idea that you were a medium or a clairvoyant, or how would you define what it is that when you discovered it?
Yeah.
What's the story behind it? What's that first moment?
Well, it's a mental health journey. I'll tell you that first.
Okay.
I talk to people all the time who we discover that they had psychic sensibilities from a very young age. And a lot of people, you talk to kids and, it's that whole like, oh, there's a monster in the closet, da 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 da. I used to think I was making up my monster until the next family that moved in, the kid also described what I was seeing. So you have these kids with their imaginary friends, or they're talking to a corner, or they're, they know things about their grandmother that they never met, or they can describe these things. And then roughly around the age of 5, a lot of social conditioning comes in. We start telling the kids, hey, that's not real, right? There's nobody over there. Stop talking about that. We want them to fit in with society, of course. And so we try to put them into cookie cutter molds so that, we don't want them to be made fun of. We don't want them to have a hard life. My hard mold was, being raised Southern Baptist. There was no explanation for what I was seeing. I saw colors around people. I saw auras, didn't know what that was. I would see figures in my house. Later, I found out that other people living in my house saw the same figures that we.
Now, where are you? What part of the country are you? Where'd you grow up?
So I grew up outside of Greensboro, North Carolina. It's a small town named Jamestown.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. It was wild, the things that I found out much later on in life. We even have some wild things that were captured on video of like quote unexplained things like moving around the house. It totally freaked us out when we all like watched that together. But as I mentioned, I turned it off. And this is something I tell people a lot too. A lot of people, they're not blocked by something external. They're blocked by what keeps them safe. They're blocked with the understanding of like, ooh, me talking about my quote imaginary friend doesn't really make me friends in school, and it makes, people make fun of me or something like that. So we put on the blocks. I had the block of fear of hell and damnation and all of that. Well, it was during like my early teens, I had another spike. We also see this a lot with teenagers, where they start seeing stuff because they have so many things going on at once. I was the same too, but I was terrified of it because I would talk about it. Once again, everybody around me would be like, no, that's no. So I shoved it back down. I was like, I'm not seeing stuff. I eventually managed to turn off most of my skill sets. I turned off my clairvoyance, my ability to psychically see with my eyeballs. I turned off dreaming. I turned off so many things because I just couldn't trust it. College, I had another spike. That's a whole other story because it's college, of course. You go in there and you're just like, whatever. From there, I joined the theater, and it was amazing. And I was a professional producer, performer, and playwright. I worked in DC and New York and around North Carolina. And then the pandemic happened. Couldn't do that anymore. That was not safe. And it was about that time that I started doing ghost tours. I actually live in one of what I consider the most underrated haunted hotspot in the country, which is Wilmington, North Carolina. look it up. We've experienced everything. There are ghosts everywhere. You walk downtown, they're not hard to find. So I got a job as a ghost tour guide. I was living in a house that my roommate and I called it the bus stop because there were ghosts going in and out all the time. The animals were experiencing things. We would have all kinds of like electrical things going on. I have a whole bunch of stories from the house.
Can I just interrupt you really quickly? So just when you're talking about going from college to theater to this point where now you're doing ghost tours, when did you fully embrace? Because you sort of made a dip there. You were talking about how we were always taught to, to say like, to not say it out loud. When did you make the change and go, no, this is what I'm feeling. This is what I'm seeing. Was that
was
after
Wilmington.
college? So that
Yeah.
was when you moved. So this is after COVID. So like, that's when you just sort of embraced it. You're like, this has to be what this is.
Well, I had to wake it back up. That a lot of people, they turn off their natural self-trust. They turn off their natural abilities to see these things. At this point, I don't consider them gifts. I consider them skill sets that I've worked on. Part of my mental health journey was first accepting myself, first coming to terms with my ghost, so to speak, the ghost that I created from my shame and my guilt and my inability to, win at everything. A lot of things happened about that time. A lot of my 20s was spent in various states of hardship, and I had to forgive myself of that. From there, that's when I really started to tap in, because I was just like, all right, I made it this far. I think I'm seeing stuff. I think I'm actually experiencing stuff. There's this whole corner of the internet that's like really excited to hear the stories. And I hadn't come out as a psychic medium because I was like, nah, I'm not a psychic medium. Like, I'm not, that's a lot of responsibility. I just talk to ghosts. Like, I didn't want people putting that on me. I didn't want people to be like, talk to my grandpa. Like, that really freaked me out. So I was just like, I just talk to that guy that's by the dock and just sits there. Like, that's it,
Sounds like somebody else I know, but go ahead.
It sneaks up on you, right? Where it's just like, I'm not a psychic medium. I just have like a bunch of ghost friends. It's fine.
Yeah. Interesting. Yep. Okay.
So yeah, my awakening was mental health first, and I keep it as a center point moving forward.
And what's your process to connect with spirits? Like, what is your, I'm assuming like if you wanted to, you could do it right now, but like, what do you do for yourself to like, what's your way in? What's your, how do you sort of break it? Like, so for John, for example, John is right now joining us from one of his regular haunts at Buckout Road, which is honestly one of the most haunted places in America. If you believe in all that, and it's, which we do, and it's, the spirits there are insane, and he'll go there with his spirit boxes and have full on conversations and learn about what he's taught, who's there. And then he does the research about it. And then we find out what happened, and it all sort of checks out. Sort of a backwards approach to it, and how we do it. What's your approach when you enter a new place or go to a new thing? How do you go about getting in tune or getting on that frequency?
Amazing. And also thank you for saying that, because I didn't know where you were, and I was just like, there's a guy.
Okay, hold on. Time out. Let's not get off the train here. But
Okay.
while you were about to ask that other question, I saw something. I saw something, right? And it made me even I saw it,
it's
and
on
I
that
was
side,
like,
the side that you turned. Yeah, he's on that side. He's like kind of in front.
well, okay, so I didn't like see it. It's
Sure.
I describe it as, it's to sound hilarious, but me being an atmospheric thing, right?
Mhm.
So me being in a vat of Jello, and then all of a sudden something enters that vat from the side, from the distance, and the whole thing ripples, and I'm like, that's the only way I can describe it for myself.
All right. Thank you for that description. Do you want to know what a psychic calls that ability?
Well, what is that ability called?
Clairsentience.
Clairsentience?
It's the ability to psychically feel. It's the same thing as when we understand there are those around it. Like, let's say you close your eyes, you're in a crowded room, right? But you have to walk forward. But if you're paying attention to the electromagnetic difference around you, you can stop yourself before you actually run into somebody.
I do it all the time. I'm blind, basically. I do it all the time. I can also, and funny enough, and I used to use and I didn't understand what this was, and I call it like reading the magnetic fields of the room. I'd be in a bar, and if an ex would walk in or somebody I knew would start trouble, I could be at the other end of the bar, not even facing the entrance, and go, "Ah, shit," you know, somebody just walked in that I'm gonna have an issue with or is gonna cause an issue, and it would always be, something would always pop off. So that's funny you describe it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what.
I look,
Yeah.
it's we talked about this once in another episode where it's trying to understand. We get a lot of heat, right? Let's take a step back. We get a lot of heat about, or John, I should say, gets a lot of heat about using the apps, right? He likes his ghost apps, and I'll use those apps and I get nothing. I get absolutely nothing. Total dick. It's like a waste. I get the generic, get out, I'm dead, all the stuff that everybody gets. When he uses it, honestly, it's very specific at times and very odd at what happens. And so I look at the apps, and to take a step back, it's like the apps are a tool. They are not the thing. You don't blame a carpenter. You don't blame the hammer when a carpenter messes up your renovation. So what does that mean to me? I always look at it like, as I've gotten into this world now with this guy, that if there's some sort of intuition, right? We all have intuition, right? I get a bad vibe from somebody sometimes when I'm walking, right? We all feel it. And whatever that is, if it's a frequency thing, then some people may have a heightened frequency. And to use yet another metaphor, not everybody can pitch a baseball at 98 miles an hour. Some people can just do it. That's a gift. Like, that is a gift. You can't train yourself to do it. I'm sorry, you just can't. So I look at maybe this is the same thing, where some people are they just have that vibe. So and that's why, he'll deny to death he's not a medium of some kind, but we always
Denied
call him
100% that I'm not a
we
medium.
always call him that there's something going on, because it's just weird. That doesn't happen to everybody.
But listen, I describe it very simply as, magnetic fields, which I talk about all the time, and the use of logic while talking to spirits. That's why I don't call myself a medium. I can't channel. I can't, none of that. Like, there needs to be a disturbance in order for me to, like what happened back there, in order for me to, pick up on something. And yeah.
So one, just to put this out there, you don't have to call yourself anything. Nobody has to call. Like, my biggest fear was when I was like, oh shoot, if I'm a psychic medium, that means something, right? Nah, you can be spiritually sensitive. You can feel the disturbance in the force. You can be anywhere. And this is why I teach, because I'm just like, look, nobody has to call themselves anyway, like anything. You can still have like a really cool experience and just be you. Like, being psychic, being a medium, being whatever, it doesn't change who you are and how you work.
Yeah.
So Rebecca, when you call yourself, when you say you're the ghost guide, is it a guide for people and how they deal with ghosts, or a guide for the ghosts when you interact with them?
That's a really good question, because it's a bit of both. One of the things, and you mentioned something about like the paranormal community, and a lot of it can be very drab and just very triggering and very much like, how did you die? And I know you guys don't do that, which I super appreciate. That's probably why you get a lot of really cool evidence, because the ghosts are like, oh shoot, you don't care about how I died. Oh, well,
yeah, exactly. I try to look for the almost not looking for it, but I appreciate the beauty and the para-nature of things.
Absolutely.
And the mundane, so yeah.
Yeah, it's like, hey, when I go to spots, I'm like, so what kind of drink do you like? Like, what kind of candy? Do you like cookies? I brought cookies. Like, I'm that kind of person. But yeah, as far as like, am I the guide to the ghosts? Am I the guide to the people? I'm a bit of both. A lot of my audience, they had a natural curiosity with the whole spectral out there, though they weren't actively pursuing it, though they like the idea of, what if it's not all terrible afterwards? Like, what if we can talk to them? What if we can learn about them? But also, what if we could learn about ourselves in the process, so that we're not, as a society, constantly repeating the same sorts of hardships and traumas and concerns? Like, what can we learn from the past in order to understand the present and move towards a better future?
So when you meet with new people or in your seminars and things like that, you're sort of giving them a basis of how to tap into their are you telling everyone that they all have this ability and they need to tap into it and they could do this, or are there people it's like, look, you just might not have it, or do you know what I'm saying? How do you feel about this idea that anyone can be sort of connected? Does
Oh,
that make sense? Is that a shitty
yeah.
question? That might be a shitty.
No. It's not. It's not. I promise. I do believe everybody has intuition. I call it what you like. Call it a gut feeling. Call it I just knew I shouldn't have been there. That's claircognizance. Gut feeling. Do you literally feel it in your gut? Also a form of clairsentience. Or do you just know something, or you feel like you're not alone, or you think you heard something, but like it didn't quite. So many people have experiences like this. And I think one of the things that makes me a little bit less popular with some of the other psychic mediums out there is I'm very much like, yeah, if everybody believed that they were psychic, if everybody believed that they could just trust themselves, because that's where psychicness comes from. It's trusting yourself to understand the information you're getting around you. I'd be fine with that. Like some psychic mediums are very much like, oh, but if everybody can tap in like that, how will I get readings? I'm like, I do readings, but my primary thing is I want to tell stories. I want to make human connection with people. I want people to feel like they can just connect to whatever they believe in a safe and grounded and responsible way. This is why I'm not as popular with psychic mediums, because some of them are like, ghosts are evil. And I'm like, okay, that's fine, but not in my experience.
I love when Jesus freaks get into the chat. I absolutely love it. John knows that I absolutely love them telling me how evil we are. But no, I love how you do it. And look, I want to show everybody this. If you sign up on Rebecca's website, she has this go-to guide, right? And here's, dude, it's written like if you're a 6-year-old, you can understand this. And that's what's wonderful. I'm not saying that to be, I'm not making fun of you. I'm saying it because it's absolutely like, this is the exact way I want to be taught this stuff. And I just want the bottom line of what does all of it mean, from clairvoyance to is it a ghost? What are you feeling? How do you know what you're feeling? And then it gets into, how you protect yourself, from this and in those energies. Again, you got to sign up, go to RebeccaTheGhostGuide.com, put in your email, and you got it for free. I mean, it's just this little chart. It's super cool. But let's talk about protecting yourself, because you talk to a lot of spirits. Now, John is a believer of intent. First and foremost, intent. He makes jokes about Jesus, crystal, salt, and sage, but it's really your mindset of intent. What do you do to protect yourself?
I absolutely agree with that. Like these other elements out there, and I'm not knocking other elements. I mean, I'll burn incense from time to time. I'll do regular cleansings, whatever. But it's not the element that's used. It's the one who powers the element, which is oneself. I'm a big advocate for learning how to protect oneself. I know a lot of people, they're like, I'll call the angels, I'll call God, I'll call this, that, or the other. And I'm like, that's great. The way that I was trained, which was the school of hard knocks of not understanding anything that was around me and having to figure it out on the fly, the way that I was trained was to protect myself. Like, yes, I can go to other people. I can ask for help. Though I trained myself to protect me, and now I train others to protect themselves. As far as like the protection that I use, absolutely agree with intent. I do use some visualization. I always tell people, build up your shield, be the superhero you always wanted to be, or surround yourself with something. And a lot of people are like, the white light. And I'm like, sure, if that's what you want, it doesn't hurt anybody. I've found with some of the things, especially because I have had to go in and remove more not so nice things on occasion, just by working with clients and that sort of thing. Not ghosts, by the way, inhuman stuff.
Oh, dude, wait, you can't just drop a broad.
What I call them interdimensional entities of non-human origin is the safe term I use for that.
That's beautiful.
Tell me a story.
It's nuts.
Wait, I want to hear a story. Tell me a story of this. Like, what does that mean to you? And tell me a story.
Okay.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, because I love that. That was a very long terminology for me just to be like, yeah, there's some things out there. Real quick, I'll tell you how my shielding works and then I'll get to the story because I got a story for you. I have a few, but I'll get to one.
Yeah.
So with the shielding, my shield works very much like a boundary. It only hurts you if you cross it. And spirit can see that boundary. Like I've got spikes in my shields. I've got all kinds of like electrical stuff. Like
you visualize this. This is what you literally visual. Okay. Continue.
So, and the cool thing is with knowing other psychically perceptive people, like I teach workshops and I've asked them, I'm like, all right, I'm putting up the shield. What do you see? And then they all put it in the chat and we get to cross validate each other in real time. It is the coolest effing thing, which is why I'm like, psychics, let's all just like, if we understand how to tap in, it's so cool. But anyway, so yeah, my shields work. They don't have to hurt, but if you're going to cross my boundary, they can.
Okay.
Now, as far as something not so great and inhuman, something that comes to mind, this happened last year. I know I've done a few in the past, like more recently, but this is a more recent one, or one that's coming to mind, I should say. So the Wilmington Railroad Museum, I worked there for a time. Now I'm a board member. I am the unofficial like medium on staff. So when things go sideways, I get a call. And for the most part, it's totally fine. Like it's a wonderful museum. I really love the spirits there. I'm protective of the spirits there. And oftentimes when things go sideways, I am called in to make the regular spirits more comfortable just because we can't always control what's going in and out when it's a public venue. Well, they expanded last year into a new part. And some of the staff kept telling me, they're like, hey, I don't want to tell you, I don't want to prime you, but there's something going on over there. And I was like, So one of my viral videos from last year, which is hilarious to me, was me coughing up the stairs. Because the farther I got up the stairs, the more I felt like something was choking me, which once again, that's a form of clairsentience. I'm going up the stairs. It's hitting me in the head. I know something not good is up there. So like I'm going up the stairs and I do this on a live, right? So like it's just me and a camera, right? I'm just like going up the stairs. And other people in the live, they're like, turn around, don't go, da 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 da. And I was just like, hey, everybody, if I were afraid, I wouldn't be going because fear messes up what I'm able to do. So I made a reaction, but afterwards I was like, okay, I'm up here. The worst thing about this was how this creature was utilizing a ghost to make others think that it was a ghost. What this thing was, it was huge. It was like it was like stooped over in this room. It had these really long limbs. It was like basically taking up the archive room at the time. And it had like this weird drippy looking face. Like it looked like it came out of a nightmare. Though the first thing that I saw was a man. I saw a man in front of this being. And it just like a dude that had taken his own life through a certain, I don't know what all I can say here.
You can say what you need to say.
Okay, it just looked like a man who was hanging. And I got this implication of like, okay, he made that decision. It seems like it was from a rafter. That wouldn't have been the craziest thing to hear from that location. We do have different information about people who pass there. Here's the thing though, I was like, but the man on the inside is empty. Like I can't quite reach out to him. I can't quite have a conversation with him. I found out what this being had done. It took like the basic shred of the memory of this man and was holding it there so that if anybody came in to try the illness itself, aka this thing. So when I went in there, the first thing I had to do was free the imprint of the guy. I sent him on because there was not much left. It wasn't really a conversation. It was just being like, all right, we don't need to be here anymore. Like, you're good. This is awful. I'm so sorry this happened. Go wherever you need to go. From there, that's when I did the removal work to get that thing out of there. I'm a regular worker in underworld spaces, so I worked with some of my collaborative spirit folks, and we just yanked it all on a live.
That dripping face is a lot like, remember, we had a guest on, he goes by Real Ghost Hunter 1, Brandon Kramer, who had a photo of that dripping face in that basement of also a museum type situation.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, yeah.
Where it's like really wild. We show that, he has it on his site. He's another paranormal, but he caught it, an image of it, and it's really, check it out. His name's, again, Brandon Kramer. He goes by Real Ghost Hunter 1, but it was like, but it's odd that happens. It's like that Top Hat Man. It's like these similar sort of visions of things in various places that have some sort of connection. I don't know. Maybe they're no connection, but it just seems odd.
What's wild is when you said, again, I'm going to use the terminology, interdimensional entity of non-human origin, controlling, these other, fragments of spirits. I've come across the same thing. Some of these interdimensional entities have that ability. And when dealing with these things through a spirit box and like picking up the bits and pieces, it takes a bit before you realize, like, oh, wait a minute, this is what's going on here. The spirit's being controlled by something else. And it's wild. It's actually, I'm going somewhere tomorrow where I deal with that. I deal with what most people would consider a succubus. It's an entity that feeds off sexual energy, and it also likes to control spirits in that manner. And I'm going to deal with that tomorrow, so that should be
What
fun.
do you think it is, Rebecca? What do you think when John says interdimensional entity? Where do you think it's from? What do you think this thing is? If it's not human.
It totally tracks. There are beings that come from all over. Like,
All over.
Look at
All
any
over.
look at any mythology. How many mythologies are there across the continent? And think of it, how many mythologies have we lost due to colonialism?
Yes, yeah.
There's a lot of places that these beings come from. They come up from cracks. They come here to do different jobs. Sometimes they get stuck in the muck. So they come from all over. And for some of them, especially in my line of work, I do try to compromise with just about everything. I try to look at something and say, all right, your morality is not human. It's not from this plane. Where's your home? Can we go home? Can I give you something? Can I work with you? Can I negotiate something? And for the most part, it works.
I agree with you 100%. The most evil thing can come through while I'm documenting, and I will first give it the benefit of the doubt. And I'll be like, hey, can we talk? Can we just have a conversation before I have to, be like, okay, clearly I know what you're about and what you're going to do. Let's just leave it at that then. And it's true. They come from everywhere. And, a lot of people, will assume, oh, they're coming straight from hell. And it's like, I wonder how many hell-like dimensions are actually out there. And what I describe as a hell-like dimension is any dimension that our energy or our memories or our spirit it'd be toxic for. Which is why, let me ask you something, Rebecca. Have you ever come across an entity from one of these hell-like dimensions that has no malice towards an actual person? It's there and maybe doesn't even realize what it's doing to, say, the humans in its vicinity.
Yes.
Yeah.
One being that comes to mind was under the Santa Monica Pier out in LA.
Oh, shit.
And when I went there...
I guess I can't go to the Santa Monica Pier anymore.
Oh, no.
Thanks,
you can go.
Rebecca.
No. You can go because it's gone. I'll tell you.
Okay.
No, I was out there with some people who are part of my workshops. And we had like a casual meetup and we just went out there. And immediately all three of us were picking up on various things. I had not realized that people had taken their own life out there, though I could feel them. And I was like, that's weird. Like, just because one takes their own life, that doesn't mean that they have to stick around there. Like, that doesn't mean that they get stuck all the time. And I started to treat the symptom, right? I was just like, oh, okay, well, I'll just, see who I can talk to and be like, hey, is there a time in your life that you'd like to go to? Is there a time that you believe in? Or like, what do you believe in? Can I help you go there? And what I found was a lot of these guys were being held by a being who actually so happened to be from one of the hell areas of the underworlds, I should say. And basically what this being was doing, it was doing its job, though for some reason, from what I understand when I was talking to it, which it was big. It was like under the ground and it was like holding folks like as if they were tethered. And I talked to him. I was just like, what are you doing here? Like, you're just hanging on to these souls who I later looked up and verified different folks that I was seeing, which was very tragic. Though at least now there's something done, but I digress. I talked to this being and I was just like, what are you, why are you here? And the being basically was like, oh, I'm doing my job. I hold souls when they feel a particular way about themselves. And this is what I do. And basically I work with one of the people I was with and I was like, hey, let's see if we can move this guy back to hell. He wasn't bad. He was very much doing his job. And he's like, I'm doing a great job. I have all these guys here. And I was like, yeah, maybe we don't need them though. So from there, the being agreed to move on and go back to hell. Once again, not morally bad, was very much like, this is what I do. I hold souls. And I was like, cool. From there, that's when I was actually able to work with individual like pieces or fragments of those souls to be like, go home, go home, go home, go, 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 go.
So, all right, Rebecca, when you're talking about when you're dealing with something like that, and we know you put up a shield first, you protect yourself when you're getting in it. I think it's time I have to ask about Rupert. And how did the shield come down? And why don't you, I don't want to tell the story for you, but like, if you wouldn't mind sharing the story of this and how this came about to where that shield came down for you.
Yeah. So Rupert is also a part of my spiritual awakening. And I tell this to people often, like, you really want to tap into the other side. Love is a beautiful way to do that. And I don't just mean like ghosts. I mean, anybody who passes. A lot of people get interested in the beyond when people who they care about, their life is starting to go, in a particular direction, or maybe their health is going in a direction and they just want to understand. So with Rupert, when I first met him, well, he was very much a shred of a ghost. He had been out there for about 300 years. This was in Wilmington. I was walking home alone after a ghost tour. It was 2020, a lot of heightened feelings in every particular direction. A lot of things were going on. And I recall I was just so tired and walking past. And once again, just to go back in that time in my mind, I was like, I don't know if I'm making him up, but it doesn't hurt anybody to talk, right? And that's really how it started. He was worried that I was walking home alone. He was upset that nobody was walking with me. It was dark. He passed in 1781. He was a part of the Revolutionary Soldiers. He was with the English. Actually working with him, I was actually then able to look at the history and do a deep dive and make connections around town with the historic sites. And it was so validating for me to be like, this is not the first time I'm learning about this, because I learned it from a ghost first, but I don't typically start that way with the general historian. That's typically not how I start a conversation. So basically for a period, I allowed him to walk with me for a few blocks. I was still very much like, stranger danger. I don't know who you are, but like, I'm pretty sure I could take you, right? Because you're a ghost, right? That's how that works. I didn't know what I was doing. I was just sort of like, he seems nice. He seems to care. It's kind of scary out here. Sure, I'll befriend a ghost. Really with him though, he had a lot of work to do on himself. As I mentioned, ghosts are very much fragments of themselves. He was the fragment of himself that died looking for his love. He was murdered, and it was because he fell in love with a woman that I guess you could say he shouldn't have fallen in love with, according to the father of the woman.
Well, you said he was a redcoat, right?
He was a redcoat, yeah. So
I can almost,
yeah.
It's like, it's one thing to date a ghost, but dating a complete traitor at the time.
Well, and that's the thing. Wilmington, inside Wilmington, was pretty loyalist. However, all around Wilmington was not. And
The rebels.
Yeah.
Technically, at the time, he wasn't the traitor. Technically, at the time, he was.
That's true.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was the, he wasn't the rebels.
He called it a skirmish. Yeah. Like that was the funniest thing.
So you found this out about him. You're starting to get to know his story about whatever. He fell in love with the wrong person. You're getting closer in these conversations, right? You're getting closer in these connections.
Yeah. Well, he also started to confuse me with her. And it was weird because I remember at one point I was walking and he looked at me and he looked kind of startled. And Of course, I'm seeing all this with my inner eye. So like I kind of saw maybe an outline with my eyeball, but I was kind of like, I'm not a medium. Like that's not what's going on here. Like I can't see. And I remember once he was startled and he kind of looked at me and he said, "You're taller." And I was like, no, I'm not. Or another time he looked down and he was just like, "Your hair is darker." I was like, no. There were these little comments that he would kind of throw out, and I would just be like, I don't know what's going on. Well, as an
this is a lot of Dracula vibes, by the way.
Yeah,
Right? Like when he's like, you know what I'm saying?
I have one question in my head, but I'm waiting because actually,
go
you know
ahead.
what? Before you tell the story,
yeah,
we'll I'll keep this simple as possible. Did you rebuild him in the sense as in new memory, or was he able to reconnect with so okay, all right. Tell the.
I don't know what
tell the
you're
story.
saying. So then,
Yeah,
you could fill in the blanks with John just saying. But keep going, 'cause I don't know what he's talking about.
I think this story is going to be epic. Please continue.
Yeah, John, with what you're saying, with what you've been telling me just on this call alone, I'm just like, psychic? What psychic? Psychic, John? Yeah, what psychic? Yeah, because I think what you also just said there is something called claircognizance, where something kind of like bings in your brain, and you're like, wait, is it this? So anyway,
Well, what you're talking, it's almost. I have theories. We could talk about them another time, but it's just insane. All right, go ahead, continue. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, not at all. That was an amazing point, and I will explain that too. So basically what was happening, I'll get to your point and then I'll kind of fill in the punchline, so to speak, of what ended up happening. When a spirit who's especially a fraction of themselves, when they're having to remember more and more and more, basically what they're doing, oftentimes without realizing it, is they're calling to the memories where the fuller part of their soul keeps them, whether that's this plane or the other, or something like that. So basically, the more he remembered, the more of himself he became, which, once again, that's also a mental health journey. Mental health journeys can happen after passing as well, because we have to be like, whoa, how did I get here? Why did I get here? And poor Rupert, he went through a time where he was like, I don't know if I exist. And I was like, well, if you don't exist, I don't know who I'm talking to. Like, I have a fantastical brain sometimes, but there were things that I was like, I don't think I could make that up, because that was totally out of the blue. Like there was no train of thought that brought my brain to thinking that conclusion. Anyway, so there was a time that we spent apart. I was not sure if he would still be there when I got back. And part of that was I was living in a bus. It was 2020. We didn't know what was happening. So I was like, I will move into a bus. Okay. I do a lot of mental health work. I come back. I'm more certain of myself. And I come back. I'm with a friend who's spiritually sensitive. And I tried to connect with Rupert first because I was like, hey, I'm back in town. If you want to talk again, just wondering. I could feel him around, but he wasn't saying anything. So I was like, cool, maybe I'm crazy. It's fine. I bring my friend. And my friend is like, oh, there's a man standing behind you. And I was like, cool. And he was like, oh, I'm picking up on a soldier. And I was like, cool. What kind of coat is he wearing? He was like, oh, it's a red coat. I was like, okay. And then my friend makes this reaction because he heard the same thing that I heard. And my friend just looks at me and it's just like, yeah, he's telling the truth. And I was like, excuse me? What I heard, and granted, what I get is more inner ear clairaudience. So it's like the understanding of words that I hear. Rupert just outed, he was like, you're my wife. And I was like, whoa! Let's calm down here, right? Because I was just like, we passed the point. Like, what in the world? So, of course, I go back later and I was like, were you going to tell me? Are you going to explain yourself? What are you talking about, right? And he was like, well, I wanted to tell you in front of somebody who would also hear it. And I was just like, still, you're making no sense. What are you talking about? And then he started to explain. He said, you're my Mary. I was like, excuse me? And he said, you're Mary. You're the woman who I was with when I was alive. Now, from there, I was like, cool. let's put a pin on that. Let's just close that conversation, because I'm like, yo, I didn't know how to trust myself. I didn't know what I was doing. So I actually, a past life regressionist found me on the internet and was like, hey, would you like a free session? I'll give you the free session in exchange for promotion. And I was like, absolutely, let's do it. I go into this and I was very like, whatever I'm supposed to see, I'll see. I go into the regression, and I remember the first thing as I was coming out of the tunnel, so to speak, when you get into that very regressed state, it was like coming out of this sort of tunnel, and then I started to smell piss and fish, and I started to hear seagulls, and I started to like pick up on people who were fishing and boats and bells and that kind of thing. And when I came out, I saw Wilmington, but I saw it the way that I had seen it in what had been drawn out from different things in the past. But I started to walk around this regression and I started to see things that I hadn't yet found in history. And then I saw him.
Doesn't sound like a very nice first date.
No. So yeah, that's how all that happened. And all the same, like, we've done a lot of work separately in order to be able to understand each other personally.
Are you still in communication with this person, with this ghost?
Mm-hmm.
But you made a point to say like you were dating him.
Mm-hmm.
Is that still the case?
Yeah.
Okay. So what does that mean to say you're dating a spirit?
Okay. Well, of course, for anybody who's dating anybody, there's a whole spectrum of what dating means for them. And I'll just go ahead and get this out of the way, because people are always like, but physically. And I'm just like, are you going to tell an ace person that they have a lesser relationship because it's not physical? Like, are you going to tell people who maybe they have issues with, physically performing, but they do what they can for one another to make another person feel loved and for them to also feel loved? I didn't go looking for this. Like, that was not on my bingo card. I know part of what we were talking about is like people who are attracted to ghosts. Nope. I wasn't sitting around being like, oh, but if a ghost, no.
I think there's a word for it, like spectrophilia or something.
Yeah,
there is. Yeah. But that's not your case.
That's not
at all.
Okay.
You actually taught me that word, because I was just like, what? There's a word for this?
The internet, we can find a lot.
So if I finally start giving into all the spirits that hit on me, that's spectrophilia.
No, when a guy does it, it's weirder. It's gross.
What's it called when a dude does it?
I don't know. I just don't. It just
What kind
feels
of
gross.
sexy
It feels
shit is
gross
that?
when you do it. It's just going to be different when you do it. That's all I
I
know.
get hit on by both men and women's
I
spirits.
know.
That's
just
actually
when
one
you
of
do
my
it, it's
favorite
wrong.
things.
That's all. I don't know much, but I know when you do it, it's going to be wrong.
Listen,
but wait,
whenever a male spirit comes through that hits on me,
Excellent.
I'm just like, yo, bring it on. Bring it on. First off, who knows what that poor spirit was going through back then with their sexuality and themselves, and not to be able to express how they truly were, So for them to be able to do it to me, I'm all like, oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, dude, you're a big bear. They love you.
I'm like,
so Rebecca, hold on. I want to get this set. So it's like, all right, I totally hear what you're saying. It's there's an intimacy that you have when communicating with this spirit. It doesn't have to be physical, and that's why you consider dating. Is that fair? Is that a fair assessment? But you're dating someone, and a human person.
A human person.
A living human person too, right?
Yeah.
Right now, here's the thing, all right? It's like, I have to say, it would probably almost be worse if my wife found out I was telling secrets to someone than if I was just having a physical relationship with someone else. Like, she would probably find that more offensive than I was intimate on a personal level. How does your living partner deal with that element? You know what I mean? Like, the sharing of that.
So, okay, just to start out, my living partner, Theron, who's been in the chat, thank you, Theron, is incredible. we have a lot of communication. And on top of it, just to kind of rewind a little bit, I told Rupert from the gate, I was like, you're not getting in the way of me living a full physical experience. And that's a huge thing that I tell people all the time. I'm like, yes, you can have connections with ghosts and spirit guides and past loved ones. And, love doesn't just die with a body. Like, we still have these connections of love on various forms. That being said, we can't live in the past. I can't live as who I was when somebody was alive. With Rupert, a big thing that we had to come to terms with, I was like, hey, I am not Mary anymore. She's a part of me, but I've had lives that I've lived since then. Sometimes I curse like a sailor. It's the summer. I show a lot of skin sometimes. And I was just like, that's pretty different from the 1700s. Like, are you sure you actually have feelings for me? So we had to grow from that to ensure that it wasn't just like holding out for something that used to be. Now,
Rupert probably loves seeing shins based on the way they dressed back then.
I mean,
he's probably like, whoa, now.
Yeah.
He may, but he doesn't like that everybody else can see them. That's the problem.
Right. Yeah. It's probably a whole different thing.
So going back to Theron, though, Theron is somebody that I met through TikTok years ago, and we befriended each other. And Theron also had a kind of re-coming out as a psychic medium. Theron knew Rupert before Theron and I started dating. They talked first. They have a friendship on their own. And one, it's cool to have cross validation and be like, wait, did he tell you that? He did? He told me that too. Oh my God, we're psychic, right? That's a regular thing in our house where we're just like, you heard that? I heard that too. Psychic,
Right.
I'm all for making people feel more validated and, once again, in a grounded way. But yeah, it's in a sense, or not in a sense, but I'm technically polyamorous, but I'm not polyamorous in the physical sense. I have 2 relationships and they don't cross
not
each
to
other
cut
out.
you off, but I don't think what you have can be described with words. To be honest with you, it just doesn't. It seems like the whole thing developed just so naturally, completely out of your wheelhouse. Not, as you said, not something on your, something you wanted to achieve or something you were going for. Almost like a go with the flow kind of thing. I think it's awesome.
Thank you.
It's awesome.
Made me believe in fate, honestly.
Yeah.
Before that, I was kind of like, I don't know. And then there were just too many things that I couldn't explain away, which was pretty cool.
Can I ask how you, if I can, if it's, you don't have to answer, but I'm just curious, like, how do you identify in just generally in sort of, would you say from a living sense, you're on the LGBTQ?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like, would you say you were like poly before that?
Mm-hmm.
I know polyamorous is more than one, but it's okay. Got it.
Yeah, I've been in open relationships before, consensual, open relationships and that sort of thing. It takes a lot of communication, and I'm not knocking it. I just happen to be in such a happy living situation. Goodness, and that's not knocking anybody else's poly. I tell my partner all the time, I'm just like, yeah, I'm just happy. I used to be interested in dating other people and that kind of thing, and it was never on the back burner or behind anybody's back. I was just sort of like, yeah, I'm good. I feel pretty good.
Well, look, this is a very unique situation that you found yourself in with what sounds like a very sort of powerful spirit that can come through this often, this regularly, this intimately, right? And have these kind of conversations.
Yeah.
What would you get? Would you give what kind of advice do you give to your students or to anybody else who might be feeling this or might have this happen to them? Should they be like, look, I'm a unique situation, but before you put down that spiked electric shield, you better do this, this, and this? Is there sort of is there a rule book to this that you've created because of it? Does that make sense?
Yeah. So one, generally speaking, I don't recommend dating ghosts because a lot of reasons, but
for tons of
for a lot of reasons. Yeah. And that's,
I'll say it. Your average normal person should not date a spirit.
No.
Should not date a ghost.
No.
Yes.
100%. I'll say it.
Yeah.
You don't got it. I'll say it.
Yeah.
Don't do it. Okay.
Right. But
Well,
go ahead.
yeah. I think too, even for the person who's more open to this and that kind of thing, you have to acknowledge ghosts have a lot of things sometimes that they really have to overcome, and you can't be their savior, and they can't view you as their savior. They've got to do that work on their own. And some of them, when they do the work, they're kind of like, I'm kind of tired. I don't really want to be here anymore. That's another thing too. I tell people, I'm like, mediums are not the saviors of ghosts. If they come to a place where they're like, I'm tired, I want to go home, they can just go. They don't need us. We can help, but they don't need us. Anyway.
You know what's funny, real quick?
Mhm.
What I always tell people is I always get tons of people. They're like, "Oh, are you going to send the spirit to the light?" I go, "Yo, imagine that light is some interdimensional force that rips apart the soul and feeds it to its young. Like you really want to send it to the light now? Like stuff like that."
Yeah, if you don't know what the light is, and if you can't connect with them on what their version of the light is, maybe just leave it be. Just
Leave it be.
hear them out.
Yeah.
But goodness,
we're talking about protecting and stuff. What would you tell other people? Like, what would be like the rules of or things to check before doing what getting too close?
And thank you for repeating the question, because I was just like, my brain went all the way over here.
I deal with this guy. I got to repeat myself 15 times.
Yeah. That's the ADHD for me. I'm all every direction.
It's something new.
Thank you. Yeah. So one of the things, and I say this in the pamphlet as well, which of course is open to everybody for free, you understanding your sense of self is going to be your best tool for protection. Because if you know how you feel, you're going to pick up on pretty quickly if you don't feel right. And then you get to ask yourself the question, is that how I feel? Or is that something around me that's trying to project some kind of understanding at me? What can I learn from that? So the biggest protection, I would say, is understanding oneself. Once again, going back to that mental health journey. If you know you, you're going to know what's not you. And if you know it's not you, then you can actually, further the amping up and being like, all you need is your intention. I work with kids sometimes through consultations. I work with their parents and children. And sometimes these kids will be afraid, and I'll just be like, okay, what does your favorite superhero do? Oh, they throw a punch and then fire comes out of their fist. I'm like, what if you could do that too? And kids, you don't really have to tell them twice. They'll be like, I can do that. I'm like, yep. Seeing is believing. All you got to do is believe. And is it literal fire in our sense? No. Though, can that have an effect on an energetic sense if they put their intention behind it? And I teach parents too. I'm like, this is how you also protect your kids. Believe them. I mean, even if they decide it's made up later, just be like, hey, cool. What is, this, I think Power Ranger, because I'm of the 90s, but I was just like, what does the Power Ranger do? But yeah, parents can do that too. It's imagination, quote, but to spirit, it doesn't have to be, and it can still be very effective. When it comes to
spirits, intent is everything.
Absolutely.
100%. 100%.
This is a
Power Ranger analogy,
like
by the way.
Power Rangers.
That's funny. This is a fascinating tale, Rebecca. I thank you enough for sharing it with us here. John, I don't know what else to say. I hope everybody.
I know what I'm gonna say.
Well, everybody,
You're
first
awesome.
of all,
never change. And honestly, you're literally the first person that I've spoken to in the years that I've been doing this that comes from a spiritual lens of all this, that my more logical lens basically almost goes right over. And
logical makes it sound like hers is not logical. Let's use the word more.
No.
More
scientific. He understands what I'm saying.
Do you see what I'm saying? Like John's theory is like memory. Spirits are the fractured memories of the living, right? That we all have an energy. We do, right? There's literally electric synapses in our brain, and that energy has to go somewhere when we pass, and the mind is somehow attached to that. And it has to go somewhere. We don't know nobody knows what the mind is, right? That's where he's coming from. So let's use the word scientific more than logical, because then you make it sound like I like what.
Well, I can't use scientific because I'm not a scientist.
Mine's a little more logical than what you're saying.
No.
But it's like you got to say it more like I have a come from a less spiritual.
You knew what I
approach.
meant.
I did.
I just want to clear it
knew
up.
what
I
I
don't want to
meant.
think
Well,
it
you're
something.
awesome. Never change, okay?
you.
Please.
No, you haven't
You are
listened.
so awesome. One of my favorite guests to date. So awesome.
Yeah, Rebecca, you're a lot of fun. I love your approach to things. I love your lighthearted
amazing
approach to it. It's like you really take a stand that's like, this is not something, this is not all doom and gloom. It's not, we're not playing up into the, the Blumhouse version of spirits. This is the, here's what it is. Here's a fun way to do it. I use fun, but here's like, it is what it is. So let's enjoy it. Let's get into it. Let's enjoy it. And I find that to be very an interesting take and a unique take, because that's what we try to do. We're not into the whole, we're not into all the darkness and all that stuff. It's like,
Listen, it happens sometimes. You're gonna.
We're talking about ghosts, man.
I
mean, it's like, what are we gonna? How serious can you be? Like, at a certain point, it's like we don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
So, like, if we can't laugh at this and like understand it and respect it, like, that we don't know. It's like, I don't know about you, but I find it's so amazing to me when people get in the chat or they get online to one of our videos or something, or John's videos, and like, this is what it is. This is what it has to be. It's this.
It's
And
so
it's like,
wild.
what are you talking? It's almost like if they said, nope, vampires don't like garlic. It's like, hey, Dick, vampires aren't real as far as we know, and who knows if they are, if garlic is a real thing. Somebody made that up. So it's but they are sure of it. They're so sure of everything that is. So I like that you come at it from that sense as well, where it's like, I don't know what this is. I'm rolling with it until it's not. I'm not going to roll with it anymore. And how you should protect yourself. It's really interesting stuff, and I really thank you for being here, everyone. You got to go check out Rebecca the Ghost Guide she's on every social media platform, and go to her website. She also offers readings. You can set up a session. Am I wrong? You do all these things for people?
Yeah.
Where you can also make a buck, hopefully. Do it, show her some love. Because she has a really great approach to all of this whole world. And as far as spirit communication goes, I'd say you've been communicating.
Thank you.
More so than most. You know what I mean? That whole vibe is real interesting. I got nothing else for you, Irene. I really appreciate you taking the time to sit with us. It's been a real pleasure. And a real
All
honor.
the questions I have will take hours, which I don't have, unfortunately.
We'll have to have you back.
Today.
I'll come back.
To have you back.
Yeah,
Definitely.
no, y'all are great, and I appreciate your mindset as well. I sometimes I prefer talking to people who are more in the ghost vibe than like the higher and everything like that, because I'm just like, we're out here, we're living, and I like connecting with folks that are also just doing their best, whether they know if they're living or not.
It's true.
I know. At least ghosts don't leave dishes in the sink.
Yeah.
So it might be better to
That's how
have
you
them
look at it.
around sometimes.
Might start blaming them for it though.
Good luck with that. Yeah, let's see if maybe they'll put them up.
Exactly.
That'd be great.
Good luck with that.
Like, the spirit did that one, not me. The spirit did
accidentally pulled
If only.
Listen, thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys. Make sure you check out her socials. Check out her website. Can't wait to have you on again. And you've been awesome.
Awesome.
Rebecca, thank you. We'll talk soon.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
That was so fun.
Incredible. She's incredible.
Right?
It's great.
Mean, how fun
Yeah.
was she? And
Amazing.
there's really nobody like that tone. There's very few people that have a tone that's similar to how, your approach to this.
Well,
Even though
what's wild about everything that she speaks about, I can literally back up with my theories. That's why when she started with that story, and I was like, wait a minute, are you saying that, you rebuilt that spirit? Like, it's pretty wild. It's awesome.
Yeah, right. But it's another person. We spoke to somebody else too that was like, had a little bit of a more spiritual take, but still on the note of frequency, on the note of the memories, on the note of energy, which still plays into a lot, but they have the spiritual side of it where it comes from, which is fine. It's like everyone's thing, but also the idea of other, you call them interdimensional non-human entities. She called them, I forget what her exact, but it was sort of non-human some sort of non-human entity.
Yeah.
It really is the
What's wild about
similarities are
that?
crazy.
I know we don't have time to talk about it, but what's wild about that is how accurate her non-human interdimensional entities are compared to the ones that I come across. Like how accurate it is. You
Well,
know what
it
I mean?
reminds me
Like,
of? You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of The Matrix. Do you remember in The Matrix how there were certain creatures that were pure code, like
yes,
the French guy, and it's just
yes,
like he just does this job, but
and that's it.
he was never a human, but he's a bit of code, or the key
Yep,
maker, right? That's his code, but he's like
yep,
there, and
yep,
that's what it I think of.
yeah,
I go to that
yeah,
place where it's like when you start talking about these things that are non-human, they're part of this whatever we call this thing, this area that they're in, and they
it's pretty
have a
wild.
job, to do of some
Yeah.
kind.
A job to do. It's wild. Hey, Gary, listen, this has been great.
Yeah, this is a good one.
Another great one in, guys. I hope you enjoyed the episode. She's awesome. Make sure you check her out on everything. Website, her socials, Rebecca the Ghost Guide. Definitely worth checking out.
That's her link right below. Real easy to find. We appreciate everybody who checked in for this episode. I'll post if you missed it, don't worry, I'll be posting it soon. That was a great one. So,
Yeah.
John, I'll let
Gary,
you go. See you, bud.
Always a pleasure.
Yeah, my man. That's it for this live episode of Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like and subscribe at our YouTube channel, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.